What's going on, everybody? We're here, back with a brand new episode of Higurashi When They Cry. Last time on, we had a very beautiful scene with Oshi visiting his construction foreman's friend's gravesite. We also found out the Sonozaki family had also been placing flowers on their grave for many years, and how Oshi and the Sonozaki families were trying to honor him in vastly different ways, which is interesting, with the Sonozaki family trying to move on from the damn conflict, while Oshi was trying to get vengeance from him, which was quite a beautiful scene. We also saw Takano, and we gained more insight into her psyche and how she views Tomoki as her last, pretty much hope, on last person she can rely on, even though by all definitions, she shouldn't be attracted to him, but yet she still is. But yes, Oshi has finally agreed to do the 48-hour week of death plan, and right now we're going to ambush the Mound Dogs in Takano at daybreak. So yeah, let's just get right into it. The beautiful moon. It was past midnight and almost dawn. The very quiet time of night where staying up late and getting up early melded together. No kidding. That exact thing was happening in the offices of the Okonogi gardeners. There were only 2 people on guard duty, and they were playing cards. They weren't sentries, so they really didn't need to be on guard all the time. However, they weren't allowed to fall asleep either. After the TV podcast went off the air a little past midnight, they usually ended up playing cards. Suddenly the phone rang. The phone was right nearby, so one of them answered immediately. Suddenly, the man taking the call stood up with a jolt. He even hit his knee against a desk, but he was too panicked to care. Takano dashed into the underground security room in a hurry.
R であるということが確認されたという情報が入りました。そんなわけないでしょ。だって R は風邪で寝込んでいるんでしょ。それをあんたたちが監視してたんでしょ。そのサンサ、話に続きがありまして、沖宮署の諜報員によると死後48時間が経過しているとか。
Takano could feel her blood freezing, starting from her feet. She just couldn't believe what was happening. At least 48 hours? At least 48 hours since the death of the Queen Carrier? Takano just couldn't understand.
そんなことありえない。だってじゃあ村人はどうして平然としてるの？早ければ36時間の段階で、つまり夕べの時点でかなりの末期発症が出ていてもおかしくないじゃない。しかし諜報員によると、これはかなり確実性の高い情報とのことで、村への進行上の影響を危惧して現在署内に強い箝口令が敷かれているということです。確実性が高いって言うなら、あんたたちが見張ってたあの家のフルでリカは誰なのよ。サンサ、監視体制は完璧です。フルでリカは間違いなく現在あの家です。
Not as perfect as you think.
監視体制が敷かれて以来、彼女が外出したことはただの一度もありません。中にいたことも入江所長が確認なさっています。絶対にありえません。ならどういうことよ。警察が死体は理科で48時間前に死んだって言ってるのよ。それがデマだっていうの？デマ？そうよ、勘違いかもしれない。だって私の作戦なら、今日の夜私は岐阜県警内の工作員を使って同じ手法で偽装士を装うつもりだったんじゃない。 これは偽装よ。いやデマよ。何かの勘違いに違いない。
Takano wasn't confused because she was still half asleep. No, Takano was afraid of her being wrong. Her grandfather wrote in his article that within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death, everyone in the village would develop terminal stage symptoms. This would mean that he had been wrong. What about everyone who believed his words? What would they think?
失礼します、サンサ。東京の野村様よりお電話です。
どこで鍵つけてるのよ、あの女は。私が電話をしている間に大至急沖宮署の死体を調べさせなさい。
A couple of episodes ago, someone commented how this episode is kind of like a chess game, of like how we observe both sides and each move they make, which, you know, is a very cool thing to behold. It really isn't a shock to us. We already know everything. What the main thing with this episode is how the characters react to this information and how they interpret it and how they, react to it, which is very, very cool to observe or to watch, really.
現在は非常に困難です。
Fucking observe. What a fancy word, Boyd.
協力員が明朝に出勤すれば、沖宮署へアプローチをかけさせ、確実に状況を確認できます。
その早朝というのは何時？午前5時？6時？大至急よ。急がせなさい。おはようございます。高野です。
All the unit members were gathered in the office of Okonogi Gardeners, which served as the garrison for the mountain dogs in Okayama.
ああ、わかった。沖宮署の方が分かり次第、俺とサンサに連絡しろ。それより、R 宅の監視体制だが、R の在宅確認をなぜ怠った？
風邪だったということで、受話器を取らなかったものと思いました。その後、入江署長が訪問し、在宅を確認したため、それをもって在宅確認としておりました。
アメーゼ。R 宅に少なくとも誰かがいるのは間違いないんだな。
はい、それは間違いなく。隊長、R 宅に突入してはまだギリギリ可能な時間帯です。
そいつはサンサの許可がなければできん。サンサも沖宮署の件が判明するまで突入許可は出すまい。突入命令に備えて R 宅監視を増員。8人体制に増やせ。
隊長、今日は境内で祭りがある日です。監視はできるでしょうが、突入はおそらく本日深夜まで不可能です。
うまいタイミングだ。うますぎる。うますぎるんじゃねえのかこいつは。
Okonogi's lusty yet wild instincts were sounding an alarm. He sensed that someone was attacking them. He sensed that his enemy had begun to attack. He realized that the enemy had taken the initiative. People usually take a deep breath before they attack. That moment right before they strike is their most vulnerable. Okonogi assumed that whoever his enemy was, they were led by an excellent commander who knew the precise moment to strike.
そういや富武に先日の診療所での会合に欠席したってな。
でしたでしょうか。確認させます。
サンサ、俺に奴がどこに行ったか知らないかとか聞いたよ
な。まさか富武兄が。
ウグイスで富武の寝床を確認しろ。こいつは一杯食わされたかもしらんぞ。
さて、もう後戻りはできんぞい。
さて、これで大山明動して何が出るっすかね。
Kumagai was trembling with excitement.
クマちゃん、私は通信センターの方へ様子を見てきます。ここは絶対に死守してください。
なっせ、死んでも誰も通さないです。
あとのわしの役目はかかってくる電話をごまかすことだの。わしもわしの持ち場へ戻るぞい。熊谷、ここは頼むぞ。
任してください。
Kumagai closed the door quietly and stood in front of it. This was his chance to show Oshi what he was made of. Oshi was on his way to the communications center. All radio communications and phone calls passed through there first. During business hours, each section answered its own phone calls, but when they aren't open, the communications center answers them instead.
どうですか、こちらは。
はい。ついさっき外線経由が鑑識課の直通番号に一本。
相手は
県警本部大高警部です。
おお、大高くんか。へえ。
Oshi grinned. The enemy had started to move. They must have bribed someone inside the police department to be their spy. And he had started to move just as they planned. Oshi was surprised to learn that it had been Otaka. Oshi had never liked Utaka because he constantly boasted about his academic background and always opposed Oshi, who believes in relying on experience. They didn't get along at all when they worked together at the prefectural police department.
通話が終わったようです。
じい様に聞いてみよう。ピッポッパッと。あ、もしもし。おーっと、大丈夫。私ですよ。いかがでした？
青にさいが生きがりおってから鼻であしらってやったわ。やっこさん、小坂に来とる。所長の出勤を待って朝一でこっちに直接踏み込んでくるぞ。
相変わらずことを派手にしたがる性分だな。てめえの体一つで喧嘩もできないんですかね。
わしもますますに面白くなってきたぜ。今の電話で眠気が飛んだわ。やはりいるな。お前の言う怪しげな連中がゾロゾロと這い出してくるのを感じるぞい。
Well, things are getting interesting now. What's up next? Hey, demons over here. Come further in.
もしもし、富武です。
おはようございます。富武に。早朝にすみません。山犬に動きがありましたのでご連絡します。つい先ほど山犬の全隊員に非常招集がかけられました。目的は不明です。
そうですか。動きがありましたか。
Tomiki turned on the light next to his bed and put on his glasses as he answered.
それからそちらの警察内で妙な情報が流れています。まだ裏付けが取れませんが、女王感染者であるフルデリカの死体が発見されたというのです。
え？詳しい話を。
収容されていた身元不明死体の身元がフルデリカだったというものです。死後48時間を経過しているとか。緊急マニュアル第34号の発令基準を超えた事態ですが、現在のところ木南沢地区は平穏が保たれているとのことです。そちらでは何か情報が入っていませんか？
いえ、私は沖宮にいますので分かりませんが、それはありえないでしょう。多分女王感染者の死亡は何かの誤報だと思います。
こちらも誤報を疑っていますが、分析では情報の精度は極めて高く、ほぼ間違いないとのことです。未確認ですが、鑑識課職員複数が証言していると。
しかし、
Tomoki realized something. He realized that the Okayama police station was Oshi's territory. He also realized that this must be the work of Rika and her friends. Tomoki tried to think calmly. Even if they didn't know who their enemy was, it's obvious the emergency manual is a signal for an explosion. So they must have come up with the idea to destroy that signal. The foundation of the emergency manual is that unless something is done about it within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death, all the villagers will develop terminal stage symptoms. So if nothing happens after 48 hours, there's no need for the emergency manual. And with that, the Mountain Dogs have been called in.
もしもし富武に
はい失礼。どうやら現状を考えると入江機関に不穏な動きがないと断言することは難しいようです。一切に入江機関を緊急査察されるよう進言をお願いします。また最悪の事態に備え番犬部隊への予備命令も進言します。
了解しました。9時になればもっとまとまった連絡が入ってくると思います。山犬造反となればそちらも危険です。十分ご注意を。
もちろん用心してます。
では次の定期連絡は9時に。
It was 6 a.m. Tomoki would get another call in 3 hours.
ウグイス1より前へ。富武は406号室だ。
Oh boy.
屋外監視、問題ないか。
ウグイス4、野外監視問題なし。
ウグイス5、フロア問題なし。ウグイス3、
室内は無音。多分就寝してます。
There was a do not disturb sign on Tomoki's door. Perhaps he stayed up very late last night and was planning to sleep in. This was a great chance for the Nightingales.
いいか、生かして捉えろ。三叉のオーダーだぞ。始めろ。
They tried to break into Tomoki's room very quietly. Obviously, it was a simple job for them to pick a hotel room's lock. The two members at the door communicated with each other using sign language. Even knowing he was asleep, it would be a good idea not to barge in. They opened the door very cautiously and very quietly. The room's interior was organized by a taste list typical of cheap hotels. The only furnishings were a bed, a small desk, and a coin-operated TV. Clearly, only one person could stay in this room. And there in the bed, Tomoki couldn't be found.
どうしたウグイス3、応答しろ。
そう、もぬけの殻です。
It was still early in the morning, but the room was empty.
どういうことでしょう。富武には野鳥撮影と散策の趣味がありました。まさか早朝からどこかへ出かけているのでは。
いや、違う。こいつは多分やられたぞ。
Shit. The do not disturb sign was on the door. With that sign there, the housekeepers wouldn't come in the room, so they wouldn't know if it was empty or not. The sign had probably been on there since at least the day before. Knowing that Tomoki was planning to stay for a long period, the hotel hadn't really paid much attention. In other words, the room had been empty since then.
多分、奴は襲撃を予見して宿を変えたんだ。そうか。それでしばらく姿を現さなかったのか。三叉に緊急連絡。ちくしょう、こっちの作戦が漏れているぞ。
Okonogi realized that he had been beaten to the punch. The foundation of the emergency manual had collapsed, and with that, the basis of the final operation was shaky. Okonogi felt that the Major had panicked and rushed into confirming what was going on too hastily. If Tomoki suspects us and went into hiding, then after it caught wind of that, he was sure to come grab us by our tails.
すべてができすぎだぜ。くそ、向こうの計略にきれいに決まっちまったみたいだぞ。
Okonogi tried to calm himself. If he was going to investigate in secret, he could assume that Tomoki was still nearby. The department in Tokyo must be the one conducting the investigation, so he must be waiting for somewhere for a report from that department. Tomoki was probably at a new hotel, probably somewhere in Okayama.
東京班のカラスに連絡を取れ。おそらく調査部が定期連絡してる相手がいるはずだ。その相手の番号を調べさせろ。そいつが獅子骨市内の番号だったらビンゴだ。
Okonogi was confident about his hunch. But if what he was thinking is correct, that meant his identity was about to be exposed. It also meant his operation had failed before it even started. But it wasn't a checkmate quite yet. If he could prove that the dead body at the Okayama police station wasn't R, then everything would go back to square one. All he had to do was capture Tomiki and then check the body at the station. That was all.
隊長、カラスに連絡が取れました。通話内容は確認不能ですが、電話番号だけなら何とかできると。
Shit.
ただし、時間が欲しいそうです。
どの程度？
ほんの数時間ほどだそうです。
Few hours.
ほんのときたもんか。せかしゃしねえが、可能な限り急げと伝えろ。
It was a little past 6 a.m. It was already white outside, but still were too early for the cicadas to start their morning chorus. They had endured the first wave. It was now a matter of how quickly they could recover. Okonogi just hoped that the major didn't throw a fit.
隊長、カラスより連絡です。電話番号は調査中。なお調査部は9時を定時連絡時刻に定めているようです。
あと3時間か。
He looked up at the clock. Even the little things were beginning to bother Okonogi. Every time the second hand moved, he became more impatient, realizing the check-in time was getting closer and closer.
それから調査部長の岡一佐が番犬に対し予備命令を発令しました。任務は示されていないとのことです。
ってことは引っ込みがつくような招集ってわけだな。大事でなけりゃ訓練ってことにしてごまかそうってらしい。大丈夫だ。まだ時間があるってことだ。
続報です。調査部長が幕僚長の自宅へ電話しています。内容は不明。
Oh shit.
大丈夫だ。大丈夫。
That's why the chief of staff also ordered an investigation.
まだギリギリ大丈夫だ。
The Bloodhound's standby orders meant that they saw a very high chance of the Area Institute revolting. The people on site must be practically certain of it. Although it's not as difficult to execute as the emergency manual, ordering out Bloodhounds isn't that easy. They only did so because they've realized that some kind of trouble is afoot. Okonogi was sure that the people who wanted to conclude matters peacefully were trying to settle things down by saying it was just a mistake. In order to the Bloodhounds to stand by without clarifying a mission is like a middle ground in that sense. But the head of the research division had called the chief of staff. This was a very dangerous situation for the Mountain Dogs. In other words, the higher ranks of the SDF, or people even higher than them, had decided that the Bloodhounds could take the field. The uniforms are hot-blooded, but the suits always push for peaceful resolutions. They still hadn't decided which way they wanted to go yet. Our loss wasn't certain yet. Win or tie, everything was right on the same table. If that was the case, the call coming in at 9 a.m. the research division didn't bode well. Okonogi couldn't say why, but he had that impression. It was just his wild instinct doing its job. He could guess that the people in Tokyo were going to ask Tomiki about the situation in detail, and then decide what to do based on that. It was possible that the head of the division, or even the chief of staff himself, might come on the phone. Then the Bloodhounds might get an order as soon as the 9 a.m. phone conversation was over, which would result in his defeat. Tokyo was still unsure. Some were still thinking it was some kind of mistake, or they wanted to think it was some kind of mistake. If Tomiki didn't answer the phone, they might send some people immediately, but they wouldn't order out the Bloodhounds. There was a chance it could end in a draw. If they found out that the body didn't actually belong to R, then, although it would corner them, they still had a good chance of winning. But they'd lose the possibility of a complete victory. Okonogi knew that Takano's clients hadn't ordered anything else but exactly that. He didn't want to admit it, but the enemy's surprise attack had succeeded.
隊長、
やかましいね、落ち着けや。連中はまだ確信してない。疑っちゃいるがバレちゃいない。まだギリギリ大丈夫なんだ。とにかく先に情報を得た方が勝つ。連中が尻尾をつかむか、俺たちが尻尾をつかむか。確かに初戦の奇襲で徹底的にやられたが、まだ全滅じゃない。だから白旗を上げるんじゃねえ。とにかく待つんだ。カラスが富武の潜伏先を暴く。警察の協力員が R の死亡の真偽を暴く。とにかく今は待つんだ。耐えるんだ。
失礼します。高野三佐からです。相当ご立腹の様子です。
Oh boy.
くそ。伏してチャンスを待とうって時に、俺はお姫様のおもりか。あ、もしもし、おこのぎです。まあそう焦らずに。まだそう決まったわけじゃありませんね。まずは落ち着いてコーヒーでも。
Okonogi tried to change the subject while pretending to laugh, but all he could hear was Takano's frantic voice. He couldn't even understand what she was trying to say. The second hand on the clock ticked on. Who was going to be able to smile at the end of it all? Today was going to be a long battle. Okonogi's instincts told him so.
お疲れさんです。今のは誰からですか？
今度はうちの花垂所長じゃわい。だんだんと手強くなってきたぞい。だがわしの敵じゃないな。事務や風情が技術屋に勝てると思ったか。しかし所長が今日所長会のゴルフでよかったわい。直接来られたらちと面倒だったぞ。
ゴルフ場から電話とは仕事してんだかしてないんだか。大高君め、所長と一緒に乗り込みたかったろうに。今頃悔しがってるぞ。
間接攻撃でダメなら次は直接攻撃ですかね。乗り込んできますか、大高のやつ。
所長が捕まらないんじゃ自分で乗り込むしかないと踏むでしょう。ああ、もうじか8時半か。
8:30, okay.
下の窓口が開く頃だ。
Morning had finally arrived. The chorus of cicadas had begun. That familiar sound would make one think it was just another day. But it was hardly going to be normal. It wasn't just an ordinary Sunday. Oshi and his men already realized they were gazing the tip of a huge conspiracy.
大高君の性分だと多分堂々と胸を張って正面からやってくるでしょう。
自分だけが正義だと思ってるやつにありがちっすね。
わしはここで電話を耐える。お前らはそいつを頼むぞ。
よし、お出迎えで行きましょうかね。クマちゃんはここを頼みます。
The lobby of the Okayama police was just like that of any other police station. It could hardly be said to have a welcoming atmosphere. Some of the tiles on the floor were broken and cracked, so sometimes people tripped on them. Those spots were covered by pieces of cardboard, and there was a sign that said, "Caution, watch your step." There was also a pod with a dead plant in it. How lovely. It was far from a friendly lobby. Unlike hospitals and banks, there wasn't a line of people at the counters at the police station, but there were a few sitting on the sofa waiting for the counters to open. And they would open soon. Some workers were standing by on the other side of the counters. Otaka was snobbish enough that Oshi didn't want to deal with him first thing in the morning. If only he was a pretty young woman with big boobs. Oshi and his men were on a very important job. It If Otaka found out that Wika Furude's death had been faked, the operation was finished. They were only able to shake up the enemy now, while Wika Furude's death is still on the books. They had to stall for every minute, every second they could, so Tomiki could seize hold of the tail that was popping out. So if the truth about Wika Furude's death was exposed before Tomiki had that chance, the enemy would recover. The emergency manual would regain its credibility, and although the enemy wouldn't enact it immediately, they would try again for sure. Wika Furude had detected the conspiracy ahead of time, but that was a miracle. The divine wins. Japan had prevented Mongol invasions twice in the past with such miracles, but nothing like that happened during World War II. They might not be so lucky next time. They might not get another chance. There might be no next time at all. Unless they defeated them this time, they would never win again. While it was possible to do some serious damage, a tied game would inevitably lead to the enemy's victory. They had to completely expose what the enemy was up to, allow Tomiki to call in a suppression unit to defeat them. That was why Oshi had to stop their vanguard here. His job, therefore, was an extremely important one. If the enemy's conspiracy succeeded, Himizawa would be destroyed, and more than 2,000 villagers would be executed in a gas disaster. Either way, the incident would never go public, but people's lives depended on him. Oshi was violating his professional duties. However, he had to do what was right. Oshi fought back to when the old man taught him that. The bread, yeah. Someone, who despite the hot weather was wearing a suit, came in through the automatic sliding door. He had two of his colleagues with him. He was showing off his authority like he always did.
Yo, ohayo gozaimasu, Otaka-kun.
これは。おはようございます、大石さん。それから私のことは君と呼ばないでください。もうあなたに君で呼ばれるような立場ではありません。
まあまあ、そんなこと言わずに、大高くん。同じ宅で麻雀を打ってよしみじゃないですか?
Otaka seemed disgusted to hear that. He used to boast about being a good mahjong player, but Oshi once beat him badly in front of many people, which hurt his pride.
あなたとゆっくり休校を温めたいところですが、今日は急ぎの用事がありますので、失礼させていただきます。
まあまあ、そう言わずに。交流剣道大会で少女の筆行委託を忘れちまったと。あんたが私に泣きついてきたんで、こっそりステージ裏で書いてあげたから、無事表彰式ができたんじゃないの。
その件については感謝していますが、今は関係ないことです。
ありゃ、感謝してくれてましたの？そりゃ失礼。そういう話はとんと聞いたことがなかったもので、県警では私が書きたいとわがまま言ったから筆行委託を断ってわざわざ書かせてやったんだって話で通ってましたよ。症状の字があまりにうまくないのでどういうことなんだと本部長に聞かれて以来のあなたの言い訳のはずですが。
さあ、どうなんでしょうね。誰かが誤解してるんじゃないですか。
Oh, the art of small talk.
私はそんなこと言ってませんよ。
県警本部はあなたの島だろうが、あいにくここは沖宮署でね。あんたの思い通りにはそうそうならんってこってす。
ほう。それはどういう意味ですか、大石さん。
あんたがここへ何しに来たかは知らんが、あんたの島はゴグラだ。沖宮じゃない。おとなしく引き上げてもらいましょう。
何の権限があってだね。
そちらこそ何の権限があってですかな。
県警本部で現在捜査中のある秘匿捜査事件についてだ。その件に関連があると思われる身元不明死体が こちらにあると聞いてね。
なら電話でお問い合わせを。
Okayama is in a rich neighborhood. This isn't a place where someone in a custom-made suit should be.
なるほど。どうやら鑑識課の連中とつるんでいるようですね。所長から検視報告をすべて県警本部に引き渡すよう命令が来ているはずです。
その件については鑑識から所長に説明が入っているはずです。まだ検視中でね。ちょいとうちのミスで身元が特定されたような情報が内部に流れちまったようですが、ですので報告書を出すにはちょいとお時間をいただかないとならないわけです。
ならその検視に我々も立ち会わせてもらおう。
嫌です。
はあ？私は県警本部の一口県担当として。
それが本当なら、
Oh shit.
私はあんたの刑事魂を疑わない。刑事魂は高潔だ。そりゃお給料がもらえなかったらこんな商売誰だってやりゃしないです。ですがね、それだけじゃ測れない魂がなきゃ刑事は務められないんです。あんたにその魂があるってんだ。私はここを譲りますよ。
The look in Oshi's eyes made clear the anger that was welling within him. As he looked into those eyes, Otaka recalled all kinds of frightening memories. Otaka didn't want Oshi to sense his fear, but he couldn't prevent himself from loudly swallowing.
ならそこを譲ってもらいましょう。私も刑事魂でここに来ています。そこをどいてください。
なら私をその刑事魂で押してどかしてみなさい。これ
なんですって。
あんたの刑事魂が私の刑事魂に負けないくらいに重いものなら私なんか簡単にどかせちゃうはずですよ。これ試してみなさい。
Oshi was obviously saying that he had no intention of letting Otaka through. How could he do this? Otaka was confused. Otaka was an elite policeman at the Prefectural Police Headquarters. He believed the academic background and performance record were enough to earn trust. He has been working hard under that belief. But Oshi doesn't acknowledge that, and he doesn't even respect him. He is a scumbag. He was the worst type of person, one who tried to establish their meaning and purpose only through rough means, refusing to acknowledge everything about their superiors in order to protect their own pride, as uncivilized people often did. Otaka had been thinking ever since they worked together. Why did people trust in someone like Oshi? Why did people respect someone like him? Why did people appreciate someone like Oshi more than they did Otaka?
今すぐ動かなければ捜査妨害で君を告発することもできるんだぞ。
そりゃどんな捜査ですか？話してくれりゃ協力もしますよ。
だから君もわからない人だな。秘匿捜査だから君ごとき田舎署の刑事には話せんのだ。
なるほど。全部話せないなら一部でもいい。あんたはその仕事に何を背負ってますか？
背負う？何を言ってるんだ。
私はね、背負ってますよ。私の後ろには村の住民の命運2000人分があります。
Oh shit.
あんたを通せば2000人、いや、その親戚やご家族も含めればもっと大勢の人が悲しむことになる。あんた分かってますよね。
何の話かさっぱりだ。
腹を割ってやる。あんたの飼い主は恐ろしいことを企んでいる。あんたはそこまで想像がついちゃいないだろう。何千人もの人が不幸になる恐ろしい陰謀を企んでいる。そいつがくじかれる悟り屋だってんで、多分就寝中だったあんたを叩き起こしてすぐに調べろと命じたんだ。 いくらの小遣いで頼まれてるかは知らんが、それがあんたの刑事魂より重いってんなら。
Oshi stopped talking there, but his eyes continued to speak for him.
何を言っているのかさっぱりわからないですよ。とにかくそこを通してください。
Otaka's baffled behavior confirmed what Oshi had just said. He had been bought off by someone shady. Though maybe he didn't think that he was bought. He probably thought he was just fulfilling the quest to confirm Wikafurude's body as a favor of someone in the information network he assumed he built himself. Of course, the part about it being a classified investigation was a lie. But when an elite policeman from the prefectural headquarters said it was a classified investigation, everyone would grovel and salute him. But, Oshi didn't salute him at all.
話になりません。このことは後日必ず所長に抗議させていただきます。
おう、まだんかい。話はまだ終わってません。
As Otaka tried to walk by, Oshi grabbed him by the arm. Otaka tried to make him let go, but Oshi was just too strong.
話してください、大石さん。
あれ、大して力を入れてるつもりはないんですがね。あんたに真の刑事魂があったら、こんなのには屈しない。あんたの揺るぎない正義が、私なんかあっさり打ち倒して踏み越えていくでしょう。だが、あんたはこの程度の腕も剥がせない。なんでかわかりますか？
話せ。
てめえには刑事魂がないからだよ。
God damn. Oshi let go of his shoulder and Otaka tumbled onto the floor, sliding for more than 2 meters.
これは捜査妨害だ。公務執行妨害、いや、傷害の現行犯だぞ。緊急対応しろ。
Otaka ordered his 2 colleagues around, but they didn't know what to do. Oshi was also a policeman, and obviously there was something more going on between them. Besides, they could sense one thing. Their instincts were telling them that Oshi was far stronger than them. They were no match at all.
どうしましたか、大石さん。
Some officers were gathering in the lobby. They all looked puzzled.
いえいえ、県警の青二歳が筋の通らんことを言い出したもので、ちょいと先輩として指導したまでです。
The officers alternately looked between Oshi and Otaka. They knew something was going on, but they didn't know the circumstances, so they didn't know which one to stop. Oshi was respected by the policemen of the Okayama station. Everyone respected him. If Oshi said that Otaka was being selfish, then he must be at fault. Oshi was generally seen as sensible. All of them thought that Oshi would only do this in a public place like a lobby, if it was something major. Otaka was feeling humiliated to get such attention. He stood up calmly, hiding his humiliation with anger.
なるほど。あなたの言い分は分かりました。私も子供の使いでここに来ているわけじゃない。
いい根性です。胸を貸しますよ。かかってこい、青二歳が。
Oh shit!
お前はそんなもんか。くそー。お前の刑事魂はそんなもんか。俺はひなみ沢2000人を背負ってる。諸葛管内2000人の命を預かってる。ならば2000人を押し退ける気迫で今回。
It was like watching a match between a sumo wrestler and a small child. No matter how many times Otaka tried to tackle Oshi, he simply crumbled against him. Oshi stood firm, as if his feet were rooted to the earth. By the third time Otaka tumbled to the floor, he finally realized that he had been provoked. He caught his breath and fixed his hair.
わかりました。ならばお教えしましょう。私が担当している事件は、あなたもご存知の S 号絡みです。
Oh.
その経由で、とある方面から真偽を確かめてほしいと依頼されたのです。
Trying to play this trick.
回りくどい言い方じゃわかりませんな。もうちょいわかるようにお願いします。
何しろ疑われているのは南沢地区では新工場のマスコットともいえる少女の死なのです。それが事実かどうかすぐに確かめなければなりません。
だから電話で説明したでしょ。現在調査中。まだまだお時間がかかります。
いや、言いたくなかったんですがね。この依頼はもう託すのはやめましょう。あなたの大の苦手の園崎議員からです。
はあ、紋付き袴の怖い人。確かに苦手ですね。あの人に凄まれたら私も道理を引っ込めて無理を通すしかありません。
そうでしょう、そうでしょう。その園崎議員から大至急本当にフルで理科の死体なのかどうか確かめてほしいと依頼されたのです。住民の依頼ですからね。住民のための警察です。引き受けるのは当然ですよ。何しろフルで理科は南沢ではただの少女じゃない、特別な意味を持つ少女です。その少女の死体が出たなんて話が未確認情報でも流れれば、それを確かめたいと思うのは至極当然です。そうでしょう。
あんた、そういうのは一般の方の耳に入らないところで言った方がいいですよ。ここロビーですから。
失礼。
Otaka suddenly realized his mistake. Some people were even whispering behind him. One of them spoke to Otaka hesitantly.
フルでのリカちゃまが亡くなったってのは本当なのか？
ご安心を奥さん。まだそうと決まったわけではありません。それを確認するために県警から参上しました。
そうです。まだそうと決まったわけではありません。現在それを確認中なのでお待ちをと申し上げているだけなのです。
その確認に立ち会わせろと言っているのです。いいんですか？私は園崎議員の依頼でここに来ているんです。その私にここまでの邪魔をしてくれたというなら、それは全て議員に話します。困ったことになるのは大石さん、あなたの方なんですからね。そろそろ降参した方がいいんじゃありませんか。
Representative Sonozaki was well known in this area as an extremely tough congressman. The people who knew about him continued to whisper. Otaka grinned when he heard them whispering. He realized then that in Okayama, his threat was more effective than he thought it would be.
あらやだ。三郎さん、そんなこと頼んだのか？
そこの県警さんや。すみませんがの。それ、園崎議員さんが本当に頼んだんですかいの？
ええ、そうです。私が議員から直接依頼されたのです。どうです？大石さん、さすがに降参では。
People continue to whisper. Representative Sonozaki is a big name around here, Otaka thought. Even gangsters give away if someone mentions his name in here in Okayama.
さあ、議員が怖かったらそこを開けてもらいましょうか、大石さん。
反則切符の再交付は8番の窓口でご相談を。
はあ、私がいつ反則切符など。
Oshi suddenly started to talk about something completely different. In fact, Oshi was looking at something behind Otaka. Huh? Who was he talking to? Otaka wondered. An old-fashioned elderly man in a weighted kimono was standing behind him. When Otaka's eyes met with hers, she smiled at him. She's definitely my type, Otaka thought.
なあ、お前さん。本当に園崎議員に直接依頼されたんだね。秘書とかそういうのじゃなく。
そうですとも。こう見えても園崎議員とは懇意な関係でしてね。直接お電話をいただくこともあるのです。
The elderly man continued to listen with a puzzled expression.
お前誰じゃい？
名乗るほどではありません。県警本部に勤める一警官に過ぎませんよ。
あまりにもできすぎたシチュエーションです。笑うしかないですな。
なんだ、やっぱりこれは笑ってもいいところなのかい？それは私も気づかなかったわ。
Taka couldn't understand why Oshi and this lady were laughing.
どうしたんですか？今日はご一緒でお越しになって。
いや、それがね、例の切符なんだけどさ。
Traffic
左折
ticket.
禁止の看板が茂った葉っぱで見えなかったんだよ。その出口に白バイが待ってるってのはちょいとやり口が汚いんじゃないかいって言ったらさ、三郎さんがそれは抗議した方がいいって言ってこうしてついてきてくれたわけなんだよ。
ああ、行動の樹木は市役所の管轄ですからね。よくそういうのうちに来るんですが、なんともしがたいんですよね。それを知りながら出口で待ち伏せとるっちゅうがけしからんと思うてな。こうして抗議に来たんじゃ。わかりました。そいつは市役所と交通課に私の方から行ってきますんで、今日は一つ穏便に済ませちゃもらえませんかね。あんたがそう言うなら今日は引き上げるとしよう。
When Otaka realized they were Oshi's guests, he fixed his tie and spoke up.
でも違反切符はちゃんと支払うんですよ。規則です。
カチンとくるお人だね。
カチンとくるお人でしょ。お茶目な一面もたまにあるんですがね。
私は今そこの大石刑事と重要な話をしている最中なんです。さあ、お二人とも用が済んだらお帰りを。そして良い一日を奥さん。
Grab.
良い一日をね、県警の旦那も。
Grab. The two of them grabbed Otaka's shoulders from behind. The lady grabbed his right shoulder and the elderly man grabbed his left.
県警の旦那。私は生まれてこの方、嫌いなものが2つある。何かわかるかい？
は？
一つはしいたけ。生まれた時からこいつだけは苦手でね。食うのもダメだし、出汁を取ったのもダメさ。もう一つは嘘。食わされるのもダメだし、出汁に使われるのも気に入らない。ここまでコケにされちゃいけないね。石骨の鬼姫。 崎茜。売られた喧嘩は値引かないのだけが自慢さ。
園崎家のあんたが言うな。あと鬼姫って部分を一市民に置き換えれば完璧です。
は？
The police officers, the citizens of Nawabi, and Otaka's colleagues didn't know what was going on.
ご説明します。こちらは園崎茜さん、獅子骨市婦人権友会の副会長さんです。こちらは園崎三郎さん、県剣道連盟の名誉理事さんです。それより前に肩書きがありますね。失礼。獅子骨肉選出の県議、園崎先生です。いやー、お二人とも県警剣道部師範代の大高君に稽古をつけるために本日はお越しくださったんですよね。なははは、朝から本当に申し訳ございません。さあさあ、先生方を道場にお通ししてください。
So that conversation about the kendo certificates did have a purpose in the beginning. Oh, that's perfect. I love it.
銀さん。なんじゃい。お前さんとは恋の仲じゃな。踊りが言うたんじゃ。
Didn't even know the guy's name.
今日はとことん付き合ってもらうぞ。
私も久々に燃えてきた。
The two of them were still clinging to his shoulders and laughing meaningfully. Otaka laughed along with them. In pure fear. Otaka was murdered. Nobody cared. Oh, that was great. So perfect.
確かですわよね。確かに昨日の時点で入江所長は女王感染者が在宅しているのを確認したんですわよね。
在宅を確認なんてひどい。夏風邪をひいたというので様子を見に行ったんです。ですからリカさんの死体が見つかるなんてありえるわけがないじゃないですか。
そうですわよ。ありえるわけがないんですわ。でもそれを確認しないと信じてしまってその誤解する人もいますので。
誰が何の誤解をするんですか？
そのフルでリカが死んだなどと村に知れたら大変な騒ぎになりますし。
Now I'm certain that she's lying. I don't even need to wait to hear from Tomoki-san. Takano-san's objective is the execution of the emergency manual. Its premise is about to be destroyed, and that's why she is panicking. She finally found someone who showed an interest in her research, which made her feel better about herself. Yet that someone is about to cut her off, and that's why she's panicking. She's as pitiful as can be. If it were possible, if there was a way to reach out to her, I would reach out to save her from drowning. But my hand will never reach. It won't reach her unless she reaches out. She's drowning, but as long as she refuses to seek help, I'll never reach her. Until she realizes it herself, no matter how much I reach out, she'll refuse my helping hand. However, my selfish imagination will have to stop there for now. Is Rika-chan home or not? If she goes into the details, she'll become suspicious of me since I told her I saw Rika-chan at home. That will put me in a very dangerous position. The man who had been on the phone for some time put down the receiver.
三佐、電話に出ません。不在のようです。
監視班は何と言ってるの？
いえ、監視体制に入った17日以降、外出の形跡はなく、電話の一本もありません。
ねえ、入江所長。ということは、まだ中にリカちゃんたちはいるということですわよね。
ええ、そういうことだと思いますがどうでしょう。もうだいぶ治りかけて元気になってますからね。うまく抜け出して遊びに行ってるのかもしれません。ほら、今日は綿流しのお祭りじゃありませんか。リカさんの家の近くには確か模擬店部会の水場が設けられていたはずです。人の出入りも多いですから、監視の方が見逃してしまった可能性も。
どうなの？そんなことはあり得るの？
入江所長が出られた後には必ずシールしています。まさか窓から出たのでもない限りありえないでしょう。
山犬はあくまでも R は家を出ていないと、そういうのよね。
そうです。間違いありません。R は R 宅内です。そして17日以降、一度たりとも外出していません。絶対に在宅しています。
それを確認したのが入江所長だけで、山犬の誰一人確認していないのにそうだと言えるのね。
One of the mountain dogs looked at me. I swallowed, then nodded to him.
ならどうして沖宮署で R の死体が出てきたりするの？
ですからそれは誤報の可能性も。その後の情報では身元不明死体の検視はまだ終わっておらず、フルで理科であるというのは何者かの憶測に過ぎない可能性が高いと。
もうその話は聞き飽きたわ。その怪情報が流れて東京にまで伝わってからもう何時間が経過してると思ってるの？このままでは東京に。
Takano-san realized I was sitting next to her and shut her mouth. I could already tell what she wanted to say, though.
さんさ、東京の野村様よりお電話です。
だからしばらく待てと言ってるのに。
Takano-san usually has a lot of self-control, but she's not doing so well right now. Even her body language makes it clear how irritated she is. Does she have a habit of scratching herself? As she folded her arms, I could see marks where her nails touch her skin. She's clearly not doing well.
高野さんはお忙しいようですね。私が出ましょう。野村さんですか？初めてお電話いただく方ですね。
いえ、三佐宛てですので。
The mountain dog looked alternately between Takano-san's and my faces.
入江所長、今ちょっと立て込んでおりますの。大変申し訳ございませんけど、所長室にお戻りいただいてもいいですかしら。
そうですか。そうですね。入江機関の運営はあなたに任せています。私が口を出すことではありませんね。
誰か所長室までお送りして。早く。
She's basically telling me to get out. I left the security room quietly.
もしもし高野です。お待たせして申し訳ございませんわ。
何度もお電話して申し訳ございません。いかがですか？沖宮署の情報については確認できましたか？
申し訳ございません。今急ぐように指示をしているところです。すでに内部協力員を沖宮署に向かわせましたので、その連絡を待つだけなのですが。
そうですか。ではもうじきですね。では何時頃までにこちらにご連絡をいただけますか？
もちろん分かり次第すぐにご連絡申し上げます。ただそれがいつになるかはお約束が難しいのですが、大至急急がせておりますので。
Wonder what time it is yet.
サンサ、飛行機に乗ったことは終わりですか？
もちろんですわ。
飛行機が離陸するために加速するとき、この時に大きな出力を得るためエンジントラブルを起こすことがあるのだそうです。その時まだ大して速度が出ていないならブレーキをかけ離陸を断念するそうですが、4発の旅客機ならうち1つのエンジンが壊れていても飛行は可能ですから。それはもちろんこの度の作戦も同じです。エンジンは一つではありませんから、十分な速度が出ていれば離陸に踏み切るでしょう。後のことはどうとでもなります。ですがこの度の作戦という飛行機はまだ十分な速度どころか、これから離陸しようという段階です。お分かりですね。
The first step of the operation was Tomoki's assassination. That hasn't even happened yet, so what Nomura was saying was correct.
もしあなたが乗った旅客機が離陸前からエンジンが故障していると分かったらどうしますか？降りるでしょう。同じことです。離陸前からエンジンに故障が見つかったため、乗客であるクライアントたちが飛行機を降りたがっています。
If they were already at the point of no return, then a little mistake wouldn't matter that much. But since they're still before that point, they are overly cautious about even a tiny mistake.
それが本当に故障なのか、今点検させているところなのです。
ええ、存じています。あなたは管制塔の管制官、私は彼らをなだめる添乗員。離陸の見込みの薄くなる飛行機から降りたいと言い出すクライアントたち、そんな彼らを懸命になだめているところです。これ以上事態の改善が遅れると、この飛行プラン自体がなかったことになります。高野さんさ。それはつまりあなたの祖父の論文が世まいごとの打分俗文であったと烙印を押されることですよ。一人の少女が死ぬと村人が全員錯乱する。バカみたい。何を根拠にそんな世まいごとを。この分厚い研究結果は全てそんな空想論文だ。おかしい。高野ひふみと高野美代って何なのかしら。おかしいおかしいおかしい。
Takano ground her teeth. She squeezed the receiver so tight where her knuckles went white.
となってしまいます。お分かりですか？これはあなたとあなたの尊敬してやまないおじいちゃんの名誉を守るためでもあるんですよ。
ええ、お気遣いをありがとうございますわ。
安心してください。私はあなたの唯一の味方です。あなたにとって一番幸せに報われる結末になるよう最後までお手伝いします。ですのでどうか私の顔も立てて沖宮署の動向を確かめてください。私も努力してますけど、機嫌を損ねるクライアントの皆さんのお相手は楽ではないもので。
ご迷惑をおかけしますわ。もうしばらくだけご猶予を。ええ、はい、失礼いたします。
Takano made sure that Nomura hung up first, and then hung up herself.
おこのぎから連絡はまだないの？電話して。
三佐、つい10分前に電話したばかりです。情報が入ればすぐに連絡してくることになっています。少しお休みになられては。先ほどのコーヒーも。
The Unit member tried to serve a cup of coffee to Takano, but she knocked it aside. The cup fell on the floor, making a black puddle. Everybody in the security room went silent.
何よ。ボケっとしている暇があったら誰かモップでも持ってきなさい。10分前に電話してても構わない。もう一度かけて催促して。沖宮署の死体がフルで理科ではないという裏付けと行方不明の富武の確保よ。
Takano was starting to realize something. By now she could sense that there was something behind Tomoki's disappearance. Tomoki must know something about what's happening at the Okayama police station. He might look dumb, but he somehow found out about the plan, and he was trying to mess with Takano. So Tomoki was cruelly behind all of it. Takano had been intending to let him enjoy the festival that night if he behaved. The quickest way for Takano to be certain of what was happening would be to see Rika Furude's face at her house. But she couldn't leave and she couldn't trust Ire. And because there were too many people around for the festival, the Mountain Dogs had their hands full. If she would answer the phone, that would do, but she would never answer. That meant the house was empty. And that Rika Furude's death was real. What went wrong? Who deceived Takano? There was only one person. The only person who claimed that he saw her at the house. Ire was the most suspicious person around. Tomoki had left the hotel and was nowhere to be found. So maybe Rika had left her house and was hiding somewhere else. In other words, Ire betrayed her and was in contact with Tomoki.
入江所長に監視をつけなさい。
まさか所長の在宅確認が。どうして所長が。
富武はいつの段階でかわからないけれど私たちの計画に気づいたのよ。そして宿を脱出し R も秘密裏に安全なところへ避難させた。私たちはまんまと騙されて空き家を見張り続けてたのよ。
空き家ということはありえません。人影が確かに。
それが R だという保証はあるの？ R じゃない。監視する山犬を騙すために誰かがあそこに身代わりとして留守をしている。そうよ、そうに違いないわ。おこのぎに R 宅への強行突入を命じなさい。誰がいるんだか知らないけどそいつは富武や理科に通じている。そいつを締め上げるのよ。
しかし R 宅への突入は本日は不可能です。 R 宅前は水場になっており祭りの関係者が常にごった返しています。今日の祭りが終わる深夜までは不可能です。
それを何とかするのが山犬でしょうが。なんとかしなさい、なんとか。なんで私が言うことじゃ聞いてくれないの？私の言うことは聞けないっていうの？私の上の保護者の言うことじゃなきゃ聞けないっていうの？
The unit members could only watch in silence. They knew that nothing could comfort her. The noise of the phone suddenly broke the silence. Takano practically jumped.
はい。三佐、朗報です。カラスが東京調査部の定期連絡先の電話番号特定に成功したとのことです。
Oh boy, what time is it?
電話番号は獅子骨市内。山犬が住所の特定作業に入りました。
富武だ、間違いない。ひばり、腕利きを集めろ。奴は用心してるぞ。抜かるんじゃねえ。白崎はバックアップしろ。
了解。ひばり湾より全範囲へ。突入先が特定され次第出動するぞ。全員登場しろ。
電話会社の協力員はまだか。
調べさせてます。5分です。
It was 8:45 a.m. Oh shit. Okay, so it's almost 9. Just about. Okay. They didn't know where in Sisterborn he was staying, but depending on where it was, it might be too far to get there before 9 a.m. They would have to depend on luck.
バカ野郎！5分じゃねえ！50秒だ！何やってやがんだ！端末に番号を打つだけだろうが！
来ました。住所は市内平坂1丁目のホテルモデラート。交換機を経由しているため部屋番号は不明。
聞こえたな、ひばり。
了解。出動。
Luckily, Hisai Block 1 was close enough. Tokonogi had been right. Tomiki was hiding nearby. The garage doors of Okonogi Gardeners opened one after another, and the white van sped off in a hurry.
やら今度はこっちの番だ。まさか調査部に俺の子飼いが混じってるとは思わなかったろうよ。こっちが今度は貴様を奇襲してやるぜ。
Let's see. Hotel Madiato. Despite its name, it had a cheap stained sign out front. A dilapidated business hotel in the outskirts of town, the perfect place for someone to weigh well in. They might draw in some guests if they renovated the building into a more modern love hotel, but it was clear they didn't have the capital for renovations and could go under any minute. That's the kind of hotel it was, more like a motel. Tomiki was sitting in one of the rooms on the second floor. The interior of the room was worse than his previous hotel, and only had a bed and a phone. But that phone was what he needed the most at the moment. If he didn't have to receive regular reports, he would keep changing hotels, which was safer. But he needed up-to-date information from the research division, and his course of action would change according to that information. Moving about unnecessarily might cause miscommunication in case of an emergency. Tomiki never suspected that there was a spy in the research division. The ticking sound from the clock echoed throughout the room. It was almost 9 a.m., but the phone might not ring at 9 on the dot. Tomiki waited in front of the phone patiently. He tried to organize the information in his head so he could answer questions more calmly. At the same time, he kept in mind the possibility of an attack. At that time, he heard a woman scream in the distance. It happened again. He heard another scream. Tomiki got the sense that something was happening inside the hotel. His intuition told him that someone was checking every single room with a master key. Tomiki opened the curtains a little. He saw several mountain dogs who were blocking all the ways out of the hotel. How long had they been there? Finally, they had finally found where he was. Tomiki could hear their loud footsteps. He heard voices too. The cheap hotel wouldn't have chains on the door. They had no means to fend off the master key. Tomiki could tell there were around 20 of them. No, maybe there were more. It would be no use trying to fight with them. All he could do was hide. Under the bed, or in the bathroom. At the very least, the ceiling wouldn't open up like in the movies. Should he jump out the window? It was the second floor after all. It was perfectly possible to survive a jump. They would be expecting that, however. Yet this was right on city grounds. If he was confident in his legs, it wouldn't be impossible to outrun them. Tomiki soon heard footsteps outside his door. This was it. Oh shit. He jumped from the window. Of course there were mountain dogs on the ground waiting for him. They pointed and about 6 of them started running after him. Tomiki shot off right on from the position he landed in. This took the mountain dogs by surprise. He had started to dash right after he jumped out the second floor window. Tomiki was prepared to do something like that. He had been training in case of emergency, just like this one.
白鷺了解白鷺234
そっちへ行くぞ。来たぞ。やつだ。
Three members of the Mound Dogs jumped out from behind the streetlight and stood in Tomoki's way. They prepared to stop him, but Tomiki kept running at full speed. They quickly realized he wasn't running towards them to knock them down. He was trying to run past them. There was no point in them taking a fighting position. They lowered themselves and tried to tackle him simultaneously. Tomiki jumped over them. He jumped over them like an Olympic athlete leaping over a hurdle. But he wasn't an Olympic athlete, and they weren't hurdles. Tomoki's heel struck one of the dogs. The two flanking Tomiki thought they'd seized hold of them. However, as he flew over them easily, he grabbed onto the two of their heads and smashed them against each other. Tomiki knew that this wouldn't stop them, but at least he'd gain a little time to run. God, this really is a fucking political floor.
なんてバカ力だ。くそ、話が止まらねえ。
Tomiki saw a van with its doors wide open ahead of him. He couldn't stop in time and it hit the wall. As soon as it stopped, several Mound Dogs jumped out of the van. Tomiki saw 5 men ahead of him, but he didn't think even those 5 could stop him. Why do trains sound their horns at people on the rails? It's not because the train will get damaged, it's because the people will get hurt. He yelled at them like the horn of the train. He wasn't warning them because they were in his way. He was warning them to move so they didn't get hurt.
こっちはこれだけ人数がいるんだ。体重だけ見たって奴の5倍だぞ。それで押しかけてもなお奴を止められないってのか。ありえない。ありえねえ。絶対ここで止めろ。かかれー!
Tomiki didn't grin. After all, trains don't grin. Oh shit.
あっさりだったわね。いろいろと聞きたいことがあるわ。殺しちゃダメよ。こっちへ連行して。どうせ殺すけど、彼には似合いの死がすでに用意してあるんだからね。
The phone continued to ring inside of Tomoki's empty hotel room. Damn. Within 30 minutes, Tomiki was dragged through the back door of the Era Institute, wearing a gag and handcuffs. Tomiki didn't even move, as though he was sedated. Mound Dog members had carried him out of the van. Ire saw Tomiki from his window and came out of his office in a hurry. Takano was already there.
これは何事ですか、高野さん。
The Mound Dog suddenly glared at Ire. He realized that he shouldn't have left his room.
二郎さんの姿が見えないと思ったら、なんと末期発症をしていたのですわ。不審に思い、山犬たちに探させていて正解でした。
末期発症。富武さんがですか？
Of course, Tomiki didn't reply. Ire decided not to say any more.
そうですか。それはとても不幸なことです。すぐに治療薬を投与してください。
もちろんですわ。投与の間に合う段階だといいのですが。
Ire already knew. The Mound Dogs had tracked him down. Ire wasn't sure if Tomiki was able to arrange something with Tokyo. He wasn't even sure if the Bloodhounds had been called in. He could guess that Tomoki didn't have time. If the bloodhounds were called in, the mountain dogs would catch that information. And if that was the case, they would likely drop everything and run. But Tomoki was captured, and they brought him back to the Institute. That meant it hadn't gone that far, and they were still trying to fix the damage. In other words, Tomoki wasn't able to do what they had hoped for. What were they going to do to Tomoki? Since they brought him back alive, were they planning to torture a confession out of him? That would be very dangerous for him. He'd likely end up dead. He already realized that he had to do something in Tomoki's place. The main reason why Yurei had to rescue Tomoki was because he had no way of contacting Tokyo on his own. Takano wanted Yurei to be useless, so she never told him about how to get in touch with Tokyo. Yurei could receive phone calls from Tokyo, but he could only call them through Takano. Therefore, Tomoki was the key. Unless Yurei rescued him, they couldn't possibly win. But Yurei wasn't like the Mountain Dogs. He was simply a researcher. There was no way Yurei could rescue Tomoki from such a high-security area. There were 8 Mountain Dogs in the building. There were usually only 2, but Takano had called in for more. Of course, the basement was a highly secured area. One needed an access card to get in. That card was only given to people in the Yurei's position. In addition to the access card, one would need a fingerprint match as well. The access card alone wouldn't do it. Therefore, the only person who could rescue Tomoki from that high-security basement was Yurei. And so, even if it wasn't possible, Yurei had to do it. Yurei bunched up his hands into fists and held them tight to encourage himself, but he only noticed that his fists were shaking. Yurei, did you forget? Yurei remembered what Akasaka told him.
Tada, 自らの危機を図るのはとても難しいことです。まだ大丈夫、多分大丈夫などと思っているうちに連絡の機会さえ逃してしまいかねません。少しでも嫌な予感がしたら緊急時と判断していいでしょう。陰謀の度合いから考えて敵は私たちを生かしはしません。くれぐれもご用心を。
Yurei felt the cold sweat pooling on his back. Was this the emergency Akasaka was talking about? He shouldn't think that it was still okay. He might lose the chance to run. He realized that trying to do something by himself was foolish. He had his security access card, true, but that didn't mean he had to rescue Tomoki by himself. Just like how everyone else was trying to combine their efforts, he should also ask for help. Also, Tomoki was in their hands, which meant that the Mountain Dogs had realized they were under attack and were preparing to counter. It was very possible that they were suspicious of Yurei too. Once they broke into Rika's house, Yurei's lies would be exposed. Indeed, this was the emergency Akasaka was talking about. Yurei had realized that. He was already in danger. He needed to leave immediately. The Sonozaki residence was their gathering spot in case of an emergency. His allies were congregating at the Sonozaki residence. He should explain the situation to them and think about how to rescue Tomoki. Takano probably wouldn't kill Tomoki immediately. She was intending to kill him that night as the 5th year's curse, so there was still a little time left. He had allies, and with his security access card there was still a chance to rescue him. Yurei had to let Akasaka know that he was escaping. If they became suspicious of Yurei, they would check the house and Akasaka would be in danger too. In other words, it could cause a chain reaction. Yurei didn't miss his last chance to escape, but he still had to do his final job. Yurei picked up the phone at his desk, called Rika's home number, and left. It would continue to ring like that, sounding emergency signal. Yurei thought back to when he wondered how long he was going to stay in this director's room. He never knew this day would come so suddenly. He noticed a framed picture of his parents on his desk. Yurei had become a doctor so he could clear up the misunderstanding between his parents and regain his family ties. But how did he get involved in something like this? No, he would return. He would return and continue to fight against Himizawa syndrome. He vowed to himself that he would never abandon that responsibility.
必ず戻ってくるよ。父さん、母さん。
Yurei said his final goodbye and left the director's office. Damn.
サンサ、所長室の内線から外線へ通話中です。電話番号は R 宅です。
え？どういうことそれは？盗聴できるの？
もちろんです。ここでもモニターできます。
One of the members flipped a switch. There was a sound of a ringtone.
一体このタイミングで入江所長は何をあの家に電話しようというの？
やはり R は在宅していて、富武を捕らえたことを連絡しようとしているのでは。
ありえないことじゃないわ。聞かれてるとも知らずに。
What was Yurei going to talk about? Takano waited patiently to eavesdrop on the conversation. And there was nothing but a ringtone. It had been over 30 seconds. There was no answer. Nobody was home.
所長も根気がありますね。必ずいるはずだという強い確信があるのでしょうか。
サンサ、裏口のモニターカメラに所長の姿が。
The black and white quad display monitor showed Yurei running out the back door.
どういうこと？じゃあ誰が所長室から電話をしているの？
Takano became utterly confused, but the ringtone continued. It couldn't be. Takano finally realized what was going on.
罠よ。奴は私たちが監視しているのを知ってて、わざと空電話をかけて油断させた。入江は裏切り者の仲間よ。捕らえて。
一回保安室。入江所長を制圧せよ。標的は裏口から職員駐車場へ。
The two mountain dogs who were playing cards in the security room on the first floor jumped into action. The security room was located next to the back door, so Yurei was still within reach. Yurei had made a serious mistake. He could have left the clinic during the 30 seconds Takano and her men were listening to the ringtone. But when he got to the parking lot, he realized he forgot his car key on his desk in the director's office, so he had to go back and get it. It was only at this point that he realized he shouldn't have gone back. He should have escaped on foot. But Yurei wasn't used to emergencies, unlike Akasaka. It was a typical mistake any normal person who had never gone through anything dangerous would make. Although he made mistakes, he didn't forget to call Akasaka. People usually become extremely clumsy when they're in a rush. All he had to do was turn the key, but he couldn't even do that smoothly. It's like a horror movie. He kept turning the key. And finally the engine started. Yurei still thought that he was alright. Even if one of them questioned him, all he had to do would be to say that he was going out to get something. When he released the hand brake with his sweaty left hand, he saw two of the mountain dogs dashing out the back door. As the two of them looked around, Yurei's eyes met with one of theirs in the rear mirror. He pointed at Yurei's car, and the two of them started running towards it. Two of them looked extremely serious, and certainly not like they were chasing after him to return the dropped pen. Yurei's body was soaked with sweat. Before the two of them could jump on the car, Yurei stomped on the gas pedal and the car took off after spinning its wheels. Of course, the dogs didn't give up. They got into their own car and started to chase after Yurei.
保安より本部。所長は車両で逃走中。強制停車させますか？どうぞ。
サンサ、高野よ。おそらく行き先は古出神社ね。神社に行かれたら今日は人だらけ。捕らえることは難しくなるわ。多少の怪我も構わない。行かせてはダメ。強引に停車させなさい。
God damn, man.
保安了解。これより強制停車に移る。念のためバックアップを送れ。どうぞ。
本部了解。 ウグイスをバックアップに送る。だがバックアップは待つな。直ちに制圧せよ。
The Mountain Dogs had Irai's car in their view as it ran away at full speed. They have to find a perfect spot and timing to stop him. It's not easy to drive a car when you're in a rush. Of course, the more you step on the gas pedal, the more speed you gain. But when you're in a hurry, you can't control the steering wheel well enough to escape quickly. Irai could see his pursuers in his rear view mirror and was completely distracted by that. He was driving curiously. His driving was so reckless that he could easily get into an accident on his own. As the fear was driving him into confusion, he made a wrong turn. And that mistake made him even more confused and panicked.
町長、そんな運転じゃ危ねえぞ。一発で免停だぜ。
Although the two guys were ordered to stop him, they were starting to think Irai is going to get into an accident without them doing anything. They'd rather not drag this into a car chase if they didn't have to.
追跡中の保安車両へ。こちら大鳥湾、聞こえるか？
隊長だ。こちら保安車両。現在追跡中。現在地は5丁目付近林道。詳細な位置は不明。
本部要請につきバックアップに向かってる。到達予定は15分後。こっちは当てにするな。俺だって間に合うわけねえと思ってんだ。
Okonogi grumbled. He had to leave Okayama in a hurry to respond to Major Princess. But because of the distance, there was no way he could get there in time. Even so, he was still ordered to provide backup. He could have explained, but the princess wouldn't have listened to him anyway. The Mountain Dogs who were with Okonogi smiled bitterly.
追跡の方角は
最悪の場合、町の方へ抜けます。
そいつは許すな。山狩りはしてやる。足を破壊し。そこに人目は？武装は？
両脇は深い森林です。人目はなし。武装は保安車両常備の短期間銃が1。
The guy in the passenger seat reclined and climbed into the back. He lifted one of the seats and took out a black machine gun. The paint on one corner was coming up, and the shiny silver metal was exposed. It was a machine gun, but it didn't look as powerful as an ordinary one. However, once the dog extended his shoulder stock and set it into place, the weapon looked far more vicious.
保安常備は MP5 だ。
MP5, eh?
A5 か。SD3 か。
The man in the back seat looked at the uniquely sheep-shaped gun barrel. It was thick and long.
SD3 です。サイレンサー付き。
発砲を許可する。フルバーストでタイヤを破壊し。
保安車両を攻撃する。
Oh shit. The guy in the back seat opened up the driver's side back window and leaned out the car. His sharp eyes aimed at one of the tires on Irai's vehicle. It was a straight road. Irai's car was weaving, but not enough to avoid a shot. The pursuers had his car in their sights. They were trying to get as close to Irai's car as possible, but they were afraid they might get caught off if it overturned. They soon decided that this was as close as they were going to get.
3カウントで発砲する。3、2、1。
Fire! The sound the machine gun made was a lot quieter than what people would imagine, but its power was unimaginable. One of the tires in Irai's car was cut to shreds and collapsed in a puff of white smoke. Because one tire collapsed all of a sudden, Irai lost control of his car. He tried to steer away, but that made things even worse. As it spun, Irai's car drove off the shoulder of the road and slid down the slope into the forest. Shit. The sound of trees breaking and the car being battered from every direction disappeared down the slope. The pursuers stopped their car and looked down after it, but the plants were growing so high it was impossible to check from there.
攻撃成功。標的車両は斜面を転落。死亡の可能性もあり。これより徒歩で追跡、制圧する。
大鳥湾了解。ウグイスが周囲を探し回ってるぞ。 運が良ければ合流するだろう。こっちは相変わらず間に合わん。お前らが頼りだ。頼むぞ。
了解。更新を終わる。行くぞ。
The mountain dogs left their car and headed into the woods without hesitation. Meanwhile, Akasaka had received the phone signal from Mirai. The phone rang for over 3 minutes. The signal told Akasaka that Irie was in some kind of emergency and that Akasaka himself was in danger now. Takano made a mistake. She didn't realize the ringtone itself was a signal. She assumed someone staying at the house would pick up the phone eventually. Her error allowed Akasaka to receive that extremely important forewarning. Akasaka waited for exactly 3 minutes, then ran downstairs quickly. He had already put his shoes on while listening to the phone ringing. Akasaka had memorized the way out of the town from the map he kept near the phone. He knew the shortest route to the Sonozaki residence, as well as a number of alternative routes just in case the shortest was already blocked. People would be surprised to see a stranger coming out of the house, but Akasaka didn't care about that at the moment. He had to get to the Sonozaki residence immediately. However, the observers would see him, and that was the problem. They'd soon come after him. Upon finding the house empty, they assumed the man who ran from it knew something. Once Akasaka left Rika's house, he had to prepare to fight. He relaxed his shoulders and reached for the doorknob. Here we go. Let's fucking go.
R宅から不審な男が飛び出しました。
男？何者？どうでもいいわ。追って捕らえて。
監視班了解。追跡開始。制圧する。
It was only 10 a.m. It was a lively morning. Many people were getting ready for the festival. Akasaka weaved through the people going in the opposite direction and ran down the stairs leading for the shrine. The mountain dogs were already chasing after him. There was a significant gulf between the happy faces of the villagers and the serious faces on Akasaka and his pursuers. He could hear them coming up right behind him. He didn't even need to turn around to check. Akasaka held his breath, focusing all of his senses to their limits as they sprinted even faster than he usually could with all his might. The success rate of an escape depends on the distance between the pursuer and the pursued. Even a little distance makes a difference. Akasaka ran down to the bottom of the stairs like the wind, then headed in the opposite direction, away from the Sonozaki residence. Of course, this wasn't a mistake of his. He just wanted to lose them. The observers weren't ready for this chase. They never expected a fast and fully grown man to run out of the house. They assumed it would be a little girl. That assumption was their mistake. Besides, Akasaka's locomotive-like power was nothing like that of normal people. There was no way they could catch him. The mountain dogs fell for Akasaka's trick. They called HQ, told him that he was headed in the opposite direction, and followed him that way. Akasaka was confident that he could have had them completely confused if he had a little more time. Not only that, he could have attacked them individually. Were there 3 pursuers? No, there were probably 4 of them. His mind, body, and skills were all in top condition, so it should be possible for him. Usually overrating oneself is dangerous, but Akasaka was above such an immature level. Resisting violently at a place other than his destination might prompt them to waste manpower and time. But Akasaka wasn't sure of the real meaning of Irei's phone signal. They were at the severe level of emergency. Akasaka had no time to waste, so he had to get to the Sonozaki residence. As Akasaka ran as fast as he could, he tried to think about the situation calmly. Could he attack them first and then head to the Sonozaki residence? The pursuers were scattered about and running out of bluff. It would not be easy to fight 4 men at the same time, but it would be different to take them one-on-one. When Akasaka decided he had a high enough chance of winning, he took a deep breath and made a U-turn around the streetlight. The mountain dogs were surprised to see that the man who was running away from them was now running towards them. They prepared themselves to fight. But before Akasaka even reached them, he already had everything all planned out in his head. He had calculated how many blows would be required to take them all out, but his calculations were wrong. Without even needing a second blow, the first pursuer dropped after one of Akasaka's legendary armor-piercing punches connected with his face. And while the first was still in the air, his second armor-piercing punch took out the second pursuer. God damn, Akasaka's cool. Like, I don't know, this entire, like, section of, like, kind of action scenes, I just... Maybe it's because I recently watched all the John Wick movies, but I'm imagining that cinematography. Great action movies. There was a chorus of cicadas, which woke Irei up. He needed a little time to realize what had just happened. His seatbelt had saved him from serious injury. Your seatbelt skills, kids. Ugh. However, it was sheer luck that the metal parts of the seatbelt didn't get tangled and that the door didn't become warped. He was on the bottom of the slope, near a different forest road. Irei endured the pain and removed his seatbelt. He got out of his car soon after. He heard someone walking towards him through the bushes. A pursuer. He couldn't get caught just yet. If he was captured, it would be impossible to rescue Tomiki. Not only that, nobody would ever know that Tomiki was captured in the basement of the clinic. Even though Irei knew he was helpless, he couldn't falter here. The only thing he could do was resist him and run for as long as he could. But as soon as he started to run, Irei realized it. He had no strength. His legs were shaking and he couldn't even see straight. He had only been stepping on the gas pedal, but his lungs were about to explode and his brain was lacking in oxygen. It had to be that certain type of exhaustion that came immediately after hyperarousal. Irei understood that intellectually, but he still couldn't get his body moving. He tried to run, albeit in a wobbly way. He heard a noise coming down the slope behind him. This was it. But Irei still tried to run as far as he could. Irei heard the voice of his pursuer. Shit, he thought. What can I do? I have to run, I have to.
Shion-san, さっきから歌ってるその歌は何ですか?
Don't you know? It's really popular nowadays.
すみません。音楽には疎いもんで。
There was a wrecked car ahead. Light smoke was still visible, so the accident must have just happened. Kasai slowed down.
どうしたの？やっちゃったですね。ってあれ監督じゃない？
Oh shit. Their car stopped. The sound of the brakes startled Irei, and he fell on his behind. Irei was obviously the one who had been in the accident.
ハロー、監督。まさかあれ監督の車ですか？
シオンさん。大丈夫ですか、入江先生。すぐ医者へ行かれた方がいい。
監督を診療所に連れてって監督が自分で診察するわけですね。
さあ、立てますか。診療所までお連れしましょう。
診療所は困ります。園崎家に行かな。
監督？監督？ちょっとどういうことよ。まずいんじゃない？
Kasai looked at Irei's car, then looked around the area. Then he whispered to Shion.
シオンさん、訳ありのようです。
どうしたの？
入江先生の車に弾痕が。しかも拳銃とは思えません。
マジ？そっち持って。ひとまず本家に連れて行こう。
The two of them loaded Ira into the back seat, got in the car, and left in a hurry.
監督に話を聞かないと状況がわかんないですね。診療所は困る。どういうことだ。
診療所の何者かに追われたと見るのが今は妥当でしょうが、話を聞くまでわかりません。ただ相当のヤバいことに巻き込まれたのは間違いないようです。
あれ？どこ行くの？
Shion was confused as to why Kasai suddenly made a wrong turn.
敵は先生のタイヤを狙ってました。
Trying to lose them.
生かして捕らえるつもりです。私たちのすぐ近くに追っ手が迫っていたかもしれません。
ってことは追ってきてる？後方に遮影なし、上空に機影なし。この地形じゃ密着尾行以外は不可能でしょ。
念のためです。もう一度だけ左折したら本家へ直行します。申し訳ありませんが、シオンさんは後方監視をお願いします。
了解です。
保安より本部。標的は民間車両に拾われた模様。車両ナンバーと車種を送る。本部了解。捜索中のウグイスは民間車両に標的を変更。至急捜索せよ。入江所長は極力生きたままで確保。接触民間人も制圧せよ。ただし生死は問わない。
大丈夫なの？すぐに見つかるの？
ご安心を。所長の白衣には発信機が。ウグイスの応援車両には測定器が積まれていますので、三角測定法で位置を検知できます。
Son of a bitch. Yuri was lying in the back seat wearing his white coat. There was a device on his collar. The security department put it there just in case. So no matter how hard Shion tried to look for anyone following them, the enemy already knew exactly where they were.
ウグイス3、標的車両を発見。水車小屋の前を小道に入った。
There was a map of Himizawa on the table in the security room. The path by the watermill led to a certain private property. It belonged to the Sonozaki family, and the Sonozaki residence was the only building on it.
Sansa!
あらあら、袋のネズミね。
こちら大鳥湾。ウグイス、まだ突入するな。もうじき大鳥が合流する。合流してから一度に突入するぞ。
ウグイス1了解。
黒木、ウグイスにさっさと突入させないと相手に無駄な時間を与えるわよ。
感度あるし。
誰も私の言うことなんか聞かないんだから。
The Sonozaki family's basement had a security system which displayed images captured from various security cameras on the property. Of course, it wasn't as high-tech as the one at the Ira Institute. It was in the room on the second floor of a gasso house, a Japanese-style room where you had to kneel to avoid hitting your head. Huh, never heard of that before. With bundles of wire shaking away from the monitors, it felt like a hidden chamber. There was electricity and a phone nearby, and although it was in the basement, it had all the basic amenities of the Sonozaki residence. At first, all the club members had watched the monitor curiously, but after a while it got too hot in such a tiny room. Mion and Wena stayed in the room to observe the monitor.
みーちゃん、なんだろう。車が入ってきたよ。これは笠井さんの車だね。多分シオンでしょ。今日の祭りに合わせて遊びに来たってことだろうね。たくなんでこんな日に。空気の読めないやつ。
Your granny had been at the shrine since the early morning, so there was nobody upstairs to answer the door. And if Mion didn't answer it, Shion would think that nobody was home. Mion wondered if she should tell Shion what was going on. Shion could be helpful sometimes. Kasai's car stopped in front of the gate. Someone was getting out of it.
あれみーちゃん、あれ監督だよ。
They saw Shion and Kasai holding Ire on the monitor. Obviously, something serious had happened.
行ってみよう。レナにケイちゃん、一緒に来て。サトコたちはここでモニターの監視。リカちゃんは表に出ちゃダメだよ。羽生はそれでも出てかないようリカちゃんの監視。お任せですわ。なのです。みー、ひどいのです。
Maybe Okonogi had made the right decision. If he had let Nightingale go in as Takano had ordered, it would have been on the monitor. But Okonogi ordered them to stand by until another unit arrived, so they waited. So Mion didn't notice that the enemy was about to attack. By this time, there were many vehicles belonging to the Mountain Dogs parked by the windmill. Okonogi and Phoenix 1 had joined with Nightingale, and they were getting ready to head in. However, it had been a good idea to leave Sadako to watch the monitor. And if Mion hadn't gone out, Ire would have been killed. Mion didn't know it yet, but Ire was their only hope of rescuing Tomiki. So as a result, entirely by circumstance, they did everything correctly. Fate.
おねえもう神社の方かな。シオン、お姉たちどっから来てんですか。さては地下にいましたね。あそこで遊んでるって鬼ババに言いつけますよ。んなことはどうでもいい。監督は監督。
まさかやられたのか。
ってことはお姉たちも訳ありのようですね。何が起こってるんです？しーちゃん、話すからよく聞いて。実はね。
It's actually quite a lot.
監督、何があったんですか。
すみません。富武さんが山犬に捕まりました。診療所の地下区画に囚われているようです。私は逃げる時に奴らに追われて事故を起こしてしまい。
Ire explained everything he could while enduring the pain. Everyone was happy to see him safe, but Mion's expression quickly grew stern. Then she asked Shion a question.
追われてる。尾行はなかったよ。
とにかく中へ。良くない雲行きです。
He heard the sound of a car approaching, and it wasn't alone. Who could it be at this time of the day? It was a waste of precious seconds to even think that. Kasai picked up both sisters and went for the gate.
地下へ急ぎましょう。あそこなら安全です。
ミオさん、変な車がいっぱい来ますわよ。わかってる。地下に戻って。扉を閉めるよ。リカちゃんは？羽生さんと一緒に隠し部屋に入りましたわ。
ウグイス6標的を発見。R の友人数人も一緒です。
間違いないわ。あ、そうよね。ジローさん。
Tomoki was lying on the floor of the security room. His hands and legs were cuffed, and there was another pair of handcuffs to connect them, leaving them bent backwards on the floor. Jeez. He couldn't get up or even turn around. Takano laughed and poked Tomoki's side with the toe of her shoe. The mountain dogs climbed over the fence easily. There was no need for anyone to explain at this point. It was obvious that they were the enemy, and that they were the mountain dogs that we had spoken about many times. They went through the grove of trees and headed for the entrance of the underground storehouse. The first 5 mountain dogs were supposed to capture them all, but they fell down one after another. Just as one of the mountain dogs started to wonder why they fell, he felt something on his wing. The next moment, he was flying through the air. As he stood up, his wig got pulled again. He realized then that there was a rope wrapped around his wig. Because of the way he fell, the rope was wrapped tightly around it and wouldn't come off easily. Shit, man. Sadako had set up lots of traps in the bushes. After all, she wouldn't just sit around all day on an empty property. The club members headed into the underground storehouse one after another. The mountain dogs couldn't do anything, although they did see them. It was a heavy door, but when they pulled their strength together, it closed easily. Mia unlocked the door quickly, putting on the deadbolt for good measure.
これ大丈夫かな？破られないかな？テレビには5台、6台、いえ、もっと映ってたかもしれませんわ。全部ワゴン車で、中には変な男たちがいっぱい。
簡単には破られないでしょうが、荒ごとに慣れている連中です。過信しない方がいいでしょう。
Before he could even finish speaking, someone pounded on the door. The second group of mountain dogs had arrived. Although the heavy door was separating them, it wasn't at all comforting to know that the enemy was just on the other side.
私の失態ですみません。
監督は何も失敗してないですよ。とにかく奥へ行こ
う。そうだな。監視カメラの様子で敵の人数を探ろうぜ。
ああ、はいはい。私はのけ者で事情もわからずいきなりクライマックスですよ。はい。あ、もう。あんたには5分時間ができたら全部説明するから。
ウグイス1より大鳥1。標的は防空壕のようなところへ逃げ込んだ。扉は鋼鉄製、突破できない。
大鳥1了解。この園崎家ってやつはとんでもない金持ちだな。敷地が広すぎて包囲は不可能だ。包囲は断念。俺たちも突入に加わるぞ。ウグイスはその辺の倒木を探せ。大筒にして扉をぶち破る。
Damn.
大鳥7より大鳥1。インドア用のプラバクがあります。準備しますか？
Plastic explosives are explosives for military use, C4. There are various different kinds, but he was talking about the type specifically made to break down doors. Okonogi momentarily thought it was a good idea, but changed his mind right away. This was a small village. There was an explosion everybody would hear. It was daytime, and they were on the surface. It was the worst time and place for the mountain dogs to do their job.
さすがに爆破は無理だな。ああ？いや待て。今何時だ？
もうじき10時です。
10.
使えるぞ。大鳥7、やるぞ。新刊を準備しろ。
は？隊長、どうして10時だと爆破が可能なんですか？
Okonogi's mind was working sharper than ever. He was sure that this would work. The hell happens at 10? Everyone gathered in the secret room, enough to cover an explosion.
みんな大丈夫なのですか？監視カメラを見てましたのです。敵は多分30人くらいいますのです。
そんなにかよ。やってくれるぜ。
ちょっとスイッチをいじるよ。連中立ち往生してるよ。
When Mion touched a switch, the screen switched to the view of the entrance to the basement. Some of the mound dogs were checking out the door. They didn't appear to be trying to force it open. They were simply at a loss for what to do.
向こうはどう打って出るでしょう。こっちを袋のネズミと思ってますもの。多分大勢で体当たりでもして無理やり破る気ですわ。
なんだこいつら、丸太なんか持ってきて。
どうやらあれで扉を打ち破ろうとしているようです。
今サトコが袋のネズミだと言いました。なら相手が扉を開けようと苦闘している間にここを脱出するべきだと思います。
Yeah, get out using the well.
同感です。それに富武さんも助け出さないと。
そうだね。いくらここの壁が厚くても敵に見つかったら価値はないと思う。レナも脱出する時だと思うな。
おねえ、この状況ならもうとっくに警察に電話できる段階じゃありません？だね。一番最初の市民の権利を忘れてたよ。仮に警察のスパイに電話を聞かれたとしても、もうこの段階ではバレバレだしね。大石さんが駆けつけてくれるはずさ。
Mion picked up the phone. Why hadn't she thought about this earlier? To cut down the phone lines.
どうした？
Mion panicked as she tried to listen for a dial tone.
電話がなんで？
Bingo.
うんともすんとも言わない。
ケーブルが切られたかもしれません。
Suddenly, everything went dark. Shit.
なんだろう？停電？
Kasai lit his cigarette lighter, and Mion turned her emergency flashlight on.
地下の弱点を突かれたね。でもこれだけ暗ければ敵だって簡単には。わかんないけど、多分暗闇でも見える機械とかあるんじゃない？
Maybe night vision.
持ってそうよね、あの連中。ミオンさん、どうして敵は電気を切断しましたの？ただの嫌がらせ？
嫌がらせ以上の意味があるとすれば、ここのセキュリティを殺すこと。
あいつら扉を撫でてましたの。諦めたんじゃない。あっという間に壊す方法を持ってて、それを気づかれないためにカメラを壊そうと、それで電気を切ったんじゃ。
まさか爆破する気？
ってことは扉は一瞬で破られて、ここにもう砦の価値はねえってことじゃねえのか？
みーちゃん、今すぐにここを脱出しよう。さっき言ってた核シードの脱出口を教えて。こっちです、みんな。
Mion was getting confused amidst all the chaos. She hadn't underestimated the mound dogs. She even considered that they would have some explosives. But she didn't think they would use them in Himizawa in broad daylight. Somebody will heal the explosion. Is there even such a thing as a silent explosive?
荒っぽい連中なんだろう。多少の危険は顧みないのかもしれないぜ。
確かにこんな事態ですが、山犬は非常に慎重な奴らです。こんな真っ昼間に爆弾なんて、高野さんならともかく、あのお好みさんが許可するはずがない。
Why the hell would Okonogi allow it to happen at 10? What the hell would cover it up?
それでもぶち抜こうってのかい？いい度胸だよ。
レナはわかんないんだけど、音がしない鉄砲があるように、音がしない爆弾ってあるの？
ないです。
どんな爆弾もみんな似たような音がします。そうか、わかりましたわ。奴らの狙い。監督は綿流しの本部役員ですわよね。今日の祭り、雨天延期の判断は？
確か今日の10時に決まって。あ、
まさか運動会と同じで。気を隠すには森ってことね。
Ah, son of a bitch. Rika knew Okonogi well. He would always complain about how he had to guard her like she was a princess. Rika had never expected Okonogi to be so sharp. That was why she was more frustrated than anyone else. The mountain dogs had quickly set explosives on the basement door. Long wires were connected to the explosives, and the mountain dogs were waiting at the other end, lying flat on the ground. One of the members was holding a detonation switch. All the wires were linked to it.
もうじき10時です。
今朝連中に先生を撃たれた時はよ、よりによって今日かよと思ったよ。だが今は今日で助かったぜって思ってるぜ。
Okonogi had realized that he could use the festival effectively. He was going to make sure his enemies got what they deserved. On the morning of the village event, they used fireworks to let everyone know that an event is going to take place that day. Son of a bitch. This method is often used for track and field days at schools. Since Wanakagashi starts in the evening, the fireworks go up at 10 a.m. The fireworks, of course, make loud explosive noises. Since Himizawa is located in a ravine, the sound echoes, making it hard to figure out where it's coming from. And that was an advantage for the mountain dogs. A loud noise and a shock shook the ground like an earthquake. The explosion must have warped support beams everywhere. There was a discomforting squeaky noise, and the desks fell from the ceiling. It certainly was powerful. The explosion must have blown the door wide open. An explosion that took place without anyone noticing it. Mion led everyone into one of the rocky caves. There was a well-hidden shaft in there. They called it a hidden well, but it was actually a very eerie vertical tunnel. They didn't have enough flashlights for everyone, so there was no way for them to see the entirety of this ominous hidden well.
こいつを降りろってのか。どこまで続いてるんだ。
だいぶ降りると途中に横穴があるの。そこを抜ければ山中のフルイドに抜けられるようになってる。ってことは、それについて一番詳しいお姉が先頭打者決定です。お先にどうぞ。私がトップ？他の誰がトップなんです？しんがりは私と葛西が務めます。早く行って。わかった。
Mion was going to volunteer to take the rear, but Mion and Chiad knew it instinctively. Because there were so many of them, the rear might not make it in time. Unlike the iron door at the entrance, once the enemies were inside, all they have to do is go through the inner doors, which were easily breakable. The route was basically a straight line. They probably won't get lost on their way. That's why Shion took the rear guard position before Mion did. After all, she was actually the older sister. Shion wanted to protect her younger sister, who was playing the older sister in this real emergency. Mion intuitively knew what Shion was thinking. Mion understood well the relationship between her sister and herself. She wasn't the only one who felt guilty for taking the older sister's position. Shion felt guilty for making Mion take on the responsibility of the family head. And here, finally, was a chance for Shion to atone.
ミオンさん、武器庫の鍵を。今は開けるべき時です。
Mion suddenly flew over the key. Kasai and Shion took it and ran deep into the locked tunnel.
みんな聞いて。横穴まではだいたい30メートルちょっと。落ちたら底なしだよ。しかも真っ暗なんだからね。慎重に降りて。待機してる人はちゃんとはしごを照らしてあげること。一度にせいぜい1人か2人しか降りられないね。私が先陣を切る。照らしてて。
ミオンさん、気をつけて。照らす人も落ちないように。
If the lights were on, they could have gone down quickly. There were actually a few light bulbs inside of the well. Of course, Mion had already checked them. It was now concerned that the enemy had cut the power to the basement. It was extremely dangerous to go down this well with just a little light from the flashlights. As one went down, there had to be people lighting up the way. Mion was right. She realized as she went down herself that it was almost impossible to go down the ladder without the weak light from the flashlights. The lights didn't reach all the way down. In the darkness, her feet suddenly became unsteady. Every step she took made her more nervous. It was about 30 meters to the horizontal tunnel. That's quite deep enough already. But the hidden well went deeper than that. If Mion fell, she wouldn't just injure herself. Hasn't been 30 meters yet, she thought. She couldn't even remember exactly how long 30 meters was. Had she missed the horizontal tunnel already? At that time, she felt a cold breeze on her body. She could sense a huge hole nearby, so she took out a flashlight to light the surrounding area. She saw the black tunnel yawning before her. Mion went up the way from below.
よっしゃ、次はリカちゃんだ。その次が監督で、次が羽生、佐藤な。どんどん降りろよ。
Yuri wanted to say that he would go last, but Wenna gave the order first. They couldn't get into the basement of the clinic without Yuri. Without him, they couldn't rescue Tomiki. Their lives were all equally important, but at least for the moment, his was the second most vital after Wika.
気をつけてください。照らしています。
分かってる。みんなも急いで。
Oh shit. Wika was much shorter than Mion. She couldn't go down the ladders as easily. Her legs were too short and her left foot slipped.
大丈夫。くそ。いつまで経っても成長できない人生なんてごめんよ。私は昭和58年6月を超える。そしてね、もっともっと身長が伸びるのよ。胸だってもっと大きくなる。いつまでもこんな子供の体なんて絶対にごめんなだから。
Though she had been living for over 100 years, Wika was still afraid of heights. As she fought that fear, she tried to climb down as quickly as possible. After a while, the light from the top didn't reach her anymore, and Mion's light from below lit her way. Mion's light was enough. The next person could come down.
僕はもう大丈夫です。次、降りてきて。さあ、次は監督なのです。大人ならキビキへ降り遊ばせ。
わかりました。先に行きます。
Mound dogs moved forward carefully, wearing special goggles so they could see in the dark. The one in front noticed Sadaka's trapped and stopped the rest of the men.
ウグイス7よりウグイス1へワイヤー観音のトラップを発見。突入は慎重を要す。
ウグイス1了解。大鳥1トラップの痕跡少なからず。通電を検討されては。
バカ野郎、そんなことしたら連中が逃げやすくなっちまうじゃねえか。向こうはこの暗闇で逃げるのもままならねえはずだ。俺たちに有利なフィールドを最大限に使う。この暗闇で追い詰めて捕らえる。 これほどのでかい号別に出口がきっとある。連中は隠れたりしないぜ。必ずそこから逃れようです。突入班に火器と砲弾とスタングレネードを与えろ。その崎家っていやヤクザの大御所だ。密輸拳銃くらいの反撃は想定しろよ。ってことはそのワイヤートラップのクライモア程度には注意しろってことだ。全身に1000個も鉛玉食らいたくなかったらな。全身バラバラになるぞ。
了解。
Sadako's traps were effective only because they were professionals. Sadako assumed any professionals would misinterpret their traps as more dangerous ones. That's why she ran wires everywhere. And Sadako was right. Although the Mound Dogs were successful at breaking down the iron door, they hadn't even reached the torture room. However, the huge cave with the hidden well was just on the other side of the door to the torture room. It was just a matter of time before the enemy caught them.
よっしゃ、次はレナだ。
ケイチ君も急いでね。ケイちゃん、どんな感じですか？
ああ、今レナが降りてる。割とキリキリ降りられるみたいだぞ。
はいはい、焦って落ちないようにね。その井戸、歴代園崎家に逆らった連中の死体を捨てるのに使ったって噂もある底なしの井戸だそうですから。
シオン、お前なんだよ、その持ってるの。
Chiana returned with a big machine gun in her hands. What the heck, Kechi thought. It's one of those machine guns they use in war movies. Its defining characteristics is the way the magazine is bent forward. What's it called again? Kasai had one in his hands too. Wait, AK-47. Wait. He appeared used to handling machine guns. It almost didn't look real. But it seemed like a natural fit for the surreal world lit only by flashlights. Kechi felt like the odd one out here, since he didn't know how to use a gun. Shion and Kasai hid on the opposite sides of the cave so they could see the entrance to the torture room. Not only Kasai, but Shion also seemed to be used to doing things like that.
シオン、その役は俺がやる。だから次はシオンが降りろ。
ケイちゃんの男のプライド、サンキューです。でもケイちゃんにカラシニコフの説明をするより、ケイちゃんの番になったらキリキリ降りてくれる方がロスタイムは少ないです。気にしないで。いい女は死なないから。
As Shion winked at Kechi, they heard a door being knocked down nearby. Immediately, Shion and Kasai works turned stern, and they took cover behind the locks, aiming their guns into the darkness. The enemies had entered the torture room. There was a flashlight next to the door. Kasai left it there. The Mound Dogs seemed to be able to see in the darkness, even though they couldn't. So it was an improvised solution. The footsteps of the Mound Dogs were growing closer. They were passing through the torture room. In other words, the door was the only thing separating them from their enemies.
Shion, お前が先に降りろ。
シオンさん。
んで、ケイちゃんに譲って私だけ生き残ったら、私はお姉に一生恨まれますって。私の思い人はもういないけど、お姉にはいるもん。
は？お前、この忙しい時に何の？
Don't worry about it, Kechi. It's complicated.
死ぬ気はないけど、シオンに伝えて。私たち、また次の時も双子がいいね。
Oh, shit.
行け！
Shion yelled, telling Kechi to move on. He didn't understand why Shion said to tell Shion, but she asked him, so he had to convey that message. Otherwise, if something terrible really happened, Shion's message would never reach Shion. An explosion shook the air. Something was thrown in from the torture room. The explosion from that and the noise from Kasai's machine gun sounded at the same time. The clamor echoed in the cave. All I can do as those violent flashes of light burned the series of images into my eyes is shed tears over my intolerable powerlessness and climb down the ladder. Neon quickly screamed from below. I descended and screamed up to the top too.
ウグイス1攻撃を受けた。敵は隠し部屋奥の大空洞内で阻止線を展開。マズルフラッシュは2、おそらく AK だ。
集団がうまいぞ、プロだ。大鳥1、指示を行う。
そう来なくっちゃな。相手はプロだぞ。キリングハウスの卒業生以外は突入するな。ウグイス1、2、大鳥7、8、突入準備。火器はいくつある？
MP5 が4、各種グレネード多数。防弾盾は突撃銃には信用できない。大きさ。
入ってすぐ脇に発光した懐中電灯が落ちている。おそらく向こうは暗視装備がないものと推定。
ウグイス1だ。突入は俺たちでやる。合図と同時にスタングレネードを放り込み、突入3回。
Shit. While the enemies were quiet, Kasai changed his magazine.
シオンさん、もう十分です。言ってください。
私が抜けたら、葛西が弾倉を変えている間に誰が弾幕張るんです？ツーマンセルが基本でしょ。
There was a contradiction in what Shion just said. According to her theory, the last two can never escape. Neon kept shouting from the tunnel below.
Shion no baka! Hayaku orite!
Everyone knows it wasn't safe to stay, but nobody could stop Neon from screaming.
俺とミオはここでシオンを待つ。レナはみんなを連れて裏山に逃げてくれ。
わかった。嫌よ。誰が欠けても嫌。いいか。これが最後の世界なのよ。ここで一つ後悔が残ったから、もう一度やり直そうというのはもうない。私は嫌よ。シオンが死んだり葛西が死んだりする未来はごめんよ。もうやり直せないって知ってるから嫌よ。いやいや絶対嫌。だからシオン、早く降りてきて。
As they looked up to the top of the well, they saw a violent flash and heard a roar. Then they heard explosive sounds, different from the sounds of the machine guns that Chia and Kasai were using. They also heard a tinkling sound, which could have been the sound of bullet shells. They couldn't see anything other than the flashing lights. Only the noise reached them. When everything stopped, after a little silence, footsteps that didn't belong to Shion and Kasai gathered at the top of the well. They could hear hard, soiled shoes kicking the bullet shells as they walked.
クリア。ウグイス1より大鳥1、銃眼を制圧。
Son of a bitch. Fuck. That voice echoed down the well, and Beyond and the others heard it too. They didn't know how to react. Some became speechless, some started to cry, some let out a wordless scream. They looked up the well as they waited for Shion and Kasai to come down, but there was no sign of them. A bright beam of light shone down from the top of the well. Ire grabbed me on Akechi's collars and pulled them back, but they could see in the dark. They might already know that Ketchy and the others were hiding in that horizontal tunnel.
了解。試みる。聞こえるか？返事をしなくてもいい。聞け。
A guy shouted from the top of the well.
女王感染者フルデリカと診療所長入江京介を引き渡せ。君たちは誤解している。我々は特別な風土病を撲滅するためにやってきた。今回の件は所長がある陰謀に加担している可能性があるためだ。君たちには何の関係もない。おとなしく両名を引き渡せ。
They had already turned all of the flashlights off, so nobody could tell what kind of expressions were on each other's faces. But I could sense Mion's expression distorting. And because of the darkness, nobody knew to stop her from screaming.
この少女のことが。それが問題ならば安心しろ。生きている。気絶してるだけだ。
生きてるってよ、みーちゃん。
Mion didn't rest easy at their announcement, though, because she knew that Sion's survival wouldn't help resolve the situation.
こっちの男も同じだ。生きてる。だが、両名の引き渡しを無駄に拒むなら、この二人を交渉に使わねばならないぞ。
何をする気？
As Mion looked up to the top of the well in the dark, it suddenly became very bright, and she saw something unbelievable. Shion was unconscious, and one of the men was holding her. He was basically sticking her body out over the edge of the well. Oh, motherfucker. If the man let go of Shion, she would fall to the bottom. They had no idea how far down it went. There was no way she'd survive. Shion didn't reply, but she moved just a little bit. Shion was alive, at least for the moment.
はったりだ。落とすわけね。
は？何を根拠に言ってんの？人質ってのはね、2人以上いる時に限りいくらでも殺せるんだよ。上にはシオンと葛西さんがいる。奴はシオンを突き落としてもう一度こっちに同じ選択を迫れるんだよ。はったりなんかで言ってるんじゃないんだよ。
Man lashed out fiercely at Ketchy. He regretted saying what he just did.
考える時間が必要なら与える。ただし、60秒経過したら最初の人質を突き落とす。よく考えて素早く決断しろ。
どうしよう、どうしよう。
Man was half crazed with fear and panic.
敵の狙いは私です。リカさんはすでに脱出に成功したということにして、私だけが行きましょう。それで多分許してもらえるはずです。
That plan sounded like the best idea for minimizing damage, but Rena quietly spoke up.
ダメ。シーちゃんたちがレナたちの逃げ出す時間を稼いでくれたんだもん。監督が言ったら何のためにシーちゃんたちが頑張ってくれたかわかんなくなっちゃう。じゃあ何？シオンにしないと言うの？レナ、あんたシオンが死んでもいいって言うの？あんたね、シオンは！やめてくださいまし、ミオンさん。私だって胸が張り裂けそうなんですのよ。だってシオンさんは私のネーネーなのに。
Mion started to cry as she held Sadako's head. The mountain dog's beam of light shone into the horizontal tunnel. Their eyes had grown used to the darkness, so even with a little light they could sort of see one another. But so what? This was a desperate situation, and Mia and Sadako continued to cry. Rena bit her roller whip, trying to hold her feelings in. Yuri simply looked down. And as for Rika and Hanyu, they were restless.
どうすればいいの？羽生、どうすればいいのかわからない。僕にもどうすればいいかわかりませんです。あんた神様でしょ。なんとかしてよ、なんとかしてよ。神通力とかで敵をやっつけてシオンを助けてよ。奇跡でも起こらなきゃ救えない。なら起こしてよ。神様のあなたが起こしてよ。
Swap. They all heard a strange sound. Everyone was surprised to see what caused it. Hanyu just swapped Rika in the face.
リカ、聞きなさい。羽生、私たちは共にあまたの世界を渡り、人の身では知り得ないことをいくつも知ってきました。ある時はあなたが教えられ、ある時は私が教えられ、いくつもの大切なことを学び、ようやくこの世界で最も大切なことを学び取りました。私たちが求めてやまず、そしてようやく得たもの、それが何かわかりますか
Knows how to make a miracle happen. A miracle is like a number you get on a die. People think that the result of the world depends on God's mood. God holds the key to miracles. Humans don't have the right to control them. But although humans don't have the right, they can perceive. They can perceive how to improve their odds and how they can make a miracle happen.
奇跡の起こし方。いいか、あなたはもう知っているはずです。私よりも先に知ったはずです。あなたが本当に大事にしたいこの最後の世界で知りつつ、そのやり方を試さないのですか。
Rika's mouth hung open. That's right, she thought. I had forgotten again how to make a miracle happen.
みんなは逃げてください。
Rika stood up. Everyone was surprised to hear what she said.
入江、みんなを頼みますです。高野は入江も僕も殺すでしょうが、僕の殺し方には高野なりのこだわりがあるはずなのです。だから多分しばらくは殺されないでしょう。
Oh, shit.
冗談じゃねえ。でも必ず殺されるってことじゃねえか。
僕が出て行かなければ今すぐシーたちは殺されます。なら僕が捕まっても僕が殺されるまでの時間はきっと反撃のチャンスにもなりますです。リカちゃん、考えてみたらとっても簡単なことだったのです。
Shit. As she spoke, Rika stepped out of the horizontal tunnel and reached a ladder. The beams of light shone down upon her. In this dark world, her figure seemed almost holy, like someone receiving a divine revelation.
だって僕たちは絶対に勝てるってみんな信じてるから。僕もみんなも、そして神様までも信じてるから。ニパー。
Rika's smile told them that she trusted them 100%. She believed someone would come rescue her before she got killed. That was why she didn't mind letting them to capture her. If it would save Shion and Kasai's lives, then it was nothing.
今上がります。死を引っ込めるのですよ。
The mountain dogs pulled Shion's body away from the edge of the well.
僕の仲間に指一本触れてみろ。舌を噛んで死んでやりますです。高野、自分の手で僕を殺したがってますから、お前たちは困ったことになりますですよ。
分かった。上がってこい。
僕の仲間をこのまま見逃すのです。どうせお前たちの計画でやがて。
その条件は飲めない。命は保証するが拘束する。
じゃあお気の毒さようなら。舌を噛むよりここで手を離した方が早いわね。この底は深いわよ。私の死体が出てこないと、それにまたお前たちが計画に困るんじゃない。
As long as they captured Rika, the mountain dogs didn't really care about the others. They were all ready to kill the rest if they resisted once they had Rika. That's why they wouldn't agree to Rika's request. They started to think that maybe they should just lie to Rika. But that was when they heard something. Hanyu started to speak in a queer voice. It was a voice with a very mysterious tone. It sounded like it was coming from below the surface of the earth, but it also sounded like it was coming from heaven. Hanyu spoke.
この私が取引に応じると言っている。ぐずぐず言わずに言う通りにせよ、ゲロ。
Holy shit.
フルでリカは上がる。それに対し求めた小さな約束を履行せよ。天は自ら与えるものに与えることはない。人の身に過ぎた考えは不要。身に過ぎた偽りの罪に身の程を知れ。
Nightingale 1, the member who had been demanding their surrender, was suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. He had been in such an advantaged position, but somehow it didn't seem that way anymore. In that girl's voice, there was something strange about it. That voice belonged to something both holy and sacred. He instinctively sensed it. Humans can only negotiate with other humans. It's impossible to negotiate with a being greater than all humans.
待て。隊長に相談する。そのままで待て。ウグイスワンより大鳥ワン。
He had been very threatening until just a minute previous, but he had grown completely perplexed. Everyone was stunned by Rika and Hanyu's mysterious auras.
すぐ助け出すからね。
Wenna muttered as she tried to hold back her tears.
貴様らの条件を飲もう。この場は見逃す。フルでリカは上がれ。高野三佐がお前に用があると言っている。
では行ってきますですよ。ミパー。
Shit.
探しましたね、リカさん。あなたは大事な身なんですから、急に姿を消されちゃたまりませんね。こいつはルール違反です。では、リカさんは診療所に来てもらいましょう。お前たちは行け。
The assault unit that led Wika away headed back into the basement. They were about to break the rules too.
約束を破る気ね。
約束？そりゃ何の話ですんね。おおっと、つったら本当に舌を噛まれちゃ叶いませんわ。
Son of a bitch.
おい。
As Wika tried to run, Okonogi grabbed her fragile arm. She fought back, but her resistance meant nothing against him. One of the mountain dogs took out a syringe from a case. It shouldn't kill her, but it would probably put Wika to sleep. Takano, after all, didn't need a chatty Wika. She just needed a live queen carrier. If Wika got that shot, that will mean the end of this world. Before Wika could scream, the other dog covered her mouth. The dog with the syringe drew closer to Wika's arm. Wika was being grabbed from behind and her mouth was covered. There was no way for her to fight. I believe, even if I'm asleep, I believe. Wika kept repeating that in her mind. She believed that someone would wake her up. And that the first thing she'd see when she opened her eyes would be her beloved friends. It happened all of a sudden. The man with the syringe spun twice in the air and dropped to the ground. Nobody, including Okonogi, could understand the sudden phenomenon. It defied the very laws of physics. Wika couldn't understand either. The man who was holding Wika from behind spoke up. Akasaka. His voice had such a heavy feeling imbued in it.
数えきれない世界で後悔した。いつも気づく時には手遅れだった。
お前、誰だ?
The others took a few steps back, away from Wika and the man holding her. There were many units within the Mountain Dogs, so often its members don't remember each other's faces. There were just too many units, so nobody really paid attention. All of the Mountain Dogs were more or less well built, but this man had an excellent physique. Even Okonogi noticed that he'd never seen anyone like that in one of his units before. Rather, he actually wanted to recruit him. But...
私がずっと一番伝えたかった言葉を言うよ。リカちゃん、君を助けに来た。
Let's fucking go! The hands that were holding Wika left her shoulders. They left ever so gently. And as soon as they did, they transformed into a pair of furious fists which implanted themselves in the faces of the men attacking them from behind. They flew through the air. Akasaka hit those two without even turning around. 5 members of the Mound Dog surrounded Akasaka. However, he didn't even see them. He could only feel the deep emotion of finally being able to do what he had been longing to. And the 5 of them sensed it. That maybe, just maybe, he didn't even care that they were there. On Okonogi's signal, the 5 Mound Dogs bore down on Akasaka. Wika dropped to the ground, and Akasaka was left standing. Akasaka came back to keep a promise he made with a girl 5 years ago. But his promise was worth more than 5 years. Wika knew that. Akasaka probably understood it too. The promise went back 100 years. For 100 years, he regretted not being able to save her from the conspiracy. He believed that one day there would be a miracle and he could travel back to this day. That was why he continued to train himself. His strong will and weakest wish made that miracle happen. That one and only miracle allowed Akasaka to be here in Himizawa in June 1983. The first one went down in the time it took Okonogi to blink. Lowering himself to grapple Akasaka had proven fatal. He wasn't so soft as to let such perfect openings go by. Akasaka's hand smashed into the back of the man's head. His blow was powerful enough to smash a pillar of ice or shatter a mound of tiles. As it happened, Akasaka was holding back a little so that his target wasn't too injured.
その手加減を赤坂は初段からやめる。だから一撃で撃沈する。微塵ほども容赦なく。
Holy shit! Akasaka's well-trained fist continued to knock down the mountain dogs, one member for every time Okonogi blinked. One hit per opponent was all Akasaka needed. This was the true essence of karate. Akasaka's colleagues praised and feared his power. Weapons were useless against him. No matter how hard his victim tried to protect himself, it meant nothing to Akasaka. But he was too strong for the mountain dogs to even understand that. It was as if he was a giant that had to crane their necks up to see. Akasaka didn't even give them time to think. Someone from the mountain dogs must have called for backup. About a dozen more members had arrived.
大丈夫だ。リカちゃん。私がここにいる限り、君には指一本触れさせない。
As Rika stayed low to the ground, she picked up a stick and set her carve into the dirt. That made Okonogi even angrier, but he calmed himself down. Then, the warrior's intuition lessening Okonogi's blood came to a realization. Numbers didn't matter. Even the full force of the mountain dogs wouldn't be able to defeat this monster. All of the combat units were still down in the basement. There was no way they could take him.
ってことはよ、戦闘職の俺しか勝負にならねえってことじゃねえか。それにお前の顔思い出したぜ。こいつは懐かしい顔だ。たくましくなったじゃねえか。
貴様、まさか。
Oh my god, the fucking rematch.
標準語じゃ思い出せねえか。なら鉛で話してやるぜ。つったら懐かしか。あん時の青二歳がよくもここまで立派になったもんよ。
It had been 5 years. This was the man Akasaka fought when he was investigating the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Akasaka had still been inexperienced then.
あん時は手加減せん指示だった。さだがな、今日はそういうわけにはいかんね。あの樽男を助けに来ねえぞ。しかし、この5年でだいぶ鍛えよったんだ。俺は嬉しいんで。俺はこういうのを期待しとった。この5年間な。お前ら手を出すな。俺の獲物で。
Okonogi took off all of his equipment and threw it on the ground. He loosened one button and then positioned himself. Seeing that, Akasaka realized he was somewhat capable and narrowed his eyes in vigilance. Okonogi took that as an insult. That Akasaka only thought he was somewhat capable. His behavior was telling Okonogi that he viewed him on the same level as the other small fry. Oh shit! Akasaka's first move to take up his stance and avoid getting Rika involved. Akasaka hadn't even moved one bit until just then. Okonogi could easily see that Akasaka was extremely strong, but at the same time he thought he would be fairly simple to take down. Karate may be a martial art, but nowadays it was just a sport. The army combat Okonogi trained in was completely different. Obviously Akasaka had studied a lot, but it's all just child's play. All he learned were routine moves and forms. Besides, karate moves are fairly straightforward. Okonogi was confident that he could fight any karate pro and win. Okonogi started leaning onto his toes and using his miraculous footwork. In contrast, Akasaka still hadn't moved from his back stance. Akasaka was acting as if Okonogi's footwork was simply a trick, which infuriated Okonogi. Okonogi moved fiercely and nimbly in a manner completely different from how Akasaka was moving earlier. Akasaka remained calm, but Okonogi saw it differently. He can't react to my movements, so he's prepared to take damage in order to deal more. Akasaka couldn't defend himself from Okonogi's quick jab and connected with his face. It was a quick but wide attack. Its purpose was to distract Akasaka and create an opening for Okonogi. Okonogi knew that Akasaka would use his arms to guard his face instinctively. Okonogi's real purpose was to attack his abdomen, which would then be unguarded. Of course, Akasaka didn't have enough time to guard himself. It took more than just good kinetic vision to prevent his attack. Only Okonogi, who trained for many years, had perfected the speed of that technique. Normal people would struggle helplessly while vomiting if they were to experience Okonogi's kick. It could even rupture internal organs. So it was pretty amazing that Akasaka was still on his feet.
どうした空手や。相手も同じ流派じゃないと戦えないってのか。え？軽い。何？
Akasaka mumbled something, but Okonogi couldn't hear. Actually, he did hear it. But Okonogi never imagined he could say such a thing in this situation, so he couldn't hear it. He couldn't comprehend it.
貴様の一撃は相手を打ち倒すことしか考えていない。だから重さが宿らない。
は？ふん、何をバカなこと言ってやがる。
空手は心を養う。人を打つということは自らも打たれることを知るということだ。自らの一撃が相手に何を及ぼすか。人は打つ意味と打たれる意味を知るのだ。だからそれに至らない貴様の一撃には重みが宿らない。
それは俺が未熟だということか。
Okonogi attacked Akasaka again, but this time Akasaka was different. Akasaka blocked Okonogi's fists and legs. Of course, Okonogi was still the only one attacking, but Akasaka had started to become much more aggressive. Now, as Okonogi attacked, his hands and legs were being injured. Okonogi instinctively sensed that he was in trouble. He thought Akasaka was just a police officer, but his movements were too dangerous. He was merciless, he was dangerous. So Akasaka's training and experience must far surpass Okonogi's. Wait, that dynamic heel kick isn't karate, is it? Akasaka's heel kick missed Okonogi's head by a millimeter.
空手以外にもやってやがるな。
いいや、私は空手しかやっていない。
嘘つくんじゃねえ。さっきから明らかに空手じゃ見たことねえ技が目立つぞ。
Okonogi was starting to become impatient. The reason Okonogi ridiculed martial arts as sports was because they were all hard-headed and only used set moves. This is how you strike in karate. This is how you punch in boxing. This is how you throw in judo. It's easy to learn, and that's why it's easy to win. But Akasaka was different. He said that he only did karate, and he must have spent unthinkable hours training. Yet he was flexible enough not to be confined only by formatted moves. That was understanding at a spiritual level. The spirit of martial arts isn't just forms. One simply words forms to reach that spiritual level. Therefore, for one who has reached it, there are no forms. What Akasaka had was a philosophical spirit. How the fuck did this turn into like a Baki / Kengan Ashura fucking like manga? Akasaka stepped away from his original spot for the first time. He moved forward. He filled the space between Okonogi and himself with inescapable conviction. As Akasaka walked closer to Okonogi, Akasaka's assault radius tried to swallow him whole. To be within that radius meant death. Okonogi walked backwards to avoid being in that radius. That was as the result of his clear-headed judgment, not because he was scared. As Okonogi moved backwards, his back hit the van he came in earlier. He was cornered. Having your back to a wall didn't mean you were at a disadvantage, but the more it was pressed against that wall, the further a disadvantage it became. If Okonogi let Akasaka come any closer, Okonogi wouldn't be able to take a combat stance. Okonogi decided it immediately. The last chance he had was the moment before Akasaka took his next step. Akasaka's foot left the ground. He was taking another step. Now! No tricks, no feints. Okonogi lowered himself intact with everything he had. The attack was powerful enough to break Akasaka's ribcage and rupture his heart. I'm a professional, Okonogi told himself. I can't be defeated by this amateur. At that moment, Akasaka's eyes opened wide. All the mountain dogs heard a noise. It wasn't the noise of people fighting. It was the noise of a traffic accident. Okonogi's blow missed by a slight amount, and Akasaka's fist struck inches away from Okonogi's face. There was a dent in the sliding door of the van. The windows on both sides had shattered and looked like the van was in an accident. Was it even possible for a human fist to do this? Time resumed its flow, and Okonogi knelt down, falling to the ground. Akasaka didn't miss on purpose. Akasaka couldn't control his fist because he put everything into one blow. Okonogi should thank Akasaka. If Akasaka had been able to control his attack better, Okonogi's face would have ended up like the van. However, although it didn't hit Okonogi's face, it shattered his spirit. Rika applauded, but in this situation it didn't sound like applause. It almost sounded like Akasaka's fighting spirit was popping like firecrackers. Akasaka pulled back his fist, turned around calmly, and then spoke. They knew. Everyone knew that there was no way to defeat Akasaka with their bare hands. They realized they needed weapons. They also needed more people. There should be a better equipped unit in the basement. All of a sudden, things began to move quickly. The remaining mountain dogs emerged from the basement. But the mountain dogs who just witnessed Akasaka's battle against Okonogi realized it was time for them to run. They didn't even care about Rika. Who would even think of taking Rika from him after seeing what Akasaka was capable of doing? When Okonogi regained his awareness, he jumped into a van with the mountain dogs as it drove away. Since Okonogi took off his intercom device to fight with Akasaka, he had no idea what had transpired in the basement. After the mountain dogs broke their promise with Rika, they were supposed to round out the remaining club members. But when Akasaka showed up, the dogs had to be divided into a ground force and a basement force, which altered the situation. Kasai had gone on a counterattack, and the other club members somehow climbed up from the well and helped him. Since the mountain dogs weren't allowed to fire on the surface, they realized it would make the situation worse if Kasai fired his guns once he came up after them. Okonogi was unreachable, so Nightingale 1 had ordered the retreat in his place. He would bear the responsibility for this. It was probably Okonogi's fault for taking off his intercom device to fight against Akasaka, as he basically abandoned his job as commander. But everything happened in the first place because Akasaka showed up. So, maybe it was his triumph rather than Okonogi's blunder. Either way, everything was miraculous. But the mountain dogs hadn't won with their tails behind their legs. They had simply retreated for the moment. When they returned, they would have enough men and enough arms ready to kill all who stand in their way. And that would happen very soon. There was no time to waste. Oh shit, it just keeps going. I love it. I love how fucking everything is coming together. With Oshi's section of his, policeman spirit. With Shion and Mion, and hell, even, Akasaka finally rescuing Rika, and hell, even the rematch between them, between Okonogi and Akasaka. Everything's coming back together. In the basement, the club members were talking about their grand counterattack. Rika was a little disappointed that she couldn't have joined them, but she was happy that Akasaka told her what she had been waiting to hear. Rika told him about how heroic he had been, and he got a little embarrassed. Kasai was doing alright, but Shion wasn't doing too well. Of course, it wasn't life-threatening, but she couldn't hear well in her left ear, possibly due to being so close to an explosion. To test her hearing, Mion went around to Shion's left side and whispered some dirty words. She seemed to be able to hear them very well. Of course, she might have been hearing through her right ear, though. Shion decided to lie down on a tatami mattress in the torture room while Ire kept an eye on her. Mion was very worried, but Shion told her that she was okay and forced her to go ahead with the next operation. Mion complained that Shion didn't understand her feelings. Now they would have to come up with an idea to rescue Tomiki from the clinic. They had Akasaka and Kasai on their side, both of whom were used to battles. Also, they had Ire, who knew about the secret basement of the clinic. They would have to get moving quickly, but they had to at least have a plan. It was almost 10:30 a.m. Because of what they had gone through, they were exhausted and felt like it was almost evening. Yeah, no kidding. But if they were at school, it would be only the second or third period. They had to pull themselves together. They had to regain their fighting spirit. Ire checked Shion's left ear with a pen light.
耳鼻科の先生でないとわかりませんが、運が悪ければ鼓膜が破れている可能性はあります。頭痛やめまいはありますか？
いいえ、全然へっちゃらです。
Ire wet his handkerchief and wiped Shion's face gently.
驚いてます？ひなみ沢ファイターズのマネージャーに銃撃戦ができて。
ええ、驚いています。あなたが死ぬ気だったとは。前原さんに聞きましたよ。
うわ、ああいう言葉ってその場ではかっこいいけど、生き残っちゃうとめちゃくちゃ恥ずかしいですね。やだな。
If something happens to you and I live, My sister will never forgive me for that. I don't have my loved one anymore, but Sis does.
茶化しっこなしです。あなたの思い人というのはサトシ君のことですね。
さあ、どうでしょうね。今頃どこにいるやら。生きてるのか死んでるのかもわかりませんけど。
生きています。
Oh, what?
え？
Shion's thoughts stopped in their tracks when Ire answered immediately.
北条サトシ君は生きています。彼は去年のあの日、不幸な心労がたたり、末期の発症を迎えてしまったんです。
Mion and the other club members had already told Shion about the current situation, so she kind of understood what he meant.
私はサトコちゃんと同じ薬で治療できると思いました。ですが、サトコちゃんが治療できたのは極めて幸運なケースだったようで、サトシ君の治療は困難を極めました。そしてその治療は今も続いているのです。
サトシ君、サトシ君、生きてるの？
今まで話せなくてすみません。サトシ君は四角角にいます。
Oh shit. Shion and Ire returned from the torture room. Shion looked very serious, as if she gained the determination to fight. Kechi and the others were just talking about how the enemy found where they were.
入江先生の着衣に発信機か何かがつけられていることは考えられませんか？先生の私服ではなく、診療所で持たされるものや着せられるものにです。
だとすると、この白衣くらいです
が。監督、ちょっとボディチェックします。
Shion checked Ire over like an inspector at an airport. Then she found a little button on the back side of his collar. It was a little round button. There was no reason why a button like this would be on the back of the collar.
こいつが発信機でしょう。連中はこいつを信頼してるから、直接尾行しなくてもここを突き止められたんです。やられたわ。となりゃ、このボタンがある限り陽動作戦が可能になるってことだね。
ボタンを持ったおとり隊が敵をおびき寄せ、その隙に手薄の診療所を襲い、富武さんを助け出す。それが最善でしょう。
となれば、そのおとり隊が陽動するには私の裏山が一番でございますわね。
そうだな、あそこなら敵を引っ張り回せるぜ。しかもあれだけの山だからな。敵も相当の手勢を集めるだろう。その分診療所がガラ空きになる。
読み切れないのはどの程度敵が診療所に残るかだ。診療所には敵にとっても重要な富武氏がいる。相応の守備を残すだろ
う。となれば富武より美味しい餌をおとりと一緒にするのがいいのです。大丈夫ですか、リカ？
はいです。みんなと一緒でサトコの裏山なら絶対に捕まりませんです。
Okay.
裏山に精通してるのはこの中では部活メンバーだけだね。おとりは部活メンバーが引き受けるといいかもしれない。そうだね。その間に大人部隊は診療所を奇襲。翔さんは大丈夫？
赤坂さんのおめこぼしがあれば 警察の方と聞いておりますので。
Kasai spoke while wielding a shotgun. That is a fantastic image in my head.
今はオフですので。
Akasaka replied while checking an automatic pistol. He hadn't used this particular gun before, but he was used to handling guns. He was prepared to fire too. Yurei tried to memorize how to remove the safety, but he looked nervous.
赤坂さんは機関銃の経験は？
ありません。拳銃だけです。
では慣れたものがよろしいでしょう。弾倉は十分に。弾詰まりに備え、同じ銃をもう一丁。
笠井さんはすごいですね。これはショットガンですか？
奇数発目はスラッグ弾です。面制圧も壁抜きもできます。
おお、散弾銃の立つって通り名は聞いてたけど、本当にショットガン使いなんですね。
Shotgun Tatsu.
散弾銃は恐ろしい武器です。ですから相手に当てずとも降伏させることもできます。
I fucking love using shotguns in games.
あと皆さん、防弾ベストがありますので着てください。
Favorite type of gun. Kasai sounded very dependable, but at the same time he reminded everyone that this operation would be a very dangerous one. It wasn't a simple fistfight. Even a veteran soldier can die in a gun battle. There is always a chance of death regardless of how well trained you are. In fact, Kasai and Akasaka were the only people who could be depended upon. Kasai talked Yurei out of carrying a gun because it might be dangerous for him to have one. Someone could get injured by friendly fire. Mion suggested that maybe there should be more people in the team, but both Kasai and Akasai refused because those who couldn't even handle guns at all might end up as dead weight.
なら、私が行くしかないですね。第一、火力が足りなさすぎです。ファイヤーサポートに私がイングラムでも持ってきましょ
う。でもシオン、お前耳大丈夫なのかよ？
ええ、もう治っちゃいました。ケロッとね。ご心配かけてすみませんでした。シオン、今私が何て言ったか聞いてた？え？嫌だな、聞こえてましたよ。
Miona tricked her. Mion didn't say anything. Shion still couldn't hear out of her left ear.
シオン、危険だよ。正直に言っておとりに混じるのも危険だと思ってる。シオンはどこかに身を隠してて。おねえ、聞いて。私、どうしても診療所に行かなければならない用事ができたの。でもそれを今話したら里子まで来ると言い出す。それはダメ。こっちは室内戦、向こうも撃ってくる。それって。
Mia sensed it. She sensed the reason why Shion had to go to the clinic. That was why she didn't say anything more. If she was in Shion's position, she would go even if neither of her ears could hear.
危険ですわよ、シオンさん。考え直してくださいまし。
里子、シオンは救出隊に回る。里子はおとり隊のエースなんだよ。自分の仕事に専念して。しーちゃん。レナさんならわかるよね。私が死ぬ気じゃないってこともね。
うん、わかってる。こういう時の女の子ってね、絶対に死なないから。
ですよね。殺されたって死ぬもんか。
Shion and Wena gave each other a high five.
決まったようですね。ではもう動き始めましょうです。C、ボタンをこっちで預かるです。
はい、これ頑張ってね、リカちゃま。
C も頑張って。 C が強く強く信じてきた奇跡だから。今だからきっとこれは C のために神様が微笑んでくれたチャンスなのです。
信じなかった日もあった気がする。それを誰かに諭された日もあった気がする。信じ続けるって大変なことだよね。
でもあなたは信じ続けました。信じなかったことを悔い信じました。だから訪れた今日をどうか大切に。今日を呼び寄せたあなたの強い意志の前に、目の前の苦難はもはや苦難ではない。
あんた、お姉の新しい友達ですか？名前は知らないけど、ありがとう。うまくいきそうな気がします。
うまくいきますですよ。お社様のお墨付きなのです。
Yeah, the whole speech about belief. Well, I mean, recently I've been watching Lost. Good show. I'm on season 2 right now. And even in that show, it has this kind of theme of belief, of, you know, man of faith and man of science and all that. I don't want to get too much into it since I'm not that deep into the series yet. But it does have that theme of belief and a lot of religious, you know, references as well. Which is an interesting coincidence. You know, I always notice that about me, you know, about the things I read / watch / whatever. Is that there's these just little connections to each other. It's probably just my mind, you know, like human brains, we just like to find patterns everywhere we go, but it's so interesting to me to like how everything I watch or read kind of connects to each other in subtle ways, or in just major ways. The Mountain Dogs had retreated and reorganized their units. They were now ready to attack again. Takano was furious at them for not being able to bring Ari back to the clinic, even though they had her in their hands. She gave an order to capture her with all the Mountain Dogs' forces put together. Their vehicles were at the clinic, and they were all standing by for the order to attack. Takano wasn't the only one who was furious. Okonogi was as angry as her. That Wookiee policeman from 5 years ago had grown. He even made Okonogi yield. He couldn't accept that he was defeated, so he was bent on revenge. The reason why the order to attack was held off was because the signal from the transmission device on Irie was momentarily interrupted. They interpreted it to mean that Irie had gone even farther down into the basement. The Mountain Dogs assumed that the club members would go even further underground and try to escape by using some kind of secret passageway. That passageway couldn't be that long. They'd have to come up to the surface eventually. The Mountain Dogs were planning to catch them as soon as they surfaced. The villagers were too busy with the finishing setup for the festival, so they had no idea what was going on. By this time, the Mountain Dogs had shut down the telephone network. They were afraid the club members would call the police. The only way into the town was being watched by the blockade unit, so the club members couldn't escape that way. Ara and her friends had to come up to the surface. They couldn't be thinking of staying underground until things settled down. Their lifeline, Tomiki, was in captivity. They couldn't be stupid enough to think of attacking the clinic to rescue them. More than likely, they would try to escape from the village on foot. They would probably call the police to help them. The patrol unit had several cars driving around the village, their eyes peeled for the signal of the transmitter or those on the run. It was time to wait patiently. The battle had returned to the starting point, and the balance of power is even again.
ひばりつより定時連絡異常なし。
いつまでも息を潜められるわけはねえんだ。じれずに待て。絶対に出やがる。ところでうちのお姫様はどうした？
富武兄に尋問中です。どうやら説得を試みているようです。
こうなっちまったら穏便に済ませるには監査役を抱き込むほかねえからな。生かして捕らえたのはでかかったぜ。お姫様はいねえし、東京からの電話もねえ。ようやく落ち着いて冷房を浴びられるってもんだな。
隊長、東京から無線です。
God damn it!
野村さんからサンサ宛てでなく隊長宛てです。
やれやれ、電話がダメなら無線かよ。さて、東京の女王様がこの後に及んで俺に何のお話ですかね。
The Queen.
山犬のおこのぎです。どうぞ。
Interesting. Mura wants to talk to Konoki by himself. Tomoki was being held in a small meeting room. He was shoved under a desk. He was restrained so tightly that he couldn't even turn around. Takano was sitting in a chair next to the table, staring at a whiteboard. It outlined the research plan that was to be shut down. But Takano wasn't really reading it. She was just staring. Neither of them said a thing. Silence filled the meeting room.
もうすぐ11時ね。本当に今日は長い日。あんなにも早朝に起こされてからまだ半日も経たないのね。
Tomoki didn't reply.
ジローさん、今からでも私に協力してはくださらない？山犬なんかいらない。あなたさえいてくれればいいわ。山犬には私の心を慰めることなんかできない。あなたの一見無神経な心遣いでしか慰められないって、この二郎さんは分かってて私に無神経に接してくれてたのよね。変に同情しても何の役にも立たないなら、せめて私の心を気分転換で楽にさせてあげようと思って、そう思ってあんなに無神経を装ってでも私を楽しませてくれたのよね。高野三等陸佐として話してるんじゃない。高野美代として二郎さんに話してるの。それでも返事をしてはくれないの。
捕虜は名前と階級と認識番号しか喋っちゃいけないことになってるんでね。
Takano hung her head.
その手錠の鍵持ってないの。ごめんなさい。
いいよ。それを求めたわけじゃないさ。
コーヒー飲む？
遠慮するよ。この状態でトイレの世話になりたくないからね。
It was hardly a conversation, but Takano was happy that Tomoki had finally replied. However, that wouldn't solve any of their problems.
僕を殺すしかないならそれも構わないさ。捕らえられた時にすでにその覚悟はできてる。
そうね。私も二郎さんを今夜殺すつもりだったから、あなたにその覚悟があって。
ならよかったよ。この覚悟が無駄にならなくて済む。
ねえ、死にたくないとは思わないの？あなたが私の味方になると誓ってくれれば 私はあなたを死なせずに済むの。上はあなたを生かす価値はないって言ってるけど、そこは私が何とかするから。
上は誰だい？
知らないわ。私と接触するエージェントは野村と名乗ってるけど、私も素性はよく知らないわ。
でも手を組む相手に足ると思う程度には話をしたんだろ？
数度ね、おしゃべりをしただけよ。今にして思うと、私を利用したいという魂胆が見え見えだった。でもなぜかあの時は彼女だけが私のことを理解してくれるって、そう思ったのよ。
わかるよ。君に誰かの助けが必要な時期があったことは知っている。その時君のそばにいるのが僕でありたかった。
そうね。そこにいたのが二郎さんだったらどんなに良かったことか。
まだ誰も死んでない。
これから殺すわ。
東京には君の黒幕もいれば、それと対立する黒幕もいるが、ほとんどの上層部は今回の件をうやむやにして終わらせたいと思っているはずだ。高野さんはもう全てが手遅れだと思っているだろうけど、まだなんとかなるんだ。まだ取り返しがつく。なかったことにできる。
そうして祖父が築き上げたひなみ沢症候群の研究もなかったことになるのね。
高野さん、君は何がどうなれば満足だったんだい？
Takano closed her eyes for a bit when she came up with an answer. Her grandfather's research had been insulted. She wanted those with higher positions of authority to take it seriously. Nomura could make that happen. When the final operation was enacted, the higher-ups of the country would have to read the article, and they would have to believe what's in it. They will authorize the execution of the emergency manual. And yes, that would create an irreversible disaster. But at the same time, the disaster would prove that her grandfather's article had merit.
それで君は満足だったね。
ええ、満足よ。それが高野美代の生を受けた理由だから。
前に聞いたね。なら君はこの作戦が終わったら消えてしまうわけだね。高野美代の目的は達せられ、地上からなくなり、君は本当の君に戻るんだ。田無美代子。それが本当の君の名前のはず。
How long had it been since she heard that name? Takano closed her eyes slightly.
そうね。私はもうすぐ田無美代子に帰るのね。
田無美代子という少女は両親を失って施設に送られた。そしてそこで不幸のどん底に落ちて死んだ。君はそう言ったね。
ええ、言ったわ。私はあの日のあの暗闇の中に戻らなければならない。二郎さんは経験ある？
Takano told Tomiki about her horrible experiences, which were simply unimaginable for mortal people.
もう一度あそこに戻って、今度はおじいちゃんに助けられずに死ぬの。そうすれば私はここにいない。私がいなければ入江期間もなく、こんな妙な運命の行き止まりに迷い込むこともなかった。
君は死ぬ気だね。
作戦が終わったらいろいろとご褒美があることになってるけど、あまり信じてない。ある日突然ホームでドンと突き落とされるんじゃないかしら。
君には心を許せる味方はいないのか？
クライアントは所詮クライアント、味方じゃないわね。でも山犬は味方よ。彼らが私の靴を舐めたくなるくらいの金を弾んでやったからね。
でも心は許せないんだろ。
味方は味方よ。あなたを捕らえ、今から R たちも捕らえようとしている。私の役に立ってくれてるわ。
それは今の君に必要な味方じゃない。
そうね。今の私に必要な味方じゃない。
Takano paused. She paused because Tomiki had just said exactly what she had been thinking. Since the day Tomiki disappeared, she had been feeling restless. Takano had to admit that she needed Tomiki.
ジローさん、山犬は何億円かのお金で転んでくれたわ。まだ私の手元には1億ちょっと残ってる。あなたはいくら払えば転んでくれるの？
君が一番欲しいものがいくらで買えるかを考えてみるといい。
こんな時にキザな例えだこと。お金では買えないって言わせたいのね。
諦めるんだ。山犬は飼いならせても僕は飼いならせない。
それを転ばせたいと言っているの？あなたが望むならお金だけじゃない、何でも与えるわ。私の髪の毛一本からつま先の先端まであなたのものにしていい。靴を舐めろと言うなら今この場で舐めてもいいわ。それでもまだ足りない。
Tomiki didn't reply. It was an affirmation by silence, but signaled to Takano that he had already told her everything he meant to say, in the most saddening form of silence for her.
あなたより毎朝早く起きて朝食を作るわ。待ち合わせ場所には必ずあなたより先に来る。二度とあなたを待たせて試すような真似をしない。それでもダメなの？ジローさん。
Tomiki didn't say a word. He couldn't see her face under the desk, but he could sense it. This wasn't the time to say anything to her. Remaining silent was the only thing he could do. Suddenly the phone rang. Takano sniffed once and picked it up.
高野よ。そう。わかったわ。今すぐ行くわ。
Takano stood up as she put down the phone.
R が発見されたわ。入江の発信機の反応も一緒。街道が封鎖されていることを知ってて、山中を徒歩で脱出するつもりのようね。山狩りには手こずりそうだけど、人目がないのは私たちに好都合だわ。じゃあね、二郎さん。なんとなくこれがあなたとできた最後のおしゃべりになるような気がする。最後にあなたから言葉がもらえなくて残念よ。
And still, Tomiki stayed silent. Takano ran out of the room. She didn't look like she was hurrying back to work.
連中ははじめ近くの山中に出現し、村中に出たようです。村人に接触して助けを求めようとしたのかもしれませんが、偵察車両の1台が逃走者の一部と R を発見、追跡。一時期 R と発信機は別行動しましたが、地図の山中で合流しました。
チリジリになったのが合流できたということ？
ええ、連中は逃走路について十分な打ち合わせをしてやがったんちゅうことでしょうな。山の中なら地の利があると踏んでやがるに違いない。ブッシュが深ければ武器の効果は激減する。あの空手野郎の考えそうなことですね。
Okonogi was determined to catch him this time. He kept saying how he was simply caught off guard before.
今度はもう逃がせないわよ。ひなみ沢でならともかく、沖宮に入られたらもうどうにもならない。
ええ、分かってます。向こうに地の利がある山中とあっちゃ、こちらも躊躇したらアウトですが、全般で包囲圧殺します。聞こえてるな、全般。こいつはサッカーだ。敵はゴールエリアに侵入してる。ゴールは沖宮だ。絶対に許すな。特にあの空手野郎だ。あいつは許さねえ。俺の獲物だ。絶対に仕留めてやる。
大鳥了解。
ウグイス了解。
ヒバリ了解。
白鷺了解。
行くぞ。山犬の総力戦だ。
Perfect.
こいつがしくじれば、うちらは積まれてゲームオーバーだ。
その通りよ。もう後がない。私も出て陣頭指揮を取るわ。富武はここに置いていっても大丈夫？
大丈夫ですね。完全武装の保安隊員が8人もおりますね。その倍の完全武装兵が来てもしのぎます。それよりも問題なのはあの空手野郎です。奴を侮ることはできませんぜ。
The security unit guarded the basement of the Area Institute, which was the heart of the organization. Therefore, they were armed more heavily than anyone else in the Mountain Dogs. Okonogi's confidence in the security unit and his newfound obsession with defeating Akasaka made the diversionary plan a success. But at the same time, that meant that decoy club members would have to deal with the full force of the Mountain Dogs. The dogs' white vans ran through the village. While they couldn't fire shots outside, all members were carrying stun guns that fired electric needles. While poor on range, they could subdue a target instantly. With the flip of a switch, they could change between melee stunning or killing their target, the perfect weapon for people like the Mountain Dogs. The van separated into groups and headed for the mountains. They were planning to surround their enemies and then smoke them out.
隊長、前半作戦開始位置に到着しました。
さすがに展開が早いぜ。サンサ、全般にありがたい訓示を頼みます。
高野よ。R だけは生かして捉えること。
Oh, looks like she's put on her fucking commander, fucking outfit.
他は殺してしまっても構わないわ。この山から逃がしてはダメ。この山で今日の戦いすべてに決着をつけるのよ。
ウグイス、ヒバリ、白鷺、山狩りを開始しろ。大鳥はゴールキーパーで予備兵力を務める。緊急展開が可能なように常時待機しろ。
大鳥7了解。
さあ、おっ始める。
The mountain dogs started marching, spreading out in a line with a few meters between them. This mountainside was a savage land where not even the villagers would dare to tread. There were some trails, but no paved roads for human beings. It required an enormous amount of diligence and patience to hunt on a mountain like this. All the dogs were very nervous. They were told that most of their enemies were children, but there were a few well-trained adults with them as well. In addition, they were supposedly armed quite heavily, and they knew the way out of the terrain quite well. It was obviously going to be a tough battle.
おこのり、山狩りってのは普通どのくらいの人数がいるの？
一概には言えませんが、多ければ多いほどいいでしょうな。山犬の人数じゃ全員集めても全く足りません。
でも向こうも少人数なんだから、そう不利な条件じゃないでしょ。ほらよく言うじゃない。守備を崩すには3倍の兵力がいるって。こっちはさらにその倍以上いるんだ。
まあ、数万の兵力の場合ならそういう数式になるでしょうが。
Doesn't work in smaller scale battles. The U.S. Armed Forces proved that in the Vietnam War. Yeah.
なら、今回の山狩り。おこのぎはどれだけの兵力がいると見てる
の？何でもありってことでですか？
何でもありって意味がわからないけど、どのくらいが適正な兵力なの？
今朝の政治的奇襲も含めて向こうの指揮官は相当優秀です。そして火器取り扱いのベテランが最低2、近接格闘のベテランが最低1。
そこまでは認めるけど、あとは所詮子供でしょ。
あとは子供のようですが、多分ここに逃げ込んだからには彼らのテリトリーでしょう。地の利が十分な子供一人はよく訓練された強襲偵察隊一個小隊に匹敵しますんで。サンサが考えてますより相当厄介な相手ですわ。
それを制圧するのにどの程度の兵力が必要だっていうの？
山岳歩兵が一個師団。ああ、師団ってのは山犬が3つ4つくっついて大隊、そいつがさらに3つ4つくっついて連隊、そいつがさらに3つ4つで師団ですんで。
30倍の兵力が必要だというの？
もちろんそれだけじゃ足りません。砲兵陣地に要請して山ほどの事前砲撃が必要ですわ。航空支援が得られるならファントムにナパームもばらまかせたいところですね。
冗談じゃないわ。そんな兵力ここにはないわ。じゃあそれにはるかに満たない山犬で山狩りをしたらどうなるっていうの？
まあ楽じゃないでしょうな。
Konogi laughed boldly. He said it wouldn't be easy, but he also seemed to imply that he was the only one capable of doing it.
連中のテリトリーでしょうが、逃げ込んだのはついさっきです。陣地もなけりゃトラップ設置の暇もないはずだ。地の利を生かすには時間が足りないはずです。
As Takano listened to Konogi's explanation, she felt a little anxious. When she pretended to be friendly with Sadako a long time ago, she used to tell Takano all about her mountain. Takano remembered how Sadako told her about all kinds of traps she set up, but she couldn't recall which mountain Sadako was talking about.
茨より本部、標的の一部を発見。R は視認できない。現在追跡中。
人質にできれば十分よ。R がいなくても捕らえて。
ウグイス、聞こえるか？近隣の班を応援に回して退路を立て。
ウグイス了解。バックアップする。
回路を立ちたいよね。
Some fallen trees were leaning against a much larger pine tree, forming a natural scaffold. A small hut made out of plywood had been built on top of them. It was one of Sadako's many secret bases. It was in a perfect spot since Mion could see the foot of the mountain well.
すごいね。みーちゃんの予想通りだね。
さて我が部にどの程度叶うかお手並みを拝見しようかね。
レナたち勝てるかなかな。
なーに言ってんだか。向こうの指揮官は無能だね。私たちを攻めるなら山岳訓練を終了したベテラン歩兵が1個師団にいるね。それをせいぜい中隊規模でとはね。未熟にも程があるよ。さーて何人が私たちを相手にしてこの山を無事に降りられるかな。
そったれ。ひばり砲攻撃を受けた。そう逃がすな。丸太を山ほど転がしてきやがった。ひばり6が捻挫で追撃不能。残りで追撃する。
逃がすなよ。追って追って追いまくれ。休ませるんじゃねえ。
ヒバリ11トラップによる攻撃を受けた。ヒバリ12、13が多分脳震盪だ。あんなの当たりどころが悪かったら死んでるぞ。
ヒバリ60トラップにやられた。光線が足に絡まって脱出できない。ナイフじゃ切断できない。番線カッターを持ってきてくれ。
Chaotic radio transmissions came in, one after another. Obviously, Okonogi had been wrong about the mountain dogs being in an advantage position.
ウグイス戦より本部。そったれが井戸を偽装した落とし穴だ。隊員2名が閉じ込められて救出不能。応援を送れ。
Man, this really is like Vietnam.
やべ。どうしたウグイス戦。応答しろウグイス戦。ウグイス戦だ。やられた。俺を後ろから突き飛ばしやがった。ウグイス9から11は井戸内。健在なれど脱出不能。くそ。本部よりウグイスバックアップが奇襲を受けた。行動が読まれているぞ。注意しろ。
ウグイス1だ。聞いていいか。どうして動きが読まれるんだ。上空に無人機の影はないぞ。
ヒバリワンより本部追跡に失敗。見失った。無理だ。この山はトラップだらけだぞ。この距離を追うだけで何人負傷しちゃってんだ。
白鷺湾より本部 R を含む数名を発見した。追跡している。至急応援を送れ。連中め、少人数の利点を生かして分散しやがった。か乱してトラップで絡め取ろってんだな。白鷺は用心しろ。向こうはお前らをトラップ地帯におびき寄せるつもりだ。敵は各個に分散し、陽動と奇襲のゲリラ戦術で抵抗してくる気だ。高度だぞ。すでに他班でトラップとアンブッシュで負傷者が多発している。用心しろ。気合い入れてかかれ、白鷺ワン。ん？白鷺ワン。白鷺2より本部。白鷺ワンがトラップに。
God, there's been such a lot of good tracks introduced in this chapter. And I love them.
誰か班長を吊り捨てるロープを切れ。残りは追撃しろ。 R を逃がすな。
ウグイス1より本部。ウグイス7たちが沈黙した。襲撃にあった可能性が否定できない。応援を送る許可を。
白鷺5
隊員3名が上空から降ってきたドラム缶の直撃を受けて混沌した。何なんだここは。こんなのがまだまだあるってのか。
ヒバリ13だ。やられて倒れてたようだ。あ、今一人発見した。追跡する。やろう、よくもやってくれやがったな。
よせ、やめろヒバリ13。お前が一人で叶う相手じゃない。
鬼さん、こちらですわよ。
クソガキが待ちやがれ。
Oh shit! Skywark 13 chased Sadako with enraged snarl on his face, but Sadako ran through the woods effortlessly. Small branches snatched his body all over, but he continued to chase Sadako. Sadako ran like the wind. To her, she was simply running in her own backyard. Who would get injured in a place like that? As Skywark 13 ran after her, he passed many mountain dogs who couldn't even move because of Sadako's traps. The more of his trapped fellows he saw, the more he wasn't sure if the girl he was after was really a girl. She was just something that looked like one. He reached an area where logs were stacked up in piles. It seemed like the trees in the area were being chopped down. It was a rather strange scene. On his way there, Skywalker 13 saw a member from a different unit hanging upside down from a tree, and he also saw feet sticking out of the pitfall. There was a member whose foot was tied to the root of a tree with a device that looked like a pair of handcuffs. He reached this area after seeing all of them. He suddenly started sweating all over his body. For Skywalker 13 realized that he had been lured into a trap. He had been caught in a snare. She had tricked him. The girl was standing in the middle of that open area, calmly balancing on a stump. She was simply looking at him. Shit, he thought. She's trying to lure me in.
ヒバリ13だ。一人を広場みたいなところで追い詰めた。捕まえてやる。捕まえてやる。
こちら、ウグイス7。お、そいつは少女じゃない。少女の姿をした悪魔だ。そいつの後を追えば地獄まで誘い込まれるぞ。
本部よりヒバリ13、それで十分だ。応援を待て。今そこに最寄りの隊員を向かわせている。
どうなさいましたの？私を捕まえたければあともう10メートルくらいは歩く必要がございますわよ。
It was only 10 meters. If he walked about 10 meters, he could catch that bratty little girl. How many steps did he have to take to walk 10 meters? If he took 10 steps to walk 10 meters, that meant there would be 10 more chances of stepping on a tramp. But it was only 10 steps. He can catch her after taking just 10 steps.
そう思いなら、まずは最初の一歩を踏み出してみればいいではございませんか。ほらほら。
How was he going to take his first step? That area of weeds looked suspicious, but the bare ground looked suspicious too. What if he jumped onto a tree stump? No. That was what she wanted him to do. Cold sweat was dripping off of the Skywalker 13's body. He only needed to take 10 steps. So why was he so nervous about taking the first one?
ヒバリ13。切り株だ。ボセヒバリ13。さっき根っこで足を縛られてたウグイス8だ。切り株はきっと罠だ。辺りは切り株だらけというのがうさんくさい。聞こえるか、ヒバリ13。物資は危険だ。草むらは踏むな。むき出しの土もやばい。くそだね。
じゃあどこを踏めばいいんだよ。空を飛んでけってのかよ。
Do you want me to fly?
まだいらっしゃいませんの？私退屈ですからそろそろ失礼しますわよ。
こちらスマキにされて転がっているウグイス9だ。今標的の一人に頭を蹴られている。そこ こはトラップフィールドだと言ってるぞ。その待ち構えてる小娘の最高傑作が設置されているらしい。
Magnum opus?
油断するな。
You've got to be kidding me. Did he say a magnum opus? What does he mean by magnum opus? And what about all the other chaps? Weren't they their magnum opus? We mountain dogs are professionals. We're paid to engage in battle. Yet this little girl is playing us like fools. Can we not beat her? Can we beat this brat? This must be a bluff. How is it possible for a trap to exist that's worse than what I've seen so far? That's a bluff. That must be a bluff. Now I'm definitely going to get her. Should I start with my right foot or my left? The girl suddenly lifted her hand and thrust it at me. Is she trying to tell me to stop?
ゴッホですわ。何事もなくゴッホを無事に歩けたらあなたの勝利ということでいいですわよ。
ほほ、それは大した自信じゃねえか。もし俺がゴッホ何もなく歩けたらどうするつもりだ。
そうですわね。私の敗北を認めて降参して差し上げてもよろしくってよ。私今日は最高にトラップ能が絶好調ですの。あなたをゴホで絡め取ってご覧に入れますわ。
クソガキ！落ち着けヒバリ13。挑発に乗るな。そいつは悪魔だ。外見に騙されるな。そいつは人の心を読むぞ。俺たちの叶う相手じゃねえ。本部よりヒバリ13、深追いするな。十分だ。近くまでウグイスが応援に来ている。その場で耐えろ。
それじゃ俺の負けってことじゃねえかよ。ゴッホだとゴッホだと。くそ、乗ってやるぜ。ゴッホだな。たったのゴッホだな。
男が何度もくどいですわね。愛のささやき以外は男は一言で十分ですのよ。
このガキゃ。
ヒバリ13、読まれるぞ。劇場は思考を読まれるぞ。
Pride is the downfall of man.
落ち着け。クールになれ、ヒバリ13。そうさ、俺はヒバリの13番。ミントみたいにクールなのが遠いさ。
Go, go. I haven't. Okay, that one. That's what my friend's saying. Cocoa protein.
そうさ、俺の思考はすでに絡め取られていた。奴に向かって5歩進まなければならないって時点で思考を絡め取られてたぜ。
ほほう、それはどういう意味でございますの？
This is what it means.
ないじゃねえ。後ろに5歩歩くんだよ。
I did it! I did it! I was certain it was a trick. If I take 5 steps, I win. She didn't say I had to move forward. I could go backwards too.
だからあなたはゴホでおしまいなんですのよ。
ヒバリ13。
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, that was beautiful. Oh my god, that was perfect. Oh, that was so beautiful. Oh my oh my god. Sadaka's remarkable performance wasn't just her own effort alone. Mion had mastered the geography and the enemy's formations while instructing Sadako. Sadako marked all of her traps on the map. When that map and Mion's ability to command combined, the club was simply unbeatable. Rika and Hanyu, who knew about the mountain almost as well as Sadako, we waited orders from Mion, Takechi, or Runa, then they prepared for the ambush. The traps didn't always activate when they were stepped on. Sometimes Kechi and the others were setting them off at the right moment. Kechi and Runa continued to fight everywhere according to Mion's orders. Sometimes they hid and sometimes they attacked. One by one they eliminated their enemies. Sadako's traps had been taking down most of the enemies, but Kechi's surprise attacks with his bat had worked out successfully too. Not even the well-trained mountain dogs could respond to attacks after being stunned by these traps. Humans needed a little time to react. According to the research done by the US Armed Forces, the average reaction time is 15 seconds. In other words, any soldier is powerless during the 15 seconds following a surprise attack. Shortening those 15 seconds is one goal of their training. But no matter how much they train, it will never become zero. Their radio communications had actually made things much worse for them. The more they heard about damage done to their other units, the more worried they got. That slowed them down and made them think less strategically. At that point, as far as Mion was concerned, mountain dogs were no longer a force to be reckoned with.
こちらひばり湾、隊員に負傷者多数。負傷者への対応で追撃に手が回らない。これ以上の追撃は断念せざるを得ない。
ひばり湾、損害は大きいが我が方は確実に敵の行動権を狭めているぞ。撤退は認めない。現状兵力で戦線を維持せよ。
くそー、ひばり湾より全員本部から死ねと命令だ。装備を再点検しろ。進軍を再開するぞ。
でも高野さんたちは頭に血が上ってるからそれを許可しない。指揮官は撤退を却下され、士気が低下したまま追撃を再開。こいつは叩く絶好のチャンスだね。リカちゃん、レナと合流して Z 地区に誘い込んで。あそこのトラップはだいぶごっついよ。羽生はケイちゃんに X 地区に転戦しろと連絡を。こんな面白いゲームはないね。
ミオンが絶好調なのです。今のミーが生まれる時代を間違えていたら歴史に名を残しかねないのです。
私に言わしゃネルソンも東郷もまあまあってとこだね。もう裏山全体が手に取るようだよ。
Mion was the type to display exponential ability. When she's down, she's at rock bottom. When she's in perfect form, it's just terrifying. That was the blood of the head of one of the three families of Himizawa, lots of those in there. If Mion had been around for a historic battle, she would have changed history. If she were to join Napoleon, Serbia would be French territory. If she were to join Hitler, Europe would belong to the Third Reich. And even with all that, the battle in the mountains was simply a diversion. Just as Mion had expected, everything had collapsed into chaos. If the mountain dogs could think calmly, they could have realized they hadn't seen any adults. But they didn't notice, confused as they were by all the attacks they were suffering. Of course, that too was part of Mion's plan. The scale of the diversion would hide the fact that there was a rescue unit going to get Tomiki, therefore the more chaotic the battle grew on the mountain, the better it was for the rescue unit. That was why she chose such an astronous method of fighting. But at the same time, that was exactly the kind of fight Mion had preferred. She didn't intend to let it just be a diversion. She was planning to destroy the dog's main force on these mountains. Yet most frightening of all was our home advantage. It wasn't exaggerating to say the theory that defenders have thrice the advantage over assailants is heavily due to the advantage of location. In that case, how was the rescue unit doing? Were they at a disadvantage because they were on the offense? The 4 rescue unit's members, led by Yurei, were hiding in the bush next to the clinic.
行きましょう。こちら側をフォローするカメラは故障中ですから大丈夫です。
こんなとこから堂々と？うわ、怖いね。
敵は監視をセキュリティに依存しきっているようです。問題ないでしょう。
行きましょう。まずは壁沿いに伝い、所長室の裏へ。
はい。私が出るとき、窓は閉めませんでしたから、まだ開きっぱなしでしょう。そこから入ると、すぐ脇が裏口で、そこには監視カメラと1階保安室があり、今日は2名が常駐しているはずです。地下区画前は厳重に監視カメラで見張られていますので、必ずバレるでしょう。
地下に行く前にその1階の2人を制圧しないとね。退路確保は基本でしょ。
まずは所長室から入って1階保安室。
They moved forward, walking against a wall so they remained in the blind spot of the security cameras. They soon reached the window of the director's office. If any village kids saw them, they assumed they were playing around, pretending to be spies. Yurei was glad that the clinic was closed on Sundays. Yurei peeked into the room. It was exactly the same as how he left it. The window was open too. The 4 of them snuck into the room through that window. Akasaka put his ear against the door to the hallway. Then he signaled the others to let them know that there was nobody on the other side. As soon as the clinic was closed, the mountain dogs were the only people around. It being Sunday, we only was fortunate. It was very quiet in the clinic. The chorus of the cicadas was the only thing that could be heard. There was a clock on the director's desk. It was almost 11:30 a.m. Shion was surprised to find herself getting hungry, given all that was going on. Kasai and Akasaka checked over their weapons. Yurei brought out a book of blueprints from a locked bookcase. The title said Construction Plan for the Yurei Clinic.
ここが所長室です。ここが1階保安室。出てすぐそこです。監視カメラはこの赤鉛筆がそうです。
Perfect.
1階保安室の制圧自体は難しくなさそうだ。問題は地下ですね。
これが地下の研究区画です。ここが入り口。図面では表向きは職員用の2階への階段になっていますが、実際は地下区画への入り口が隠されています。そして階段で地下へ。
よくもこんな大きな地下を作ったものです。地上部分よりもよっぽど広いですね。
Damn.
それは地下こそがこの診療所の真の姿である証拠です。
で、これが監督の認証カードでないと入れない扉。認証カードが封印されて使えなくなってるなんてことは？万一認証カードが使えない場合にゲートの物理的突破は可能？
非常に厳重な扉で、証拠隠滅時にはそれを閉じてから内部に注水して封鎖する決まりになっています。
ということは機密扉か。この容積を満たす水圧に耐えるということは相当に頑丈だ。
ってことは認証カード以外の方法では不可能ってことだね。
一般用の認証カードは個別の登録抹消が可能なはずですが、私と高野さんの認証カードは将校用の特別カードと聞いています。登録抹消には各個に設定した8桁のパスワードが必要ですから、事実上彼らには抹消できません。
将校自らが不法使用することは想定していないということですね。
それでもダメな時は一回保安室の人間に開けさせましょう。保安要員のカードなら将校の次に強力なはずです。
素直に協力してくれるとは思えませんが。
協力しないんならカードと指紋認証用に指を1本ちょんと拝借するまでです。
そうしたくはないですね。私のカードで開くことを祈るばかりです。
地下のセキュリティルームはどれです？
認証カードで入ってすぐ脇のこの部屋です。この部屋には空調もテレビもありますから、基本的に保安の方はそこに全て詰めています。上で2人をやっつければ残りの6人がいるはずです。
6人か。一気に制圧しないと難しいね。一瞬で制圧しないとほぼ確実に警報を鳴らされる。先に警報を切断する方法は？
ちょっとわかりませんが、予備電源や予備回線があるはずです。
現実的じゃないか。セキュリティルームを制圧する方が現実的ですね。保安の連中の武装は
1階の保安は非武装ですが、1階保安室には一応銃が置かれているという話です。地下の保安は全員が拳銃を携帯しています。あとセキュリティルームにはもっと強力な連発式の銃が何丁か置かれていたはずです。
屋内での用途から考えて多分口径の短い機関拳銃のようなものでしょう。長距離での命中率はひどく落ちますが、小回りが利き近距離では十分な火力を持つ危険なものです。
地下で撃ってきた連中 MP5 でしたし、そいつが何丁持ってのはちょいと厄介ですね。でもここを制圧できれば地下は私たちの手に落ちる。監督、サトシ君は？
本当は動かしたくないところですが、敵の巣の中に放置はできません。サトシ君も安全なところに移しましょう。私の付き添いも必要です。
サトシ君はどの部屋にいるんです？
この奥の病室に監禁されています。そこは去年から彼専用の部屋になっています。
God damn.
サトシ君。
The look in Shion's eyes made clear determination. The security guards who chased after Ire were in the security room on the first floor. They had resumed their game of poker. They knew that the mountain dogs were coming to the mountains, and they were well aware that the Institute continued to be in danger. But their job was to stay in that room. And besides, they were working hard in the poker game. Of course, they weren't really concentrating on the game itself. They were still both chatting about the recent car chase, and both seemed proud about what they had done. They were ordered to shoot at the tires, but they wished they had been ordered to shoot at Ire himself. They definitely would have caught him. Then they talked and laughed like that. When people stopped being on edge, they left them all the more vulnerable. This was a perfect example. That was why it took only 2 seconds to suppress them.
両手を頭の上へ。
The security guards were professionals. They immediately realized the guns Kasai, Akasaka, and Shion were holding weren't toys. They'd already heard there was a gunfight in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. The security guards knew they weren't dealing with amateurs. They also knew they wouldn't hesitate to fire. That was why they surrendered so quickly. They had handcuffs on them already, so it was easy for Kasai and the others to restrain them. The security guards had never thought they'd be wearing the cuffs themselves. They had especially never dreamed of being locked up in the toilet. Their hands were cuffed to pipes behind them as they sat on the toilet seats. Their mouths were stuffed with hand towels, then covered with duct tape. Shion, clearly amused, remarked on how she always wanted to do this to someone. Cause I couldn't help but laugh.
ここまでは順調ですね。問題は地下です。監視カメラで必ず気づかれます。
そのカメラはモノクロ？画面は4分割？
確かそうだったと思います。よくある防犯カメラの画面です。
ってことは解像度は良くないですね。
I mean, have you seen fake footage?
なら私いい手を思いつきました。
シオンさん、捕虜の虐待はあまり良くないのでは？
Mound dogs weren't only locked in the bathroom, but had to go through extra humiliation. Radio calls continued to come in from the mound dogs who were fighting up in the mountains. The security guards listened to them intently over the speakers. From what they could hear, it was obvious the mound dogs weren't doing well at all. They kept falling into traps, suffering heavy losses, all of which they had never expected. It was clear that the mound dogs were trapped, but they even started to think that they were being lured into something bigger than a simple military maneuver. The mound dogs had made a mistake. They assumed the club members went to the mountains to escape from Himizawa, but they were wrong. They were simply being lured into their enemy's carefully prepared territory. The panicked voices of the mound dogs, Takano's yelling, and Okonogi's reprimands could be heard through the speaker. It certainly sounded like a war zone.
大鳥湾より大鳥、休憩時間は終わりだぞ。俺たちも出撃する。壊滅した白鷺のポジションを埋めるんだ。味方の損害率はすでに致命的状況だが、敵は確実に後退を重ねてすでに包囲されつつある。もう一息だ。温存した大鳥で一気に圧殺する。陣頭指揮はサンサが直接取られるそうだ。俺も出るぞ。これで決着させる。
おい、隊長が出るぞ。大鳥も上がる。総力戦だ。
なんて奴らだ。ってことはすでに被害は招待規模にもなるってのか。
俺たちは何者を相手にしてるんだよ。相手はどこの特殊部隊だってんだ。
Security guards listening to the battle reports over the radio fluctuated between dismay and rejoicing. A cute chime rang suddenly. It was a warning chime that rang automatically when someone went through the entrance to the basement. When the chime rang, the guards were supposed to check the screen to see who was coming through. The one who looked at the screen needed a moment to comprehend what he was seeing. Oh, this is awesome. They could see the two security guards on the first floor restraining Yurei and some girl. Oh, okay, I see. I see.
どういうことだ。そういうことか。分かったぜ。向こうは陽動で、こいつらが富武救出に忍び込もうとしたってことだ。
三佐に所長を連行したと連絡しろ。
A buzzer sounded and a computer panel displayed information about the card being used to enter. Commission offered Officer Pass ID 001, Special Grade 1. Lieutenant Colonel Kyosuke Ire, Director. Password... Match. Fingerprint confirmation... Match.
Huh?
How strange. The security guards brought Ire down. That made sense. But why were they using the director's security access card? They were even using his fingerprint. Why were they having him do that? Wouldn't it be quicker for the guards to do that themselves? Too late. One of the guards figured it out, but it was too late. The door to the basement was open, and the 4 newcomers forced their way inside. They ran through the security camera screen and were headed straight for the security room. They had them. As soon as the door opened, the security guard started firing. Akasaka realized that if he'd taken him a second longer to pull back, he would have been riddled with hundreds of bullets. One of the guards pushed the desk onto its side. The paper cups on the desk fell to the floor, spilling coffee everywhere. They used the desk as a barricade. The other 2 guards started to shoot at random. As long as the guards were shooting at a rescue unit, they couldn't counterattack. One of the guards activated the emergency alarm. Another picked up the submachine gun off the wall. The other one picked up a gas mask. It was impressive that they got their act together so quickly. A situation like this would result in a fierce gun battle, meaning that it would take quite a while for the rescue team to suppress the guards. The emergency alarm sounding in the basement reminded them that their surprise attack had failed. God damn.
一気に制圧し損ねた。
でも敵は全員この中、袋のネズミです。この部屋に釘付けにしているうちに、サトシ君と富武さんを救出しちゃいましょう。
The mountain dogs outside would definitely hear that alarm. If they took too long, the enemy would come to block their escape route. Then they'd be trapped inside.
そうだ。確かセキュリティに侵入者対策で確か
He already started to speak while he tried to recollect it. Shion told him that he should have remembered something like that before they came in. Before he already remembered, a voice came on over the speakers. I mean, one of the guards did put on a gas mask.
問題が解決するまで研究施設内の全区画は緊急閉鎖されます。エントランス区画のスタッフはセキュリティルームに集合し、防毒マスクを着用してください。
Yep.
保安隊員の指示に従ってください。120秒後に研究区画およびエントランス区画には鎮圧用ガスの自動散布が行われます。
2 minutes.
繰り返します。
どうやら2分以内に制圧して警報を解除しないとヤバいことになりそうだな。
鎮圧用ガスって何ですか？毒ガス？
I think it's fuck me. No, it's a crest sign. Yeah, that's how you say it. If you inhale a lot of it, it's dangerous, but it's not deadly. It only takes a few seconds to take effect. There are many symptoms, but the most common one is to sneeze for about 30 minutes. Damn. Isn't that also called red agent? The military used to use it to secure enemy territories. They either had to run out of there immediately or take over the security room, but since the area had been sealed off, they couldn't escape. But there were armed guards in the security room, and if the rescue unit members even peeked around the corner, they'd be shot at mercilessly.
ダメだ。これでは狙って撃つなんて到底できない。
インドアの基本はグレネードか。くそ、そんなのないって。
焦って飛び込めば蜂の巣です。どうすればいいんだ。
サトシ君は目前だというのに悔しい。
Shion pressed her forehead against her gun, gritting her teeth in frustration. As Kasai analyzed the situation, he stood up and spoke.
皆さん、私に任せてもらいましょう。
The guards in the security room were on edge too. Once the gas was flowing, everything would come to an end, but the guards knew their enemy wouldn't just sit and wait for that to happen. They'd come rushing in, regardless of the counterattack they'd face. Although the guards would still have the upper hand, it would be a point-blank gunfight. They wouldn't come out of it unscathed. Therefore, as the deadline approached, their tension increased. The guards never even considered that the door they opened would be shut again. They fired at the door, leaving many small holes in it. After that, it all went quiet. What were they thinking? There was nowhere to hide. The gas was about to be released. Why did they close the door? For what reason did they do that? That was when a loud explosion punched a hole in the door the size of a fist. Not only the door, but the wall in the security room had a similar hole.
Magnum.
Oh shit. A calm voice echoed from the other side of the door.
ご名答です。こいつは人間を撃つ弾じゃありません。威力は皆さんほどならすでにご存知でしょう。
The power of a slug bullet is limited to extremely close-range battles, but it is also incredibly powerful. After all, it's fired from a shotgun, but it doesn't scatter. A shotgun is meant to fire scatter shots, but it can be used to fire only one huge, incredibly powerful bullet. That's a slug. It's usually used for hunting. It's used to shoot at animals, not humans. If it was to be used on a human, their arms and legs would be shattered, and nothing would be left of the head. It shouldn't even be called a bullet. It should be called a cannon. It would easily pierce through the door, the desk they were using as a barricade, and any guards hiding behind the desk before slamming into the wall. The guards understood very well just how powerful it was. The kind of guns they had shot out many small bullets, therefore they didn't work as well through a door. But their enemies didn't care about the door at all. Their weapon could easily pierce through anything. Hiding behind a desk didn't mean a thing.
あなた方を粉々にできることがご理解できたはずです。死にたくなかったら警報を切っていただきましょう。
落ち着け。もうじきガスが出る。それまでの辛抱だ。
その前に皆さんが内臓をぶちまけることになるとはお考えが至りませんか。
Kasai's voice was extremely intimidating. Only one who truly understood the power of the shotgun could talk that way.
時間がありません。5秒でケツを取ります。5つ数えて警報が切れなければ覚悟していただきます。
どうする？ガスまでまだ60秒くらいあるぞ。畜生。
焦るな。向こうだってビビってるんだ。飲まれるんじゃねえ。
That was when a deep voice rang out, reverberating through the pit of their stomachs.
おい、人が親切に話してるのに聞いてねえのか。
It must have been coming from the same person, but it had changed so much so quickly.
この笠井達義がてめえらを生かしてやると言ってんだ。
Oh shit.
ありがてえとは思わねえのか、ガキどもが。お前ら、俺を舐めてんのか？ああ？現実戦か、ガキどもが。
Oh shit! A roar and explosion sounded at the same time. The upper half of the door disappeared. Numerous red balls bounced around in the room, breaking the lights and ricocheting off the walls. Shattered glass fell onto the floor. The shotgun had turned the security room into hell. The hurricane of red balls blew finally through the room as it shattered, scattered, and destroyed everything. The guards could only cover their heads and pray. They prayed their red balls wouldn't hit them and endured the falling glass. Before they had a chance to recover, Kasai jumped in through what was left of the door and kicked the desk aside. He stepped onto one guard's head and yelled at the others.
最初にミンチになりてえのは誰だ？てめえかこら！さっき上等決めやがったのはてめえかこら！
違う！降伏する！撃つな！
何いつまで茶化ひけらかしてんだこら！殺されてえかオリサイ。てめえとは築いてきた屍の山の高さが違うんじゃボケ。
すんません。勘弁してください。
They dropped their guns voluntarily and got on the floor with their hands on their heads. Even Shion couldn't believe what just happened. There were several of them, and all had been amply armed. Kasai had a weapon too, but it was his presence that defeated them. Even the mound dogs couldn't equal what Kasai once had to go through.
何てめえら昼寝始めてんだこら。マスク剥がされてガス吸わされてえのか。とっとと警報を止めろクソガキ。
One of the guards got up in a hurry and switched the alarm off. Kasai stood there calmly, but they were only seconds away from the gas releasing. Shion and Akasaka came to their senses and quickly moved into the room to help Kasai subdue the guards.
カサイ、あんた。
こんな真似は二度としないつもりでしたが、緊急措置でした。忘れてください。
Shotgun Kasai. That was the Kasai Shion knew. But in the end, Kasai hadn't killed anyone. Shion remembered Kasai telling her how terrifying shotguns were in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. That was Shotgun Tatsu, whom all the people in Shishiboard were so afraid of.
急ぎましょう。どの道すでに警報は鳴らされています。長居はできません。
そうですね。急ぎましょう。
Akasaka and Kasai pulled out the guards' handcuffs and restrained them.
サトシ君、どこ？
Now that the security room was under her control, Shion realized there was nothing keeping her from seeing Satoshi. She was getting anxious. Yuri had shown her the map. He must be down here, she thought. Shion had already started to run.
私も行ってきます。サトシ君と富武さんを助けないと。
すみません。頼みます。
1、2、3、4、5。
Akasaka felt a chill running down his spine. Yuri said there were 6 security guards. Where's the 6th one? Shion wasn't paying attention to anything else. She was only thinking about her reunion with Satoshi. And she still can't hear in her left ear. To make things worse, the security guard is waiting on the left side of Shion. Shion had to regret letting her guard down just a bit too early. The mountain dog jumped out and grabbed Shion. He choked her with her neck with his thick arm. There was no way Shion could get out of this situation alone. Ire saw what had happened. Fortunately, their backs were turned towards him. Here was Ire's chance to attack the enemy. But today, Ire had lost a lot of confidence in himself. He felt he hadn't done anything right all day. Fighting wasn't his expertise, so there really wasn't anything he could have done, but he was disappointed in himself for not being able to help just the same. But in that moment, he was the only one who could do anything. If possible, he wanted to get Kasai or Akasaka. They were both very reliable. They could take out this man in an instant. But there was no time for that. Only in this moment was his back facing Ire. And if Ire didn't do anything, the dog was sure to take Shion hostage, creating a deadlock. Enemy backup could arrive at any moment, so being in a deadlock would mean death. Therefore, Ire couldn't depend on anyone else. He had to resolve the situation himself. He only had one chance. Once the unit member turned around, the deadlock would begin. But was there even a way for Ire to knock him down in one shot? No, he had to. He must. There had to be something that only Ire could do. Ire took a mechanical pencil out of his pocket. It was probably the strongest weapon he had.
くそ、やってくれますね、所長。
Ire stabbed the man's neck with his mechanical pencil, but only scratched him a little. What was he thinking? The man drew his gun, pressed it to Shion's head, and created a stalemate just as Ire predicted.
ごめんなさい。私、サトシ君のことで頭がいっぱいだった。
Shion's eyes were filled with tears.
さて所長、月並みで恐縮ですが、他の侵入者ともども武装解除してもらいましょう。 さっきのとんでもない音は相当でかい銃を持ち込んでますね。撃たれたらたまりませんので。
Come on, Irie. Remember Kasai-san from earlier? You can do it!
笑わせます。この入江機関、この入江京介に取引などできるつもりですか？
何？
これは高野さんの開発したシャーペン型の偽装注射器です。薬物については説明が必要ですから。
なんだと
If a regular person had said that, it wouldn't have worked. But Irie was wearing his white coat, and the basement was his territory. What he had just said sounded very believable. He wanted to believe that Irie was lying, but he started to feel an itch on the back of his neck.
H178 は高野さんが生み出した170番台の最高傑作です。いかなる治療手段もなく、わずか数分で錯乱、妄想、頭痛、鼻水、鼻詰まり、お通じの普通、数々の激症を引き起こし、最後には自らの爪でお尻をかき破って死んでしまいます。治療法はただ一つ。1分以内、この解毒剤のお注射を受けることのみです。
Oh shit.
嘘だ。そんなのあるはずね
え。すでに30秒経過ですね。そろそろ心臓を経由して全身に回り始めてくることです。全身のリンパ腺にかゆみは出ませんか？寝るときにいびきやおならが出ませんか？
Dude, I swear, every fucking character is getting a standout moment in this chapter, and I love it. Shion could only watch this pathetic act in silence. But for the mountain dog who worked at such a shady research center, what he really said sounded totally believable.
わかった。降参する。早くその治療薬を打ってくれ。
はて、言葉遣いがなっていませんね。
わかりました。降参します。早く注射をしてください。
ダメです。ご主人様への言葉遣いがなっていません。一度だけ指導しましょう。いいですか？このお注射はお尻に注射しなくてはなりません。まず四つん這いになってズボンをずらし、お尻を出しその際お尻は突き出すようにし、両肩はぺったり床につけるようにします。
This is fucking ridiculous. I love it.
右手の親指の爪を噛みながら振り返り、そうそう。そしてあなたはご主人様、この私めにお注射をくださいませと哀願するのです。
Okay, you're right. You're getting a little too into it.
言えませんか？嘆かわしい。そもそも古来名人はご主人様への絶対忠誠を誓い、死亡法によって美徳と文化を築き上げてきたのです。
Oh my god.
そんな素晴らしい社会を作った近年の日本はどうですか？メイドの心を忘れた若者はガングロ、ルーズソックス、派手派手なハワイ装束。大和なでしこが情けない。お肌をスレスレにお手入れして過剰な日焼けには要注意。ソックスはもちろんいいそうです。黒のストッキングも素晴らしい。いや、でもたまにはハイソックスも素敵です。そして培われるメイドの心。思えば日本はわびさびとメイドを忘れました。その結果がこの低出産率、超高齢化社会。今や熟年人口は増え続け、萌えメディアもそのをターゲットにするのは時代の問題。されてきたおばさんのそれが主流になってゆく。おばさんとメイドの国はまさにトイレ用の問題。Oh my god!
I'm gonna work in white-handed. Oh my god. I'm going fucking. I'm going fucking insane. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh, I'm fucking white-headed. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's a fucking JoJo pose and everything. I can't. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was fucking amazing. Oh my god. Oh my god, after 4 hours, that's the thing that made me white fucking headed. Oh, Jesus fuck. Oh, that was amazing. Oh, that was a great moment. That was fantastic. Honestly, top 10 moments in Higurashi. Okay, here we go. There was really nobody left to stop her. Shion ran down the hallway at full speed. It was right there. There was a huge window in front of Shion that allowed her to look inside. Shion threw herself at the window. Satoshi was there, lying on the bed. He was sleeping with an IV connected to his arm. There were some wires attached to his forehead and chest to observe his brain waves. The waves of light displaying on the machine they connected to prove that he was at least still alive. But he might be sleeping very deeply. His face was pale, and he looked like there was barely any life left in him.
生きてるんだよね。サトシ君、生きてるんだよね。
落ち着いてください。入江先生、早く彼を。
Ira brought in a stretcher to load Satoshi onto. Kasai opened it up.
早くサトシ君を、サトシ君を。
シオンさん、彼を出す前に一つだけどうしても約束してほしいことがあります。
Here he gave Shion a condition. What is he saying now? Shion angrily thought.
今から彼を担架に移しますが、決して起こそうとしてはいけません。いいですね。絶対約束してください。
どうして起こしちゃいけないんですか？
That was the first thing Shion wanted to do. She wanted to tell him personally that it was free. But Ire was telling her that she couldn't do that.
辛いことですが、真実だけを手短に話します。サトシ君はあの日、末期発症により脳と心に深刻なダメージを受けました。幸いなことに命に異常はありませんが、サトシ君には目に入るものの敵味方、真実と虚構の区別がつかないのです。過度の被害妄想と恐怖に取りつかれ、それから逃れるために急祖が猫を噛むように目の前にいるのが誰であろうと襲いかかります。昨年 不用心なスタッフが整形手術を必要とするほどの大怪我をしました。
Jeez.
彼はたとえあなたであっても例外としません。
Shion finally noticed it. While Satoshi was covered in a blanket on the bed, there were two belts over that blanket, holding him down on the bed, and that he also had leather straps around his arms. He was restrained to the bed. The belts had some marks on them.
そんな、それって治るんですか？
The silence that followed was cruel. Yuri wanted to tell her that he would be cured, but he was a doctor. He knew he shouldn't say something irresponsible, and so that was why he couldn't say anything.
何それ？何それ？じゃあ何？サトシ君はもうって言ってくれないの？私の頭を撫でてくれないの？なんで？なんで？
Shion cried as she pounded on the glass.
いけません。彼のことを本当に大切に思うならどうか彼を起こさないでください。それはきっと彼が望むことでもあるのです。起こせばそのサトシ君の姿はあなたを必ず傷つけます。そしてサトシ君もその姿をあなたに見せたいとは思わないはずです。ですから分かってください。
そんな。
Shion slid down the window and hit the floor, crying uncontrollably. She scratched at the floor. The sad reunion and her anger made her crawl at the tiles. And if Satoshi's smile was there under the floor, Shion would scratch until all of her nails were gone. But Satoshi wasn't under the floor. He was right there. He was sleeping on the bed. And he wasn't supposed to be woken up.
ですが、決して悪い話だけではないのです。微弱ですが、この1年、脳波の傾向に回復の兆しが見られるんです。人間の体は弱くありません。たくましいんです。それは脳も同じです。脳に致命的損傷を負った人が奇跡的に回復を遂げたという報告は世界中にあります。サトシ君は帰ってこようとしています。必死に戦っています。そして私も負けない。帰ろうと戦うサトシ君をこちら側に連れ戻そうと私は今後も研究を続けます。そして必ずサトシ君をひなみ沢に連れて帰ってみせます。
The brain is what moves people, but the brain is only a part of the body. If something happens to the brain, the person will end up changing. That change hurts the person themselves as well as the people around him, and hurting others hurts that person even more. Yuri recalled his parents. That abnormal change in his father. His mother was not able to understand that it was caused by a brain disorder. That was enough. That was sad enough. That was the reason why Yuri became a neurologist. Right now, there was a young boy before him, and a young girl. Before him was a fragment of the sadness from that day. A fragment of that day's regret. After his father's death, Irie learned that he was misunderstood and that it was due to a brain disorder. But it was all too late by then. He regretted not getting into the study of brains 5 years earlier, but it was too late. But now he had studied and experienced so much, he achieved things and he had confidence. But he still had regrets about that day. Irie holds his fist tightly and spoke without hiding his tears.
絶対です。命をかけてもいい。私は絶対にサトシ君をひなみ沢へ連れ帰ります。この入江京介が絶対というのです。そしてサトシ君も帰ってこようとしている。互いが手を伸ばし合って届かぬわけがない。だからシオンさん、私を信じてその日まで待ってください。絶対この入江京介が彼を連れ帰ります。
Irie vowed this from the bottom of his heart, and he realized something. Irie realized that everything he had done was in preparation for this day. The two people in front of him weren't his parents, but he was going to rid himself of his regrets and devote himself to that promise.
本当ですね。サトシ君、帰ってくるんですね。本当に。
絶対です。私の人生のすべてを捧げてでも彼をひなみ沢へ連れ帰ります。だからシオンさん、その日を信じて私と待ちましょう。そしてきっと私たちで彼を迎えてあげましょう。その日まで待てますか？この悲しい事実をさとこちゃんに内緒にできますか？
はい。サトシ君、帰ってくるなら何でもします。何でも我慢します。
あれを見てください。
The bear. There was something in the corner of that dark room. It was the giant teddy bear that Satoshi had bought that day.
彼がさとこちゃんの誕生日のために一生懸命に働いて貯めたお金で買ったものです。あれをサトシ君がさとこちゃんに渡さないでこの世を去るなんて考えられますか？考えられないでしょう。
This is a beautiful fucking scene, man.
サトシ君は必ずあのぬいぐるみと一緒にあなたとさとこちゃんのところへ帰ってきます。どうかその日まで我慢をしてください。
お見舞いに来てもいいですか？
もちろんです。
彼の脇に座ったり本を読んであげたりしてもいいですか？それから
いいですよ。きっと彼も喜ぶでしょう。
Shion started to cry again. Akasaka came in with Tomiki, but he couldn't say anything to her.
無事でよかったです。あなたに番犬を呼んでもらえれば全ては解決できます。
実はそうもいかないのです。さっきの保安室の銃撃戦で無線装置が壊れたようなのです。山犬は非常時対応で村全体の通信手段を遮断しているでしょうから、ここの無線装置が損傷した以上、東京へ連絡をするには 村を脱出するほかないんです。
となれば車で強行突破するしかないでしょう。ミオンさんたちもよく時間を稼いでくれています。しかし籠城ですからやがては追い詰められるでしょう。一刻も早く富武さんを村の外へ脱出させ番犬を呼び寄せる必要があります。
困った問題が一つ。彼らが非常時対応で電話線を遮断しているなら、同じ対応で町へ通じる街道を封鎖することになっているのです。車両突破を防ぐため、彼らには歩兵が携帯する対戦車榴弾砲が一つ与えられているはずです。
Damn.
RPG-7 ですか。戦車を想定していないでしょうから弾頭は榴弾でしょうが、直撃しなくても車がひっくり返るかもしれません。相当厄介な相手です。
しかし街道を車で突破しなかったら無駄な時間がかかりすぎる。迂回などしていたら日が暮れます。みんなもよく戦ってくれていると思うが、暮れるまで持ちこたえられるとは思えません。急がないと危険です。
もたもたしてる暇はないです。何が何でも富武のおじさまを沖宮に大至急。監督はサトシ君と安全な場所へ。とにかく大至急出ましょう。ここに敵が殺到するのも時間の問題です。
Chion's eyes were swollen from crying, but she had calmed down. Satoshi's safety depended on their victory. They had to win for his sake too. Although this is a very sad situation, Satoshi was alive and he would be back someday. She understood that, but yet more tears poured from her eyes. Sis, everyone, thank you. We've succeeded over here. Takano didn't have enough stamina to walk around in the mountains. She was running out of breath, but even so she continued to scream at the mountain dogs on the radio. She wasn't using the intercom like mountain dogs were. Instead, she was using the communication unit on the back of one of the dogs, so he constantly had to listen to her yelling.
どいつもこいつも頼りないったらありゃしない。それでも特殊部隊なの？天下の山犬はどうしたというのよ。
Takano bit her lower lip and squeezed her left arm with her nails. Her arms had nail marks all over them. She was holding her grandfather's research scrapbook in her left hand. Even Takano didn't know why she was holding it. Maybe she grabbed it unconsciously because she wanted her grandfather to comfort her. Mountain dogs had already suffered devastating damage. They had to walk around in an area they weren't familiar with, and they wasted their energy in the multitude of traps that had been set. Although they were as tough as can be, they were getting exhausted.
ウグイス1よりウグイス13。用心しろ。お前の左翼が沈黙した。今度はお前が狙われるぞ。
ふざけるなよ。なんだってんだよ。俺かよ、畜生。
He panicked. The same thing kept happening. His team members had been going down one at a time, starting from the left flank, and he was next. Did that mean the enemy was coming from his 9 o'clock? No, those demons didn't fake normally. On this mountain, being aware of 360 degrees around yourself wasn't enough. Even being cautious of the ground below your feet and sky above your head wasn't enough. Where are they fucking coming from? Those bastards, come here, come the fuck at me! Nightingale 13 held his taser in front of him as he worked around timidly. This taser could have been a powerful weapon, but it was far more effectively used indoors. On this mountain, it was almost worthless. Nightingale 13 heard a noise behind him from a bush. He thought he saw something, so he fired his taser. The electrodes flew out into the bush. Did he just imagine it? He felt a tug on his taser. The cord from the taser was stuck in the bush, and he couldn't rewind it. If it wasn't useless before, it had certainly become that way. Then he heard a noise behind him again. This time he saw someone coming at him. but his weapon was useless. The newcomer growled at him. That was all it took, because he was so scared he didn't think. That was exactly what Sadako expected. Sadako, who was up in the tree, dropped a metal bucket on his head. It ran in perfectly. The bucket had some drawings on it. What were they? They were drawings of strange, unknown creatures. They somehow resembled those strange characters you see on educational TV programs. As Rena jumped out from another bush, she hit the bucket with a stick. No, maybe it should be described as a strike, instead of a hit. The man threw backwards. Kechi was ready for him. The stance he was in looked a bit like... That's it. It looked like a batter in a batter's box. It was on one foot. That was the legendary one-foot swing created by that one world-famous baseball player. What, Babe Ruth? Destructive force can't be measured from just one direction. It's a function of both speeds added together. Both Kechi's strike and the speed of his opponent created a truly amazing destructive force. With an exhilarating and magnificent sound, the Mound Dog flew into the air in the opposite direction. Then he rolled down on the ground and stopped. There Rika awaited him. It was almost as though they calculated that he would end up there. Rika patted the bucket happily. This comforting moment for Nightingale 13 only lasted for a second. Mion shot her taser at his butt. Nightingale 13 jerked for a moment, then went whip. Kechi and Rena jumped on him and tied his hands behind his back with wire. Hanyu and Sadako high-fived. While Kechi and Rena tied Nightingale 13 up, we could try to sense something in the air. Rika reported to Mion. She was a bit like radar. Mion didn't even care about the guy who they just knocked out. She was already trying to figure out their next move while looking at Sadako's map and using the info Rika gave her. Everyone eagerly awaited Mion's next order. Mion was a great leader. She had both leadership skills and tactical ability, but more than anything else, she was great at encouraging people's spirits. There are no cowardly soldiers under a brave general, and brave soldiers fight like a million men under Mion's command. Nobody could stop Mion and their club members. Both Mion and Okonogi's original estimates were too low. Now, Okonogi was thinking something else. Before they started the siege, he likened one of them to a well-trained platoon. But that didn't fit anymore. They were on par with an elite armored division. Foot soldiers couldn't beat an armored division. What Okonogi had was just a company. Where was the air support or a bombardment from a warship or an artillery base? Okonogi needed someone to pump the mountain full of holes. If he couldn't have that, he needed a submarine to fire a nuclear weapon. If he couldn't have that, he wanted to retreat. Okonogi no longer doubted it. The enemy commander was a genius. Under a mighty commander, all soldiers became heroes. He wanted to see the face of the commander, or at least he wanted to know their name. But then Okonogi remembered that demons used to live in Imizawa. He also realized the commander had to be a demon.
ウグイス13沈黙。
大鳥4沈黙。
こちらひばり10。子供の笑い声が聞こえる。包囲された。頼む、助けてくれ。
ひばり10、退却しろ、退却しろ。
退却ってどっちにだよ。
Just fucking dead.
大鳥ないんだ。敵の一人を発見、追跡している。応援を送ってくれ。大鳥ない。どこにいるんだ。所在地がわからない。周辺の状況を送られたし。霧が出てる。寒い。ここは河原。大鳥ない。地図上ありえない。落ち着いて状況を確認しろ。そんな。の向こうに死んだ姉ちゃんが大鳥ない大鳥ない応答しろ大鳥ない沈黙
無理だ奴らはこの山の鬼だ俺は知ってるこれは鬼隠しなんだ俺たちは全員この山で消されちまうんだ
Oh, this is superstition.
バカなことを口走るのはやめろ。各班長は採点庫で状況把握と指揮公用に努めろ。敵は悪魔なんかじゃない。ただのクソガキだ。ビビるな。格の違いを見せてやれ。
聞こえる。誰のインカムから聞こえてるんだ。俺じゃない俺じゃない
クマだ大鳥3だここには野生のクマがいるのか聞いていない大鳥1一度撤退し下記の武装の決闘を
バカ言うんじゃねえいくら矢口三家ったって野生のクマがいるはずねえだろ連中のハッタリだ乗せられるな
人の身に過ぎたるを知らぬ愚かなる人間たち汚すことを許されぬ聖地を踏み荒らす罪を知るがいい我に感謝せよ聖地を汚した罪をあがなう機会を与えしことを感謝せよ
誰かのインカムを奪ってやがるんだ敵の指揮減退戦術に乗るな
恐れを知ることかなわぬ哀れな人間どもよかろう汝らがその身でしか知ることができないというなら我がそれを教えよう
ウグイス1だ光栄が来ていないバカなどこへ行った応答しろ
哀れなウグイスが1羽踏み込むこと許されぬ地に迷い込むそんなにも知りたいか鬼の世を知りたいか告げよ人の世に別れよ我が忠告に耳を重ぬ愚を 今より知れ。
誰の悲鳴だ今のは。ウグイス、結構取れ。
またやられた。誰が沈黙した？それより本部、俺の左肩には誰かいるんだよな。俺は孤立してるんじゃないよな。
まだ聞きたいか。痛みを伴う声が。
なんだよ今の音。何がひしゃげたらあんな音になるんだよ。
俺昔電車の飛び込みを見たことある。あん時と同じだ。全身がひしゃげる音だ。
嫌だ、そんな死に方ごめんだ。死にたくねえ、死にたくねえ。
So interesting to see the paranoia flipped on the Mound Dogs themselves. The superstition.
俺も好きでやってるわけじゃねえんだ。給料もらってやってるだけなんだ。
ウグイスワンより本部。ダメだ、士気の高揚は困難。隊員の脱落と士気低下は深刻。これ以上の戦線維持は困難。損害が増えるだけだ。
だから落ち着け、ウグイスワン。他の隊員は野戦の素人ばかりじゃねえか。お前はあの地獄の卒業生だろうが。そのお前が混乱してどうするんだ。落ち着け、お前が範を示せ。
本部、ウグイスワンが応答しない。
Oh shit.
そんな、あの人がやられるなんてダメだ。やっぱり悪魔だ。
ダメだ、クソ。敵は心理戦までこなしやがるのか。ガキどものくせにプロの不正規戦部隊に指揮減退戦術まで仕掛けやがるというのか。
Radios are usually helpful communication tools, but in this case they backfired. The club members took an intercom from Mound Dog they knocked out and used it to corner the other members psychologically. It worked even more effectively because they were in enemy territory and were unfamiliar with the terrain. The best solution would be to make everyone stop using the intercom, but that would give the enemy more chances to attack them individually. Okonogi was growing fearful of the club members as he still hadn't grasped their true identities. However, Takano still hadn't recognized how serious the situation was. She kept yelling at the Mountain Dogs to get their act together. Okonogi could tell she was exactly the type of commander who only commanded to attack and let her men die. But Takano's reckless orders were working in a way. Although the club members were winning, their area of operation was getting smaller. The club members were trying to lure their enemies to one trap area after another. In other words, they were defeating the Mound Dogs by allowing them to come into their territory. The Mound Dogs were about to be annihilated, but the curtains were closing on the club members to be there too. Okonogi realized his enemies were trying to finish this battle in a hurry. If the Mound Dogs fell back, everything they'd done would be for nothing. He didn't want to, but he had to follow the princess's order. Okonogi figured he was finally about to get his enemies. Hanyu and Kechi continued to act over the commandeered radio.
すごいね、羽生。あのドスは波の人間にはちょいと無理だよ。
だって神様なのですから。ピパーそれを言ったらケイイチもすごいのです。鶏の首を絞めたみたいなすごい悲鳴を出してましたです。こんなのケイイチさんには朝飯前ですわよ。何しろ我が部の通り名は口先の魔術師でございますもの。
へへへ。相手が人で耳がついてる限り 俺様のゲージマジックで思いのままに操ってやるぜ。
You should become a voice actor. Bet you'd be famous.
聞こえる？私は高野よ。三頭陸佐よ。あんたたちの最上位の上司よ。聞きなさい。鬼もいないし神様もいないわ。もしいるなら戦いなさい。神などその座から引きずり下ろしてやるのよ。ヒバリとウグイスは合流して戦力を立て直しなさい。大鳥は白鷺の残存と合流。敵は山頂付近栄林署の資材小屋あたりを本拠地にしている模様。交渉を取られてるわ。こちらの動きが筒抜けのはず。奇襲はあって当たり前よ。差し違えてでも倒しなさい。
サンサ、武装に戻る許可を。奴らを制圧するにはペーサーでは無理です。
許可できるわけないでしょう。私たちは今奴らを完全に包囲して追い詰めているのよ。ここで引けば取り逃がすわよ。私たちはあいつらの首に両手をかけてる。あとは締めるだけなのよ。
At the same time, Okonogi received another radio call. Using that line meant his caller didn't want Takano to hear the conversation. Okonogi understood the meaning of that, so he walked away from Takano and answered quietly.
指揮者より大鳥は緊急事態です。診療所研究区画が襲撃を受けたようです。エントランス区画への侵入者警報を受信しましたが、すぐに解除されました。ご法事の手続きによらない解除です。状況の確認を求めていますが無線に応じません。現在研究区画の武装保安隊も含め全員が沈黙しています。
Okonogi understood everything. He had been fooled. He suspected a diversion, but he had never even thought that the heavily armed security unit of the Mountain Dogs could be bested. But if the enemies were soldiers in camouflage, then he wouldn't have been fooled. He underestimated them because he thought they were kids, but now he really understood. He understood the reason why no adults had shown up in this battle on the mountain.
わかった。そいつは東京の格好を伝えたか？
まだです。連絡しますか？
連絡しろ。富武は奪還され脱出。村境で封鎖線を張らせてるが、武装保安隊を秒殺した連中だ。RPG 一機では難しいだろ
う。封鎖線に応援を送りますか？
バカ。そんな余剰人員があったらお姫様が突撃させてるぜ。今手が空いてるのはむしろお前くらいだ。封鎖線に連絡。車両の強行突破に備えろと伝えろ。了解。
了解。警戒を厳にする。各自聞け。診療所が襲撃され捕虜を奪われたとの連絡が入った。敵はおそらく車両にて強行突破を試みるものと思われる。
RPG を準備。他は一斉射撃で蜂の巣にしろ。射殺許可は出ているぞ。
One of the mountain dogs nodded and opened a narrow case in the trunk of the van. In that case was a powerful anti-tank weapon, designated RPG-7. This was a weapon that many said changed the history of modern warfare. After all, this terrifying weapon had a firing range over several hundred meters and was capable of burying most tanks into existence. The dawn of this weapon meant that we were now in an age where a lone foot soldier possessed the firepower to destroy a tank. It was capable of reshaping the history of warfare. That was the RPG-7. Each of the other 4 members had an MP5, the weapon used to destroy the tire on Erie's car. There was no question that the blockade team was well armed. They waited in the van until the enemy vehicle showed up. Once they saw the suspicious vehicle, they were planning to stop it by moving into the middle of the road. They intended to destroy that vehicle by firing all at once. They all watched very carefully for suspicious vehicles coming from Himizawa. This was the only road that connected Himizawa to Okayama. It would take more than half a day to get to there if they used a different route. Their blockade was where the gravel road changed to a paved road. It was what people called the village border, and was their last chance to stop anyone from leaving. Himizawa was at a higher elevation from that point, so the vehicle would be coming downhill. They were probably expecting a barricade, as well as heavy resistance from the mountain dogs. If they wanted to pass this point, the only way would be by force. They could start a gunfight, but it would take too much time. Since they didn't want to waste any, they should avoid unnecessary conflict. Grumble. Someone's stomach growled, but nobody made fun of it. That was understandable, since all the members were getting ready for a battle. Nobody even wanted to laugh. They all looked at the clock. It was almost noon. Of course they'd be getting hungry. At that time, they heard a noise coming from the direction of Himizawa. Obviously, the car was going very fast. The van moved to the middle of the road and stopped there. Some of them hid behind the van and some hid in the bushes on the side of the road. They pointed their guns at the suspicious vehicle coming towards them. The car must have been going very fast, but this was a straight road. No matter how fast it was going, it couldn't escape. The car happened to belong to Kasai. The shiny black paint and the sound of the engine made it clear that it was a very nice car. The RPG-7 fires unguided rockets. Therefore, hitting a quickly moving target is extremely difficult. In this case, however, their target was straight ahead. If the car tried to swerve sunway, it'd flip. If that was the case, it wasn't necessary to shoot directly at it. Besides, according to what Kasai said, its power can easily flip a car without a direct hit. Even if there was only one chance of fire, the mountain dogs were definitely in an advantage position. The mountain dogs aimed at the vehicle, who was coming right for them. The mountain dogs in the bushes waited and wait, ready to fire. The rocket on the tip glinted eerily, like it was waiting for its prey. The soldier put his finger on the trigger of the RPG-7. Oh, shit. What happened? Didn't the RPG-7 fire? That was when the one measuring the distance next to the shooter noticed something. The shooter's shoulder had been hit, and he was tumbling to the ground. Only the regular guns could stop the car now. The other mountain dogs fired all at once, but immediately they realized something. The car had been hit by a hail of bullets at close range. Any normal car would have been on fire in short order. But there was nothing. This wasn't a normal car. Oh, shit. Shion and Kasai were far beyond that straight road. They were in the enemy's blind spot on the other side of the hill, on top of an abandoned car. Shion was on her knees, checking the mountain dog's movements with a pair of military-grade high-power binoculars. Kasai was lying on top of the guard with a sniper rifle in his hands. Shion figured this would be where the mountain dogs would place their ambush, so the only way for them to beat the dogs was to snipe at them. Both Shion and Kasai took sniping lessons in the US during the dam conflict. Kasai was now aiming at the man who picked up the RPG and was trying to take position with it. Again, the RPG wasn't fired and was down on the ground. The two who tried to shoot were both groaning and clutching at their wounds. They were both shot in the shoulder. The wounds wouldn't kill them, but they definitely couldn't fire that rocket. The car had arrived. The mountain dog screamed and dove out of its way. Akasaka must have been used to driving this kind of situation. He hit the nose of the van just right and broke through the blockade. The van was hurled away and spun in a circle. As the mountain dogs tried to get back in the van, Shion and Kasai shot at them. The scope on a sniper rifle is one specifically made for sniping, therefore its field of vision is so narrow that the sniper is unable to see their surroundings well. That's why it's always necessary to pair up with a spotter. The spotter uses powerful binoculars to probe the situation and communicate information to the sniper. Snipers can't do their job alone. Their potential is unleashed only when paired up with a spotter equally as skilled. They try to stand up and climb into the van, but the ultra-velocity rifle bullets pin them down. The bullets whip through the air, traveling faster than the speed of sound. The noise these bullets created was nothing like the sound from a normal gun. It almost sounded like a Grim Reaper himself swinging down his scythe. Furthermore, they could see the mountain dogs, but the dogs couldn't see them. Only those who actually had experience being sniped at could understand this fear. There was a driver and one mountain dog in the van. They had to leave, otherwise it would be too late. The driver made a snap judgment and slammed to the gas pedal. Tomiki opened a window near one of the back seats and leaned out. Hot air blew into the car. Though the car was jolting up and down in the bumpy road, he checked the mechanism of his gun calmly. He did it naturally, as though examining his favorite camera. The gun had been taken from one of the security guards in the basement. One of the dogs in the van held the same gun in his hands. Their weapons were evenly matched. The road was no longer straight, it curved like a snake. There were some bumps and sharp curves, which made things in the car fly all over. Gunfight in this situation would be extremely difficult. Tomiki realized he wouldn't empty in no time if he wasted bullets, so instead of firing recklessly, he carefully waited for the right distance. And in doing so, tried to convince his enemy they were still out of range and make them close the gap. On the other hand, the mountain dog couldn't take it any longer. He fired, wasting his bullets on the bumpy road. Some of those bullets hit the body of Kasai's car, making a nasty metallic noise. Tomiki fired for the first time, after cautiously waiting for the perfect moment. Those who understood guns would be fascinated with his shooting form. His stance was so firm he didn't lose control, even in the violent bursts of shots. Yet there was no unnecessary tension, and just enough slack. Despite being in such an anomalous position as leaning out from a car, Tomiki was shooting it very precisely. It was nothing like what the mountain dogs did earlier. He shot at just the right time so his bullet went where it was supposed to go. It was hard to believe that they were using the same gun. Nasty metallic sounds etched themselves into the body of the van, which made the mountain dogs realize just how good Tomiki was.
教官時代は不正規戦部隊の射撃教官だったと聞いたぞ。
なんだよそれ。ってことはあいつ。
Tomoki started to aim for the driver's seat to pressure them to give up. The mountain dogs could tell they were in a predicament. Tomoki was capable of hitting his targets easily, even on such a bad road. Furthermore, they were in a bulletproof limousine, while the mountain dogs were in a regular van. The van, which incidentally was facing the limousine in pursuit. All his shots had just been warning ones. Unless the mountain dogs called off the chase, Tomoki would start shooting at them soon enough. They had no chance of winning.
封鎖線が突破されたならそれ以上はもういい。深追いするな。富武は射撃の名手だぞ。死に急ぐな。
どうする？行かせていいのか？
了解。こちら追跡車両。追跡を断念。起動する。
諦めたようだね。向こうは速度を落としてる。あれだけの銃撃戦をしたのに全く平静なままですね。相当の爆発をお見受けします。訓練の賜物さ。
Tomoki, having slid back into the car, raised his fist in victory. He was as easygoing as ever, even after a gunfight. Akasaka felt like he was finally getting to know Tomoki for the first time. Holy shit. God damn it. Oh my god. It just keeps going, and I'm not fucking tired at all. This game has the effect of me, the effect on me of just making me just keep going. Like, why the fuck should I stop? I got no reason to. Tomoki was making a call from a telephone booth outside of Okayama. The phone lines around there were on a different network than the one the mountain dogs had sabotaged. That was why he could make the call. Tomoki had called Tokyo immediately. He told Tokyo that there were some spies from the mountain dogs within Tokyo's research division, which is how they found out where he was. He also told him that he was captured, but that he had escaped. He told him that they were fooled by the diversion, and that they were on the mountain as they spoke. While he was captured, Major Takno, the ringleader, had hinted at the existence of masterminds she was working for, etc. He explained everything that he had learned thus far.
彼らはすでに地上での発砲を繰り返しており、このままでは村人に発覚するのも時間の問題です。番犬の緊急出動を強く要請します。
もしもし、調査部の岡だ。無事でよかった。番犬はすでにひなみ沢地区の南方30キロで空中待機してる。こちらも上層部に鎮圧命令を求めていたのだが、石頭どもが事なかれ主義で渋りやがってな。だが君が無事ならば話が早い。君の話はすぐにトップに説明する。許可はすぐ出るだろう。20分以内に番犬は到着する。つい今、高野三佐とお好み兄に逮捕命令が出たぞ。入江機関の即時制圧と山犬への武装解除命令も出た。君のおかげだぞ。でかした。
Checkmate. Tomoki walked out of the telephone box.
話はつきましたか？ええ。番犬部隊が鎮圧に緊急出動するそうです。すでに近くに空中待機していて、20分ほどで吸収するそうです。
どの程度に強いんですか？その番犬という連中は。
山犬が機密保持のための多目的部隊だとしたら、番犬は戦闘のみに特化した精鋭部隊です。装備も人材も比べ物になりません。おそらくあっという間でしょうね。
Akasaka looked at his watch. It was about 12:30. The bloodhounds would arrive in about 20 minutes. Akasaka remembered how hungry he was. So, fucking me too, man. It was lunchtime already. If he was brave enough, he would head to a noodle shop. By the time he was done, everything would have ended. For the mountain dogs who fought well until the last possible moment, it was ending rather too soon. They were in an area where rice fields and a residential area mix. It was the border of Okayama. The sun was covered by a thin layer of silver clouds and a cool breeze was blowing. It looked like it might even rain a little. The two of them couldn't even remember how many times their wives were threatened that day. They wanted nothing more than to let the rain soak their bodies. After a while, Akasaka spoke.
どうしますか、富武さん。
ん？どうするって何をね？
私、ひなみ沢へ戻ろうと思っています。まだみんな戦ってる。
そうだね。でもいいのかい？一度はくぐり抜けた視線だよ。
リカちゃんが待ってる。まだ約束は果たし終えていません。
なら戻ろう。僕も用事があってね。ちょうど戻ろうと思ってたんだよ。赤坂さんはヘリの旅の経験はあるかい？乗せてもらえることになってるんだ。
They watched the breeze blowing over the rice fields for a while, then returned to the bone wooden car. The car started up quickly, and they drove it back the way they came. It was only noon. There was still plenty of time before the Wanakagashi festival began. Clouds covered the sky, and it suddenly grew cool. It was going to rain a bit. According to Okonogi's intuition, he already knew that their enemy had broken through the arcade, but he hadn't told Takano about it. By then, it really didn't make any difference if she knew or not, and he also wanted to reach the top of the mountain. Okonogi was only thinking about one thing. He was thinking about the enemy's commander, who made the day so horrible for him. He just couldn't accept his defeat until he saw the enemy commanders face to face. The battle was already lost. They had just had a princess who didn't think they had yet. With the rest of the mountain dogs fall into the traps and ambushes, Okonogi had ordered all units except his own to fall back from the front line and into the vehicles. The only ones left to go on were the very determined princess, Okonogi himself, and a handful of exhausted members of the mountain dogs who could barely walk. Up the mountain where she goes. Eventually the slope became a little more gentle. Okonogi and his companions finally arrived at the storage shack of the Forest Service. The club members were already aware that the mountain dogs had been almost totally annihilated. Both the numbers and strength of the dogs had fallen far below that of the club members. Therefore, when Okonogi saw his opponents wind up there to welcome them, he wasn't surprised. It was all the kids who'd driven the mountain dogs to destruction that entire day. They had also fought with everything they had. Though they overwhelmed us from start to finish, they had used up all of their stamina and were on their last legs as well. Still, their willpower kept them standing. A will born of the victor's honor, which God granted only to the winners.
いたわ。あるよ、おころぎ、トライさせなさい。
サンサ、よくもこんなざまの我々をこき使えるもんです。
何？私に逆らう気なの？
まさか逆らう気なんか最初からありませんやね。
Okonogi removed his communication unit, his taser, and all the heavy equipment he had been carrying. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and told his men to stay put as he stepped forward. He strode forward about half of the distance towards the club members.
山犬の大鳥ワンコとおこのぎだ。お前らのリーダーに敬意を表する。名前を聞かせてくれ。
The club members looked at each other. One of them was a girl taller than the others. She couldn't be that old, but her hawk-like eyes were as sharp as a veteran soldier's. Okonogi didn't know her circumstances, but only those whose wives were friends on a daily basis had eyes like that.
部長、園崎美音。
The girl stepped forward.
いくつだ？いや、年齢なんてどうでもいい。朝からの沖宮署での騒ぎからこの山での戦いまで、すべてお前の指揮なのか？
The girl didn't answer, but her silence confirmed it more strongly than anything she could have said.
この戦はお前らの勝ちだ。まだ負けてねえと思ってるのはうちのお姫様だけさ。もう今さらどうにもならねえ。富武は封鎖線を突破。沖宮にすでに到着して東京に連絡を取っただろう。鎮圧部隊がいつここにやってくるか知らねえが、それも時間の問題だ。笑いたきゃ笑え。爪ってやつさ。
おこのぎ、何をやってるの？その女は敵のリーダーよ。倒しなさい。
お姫様が何か言ってるが気にするな。
望みは何？
お前も大将、俺も大将だ。わかるな。
あいつ降参したんじゃないのか？
レナにはわかる。あの人は今日敵の指揮をしていたんだよ。そして部下がみんなやられた。だから「はいそうですか」って言って負けを認めるわけにはいかないの。
我が身を犠牲にしてしか敗軍の将は見そげないというのですか？
いいよ。あんたが納得するようにすればいい。
感謝するぜ。
Mion took a stance. Okonogi took a stance too. Although Okonogi was nothing like Akasaka, he was still a close combat specialist. Even when exhausted, there was no way Mion could defeat him. Takano thought so too. She thought Mion was underestimating Okonogi, but Mion knew. She knew that she was the only one who could put him at ease. Okonogi readied Hunt wand sharp from his waist, but Mion deflected to the side with her elbow, wrapped her arm around underneath it, wrenching it back behind him and forced it up into a hold. And then she twisted his arm even further. Okonogi was certain she was going to snap a bone. It was an excellent technique. She took his arm in one flowing motion. It was clear that Mion's self-defense techniques weren't spur of the moment. However, she didn't break Okonogi's arm and set threw him into the ground. She didn't deliver the final blow, but rather chose to look down on him.
Okonogi, 何やってるの？早く制圧しなさい。
うるせえ！黙ってみて！こいつは大将戦だ。
Okonogi got up quickly, took a stance once again, and then swung his arm down. But Mion avoided it effortlessly, and just like she did before, she grabbed his arm and turned it around. They were in the same position as before. And just like what happened then, she didn't break his arm, but threw him onto the ground and looked down on him.
回転投げか。当て身を入れねえところを見ると実戦向きじゃねえな。むしろお上品に演武を見せる流派ってとこか。ちなみに腕を決めたとき、下がる相手の顔面に膝が入れられるぜ。
そうなんだ。今度試してみるよ。
ミオンってすげえ。向こうの隊長と互角に渡り合ってるぞ。
赤木、武器を使いなさい。何をやってるの。
行くぞ。
He had a stronger drive this time. He tried to kick right through her forearm from a step and half away. Yet this time Mion stepped in to launch her own attack, jumping right towards the foot, trying to hard kick her. Mion kept herself low as she entered close range with Okonogi, shutting out his way, trying to kick her. So of course he went after her head. Okonogi raised his right arm to elbow her in the skull, but this time Mion rose up using both hands to keep his arm from swinging down. Unlike the flowing motions familiar, this was simply a contest of strength. His physique was overwhelmingly superior to hers, so she couldn't win that test of strength. But suddenly, Mion let go and allowed Okonogi's elbow to come down. Then she stepped to the side. That's another repeat of before. Okonogi's arm was held to his back and ended up in the same position. But what came after was different. Okonogi's face lowered as Mion lifted his arm up high, and then she swiftly brought her knee to his face. It was exactly the technique that Okonogi told her about just earlier. And once again, he was down on the ground.
そうだ。飲み込みが早いじゃねえか。おめえ、戦略、戦術、そして戦闘、すべて三拍子揃ってるぜ。おめえみてえな奴が俺の役をやるべきなんだ。山犬みてえなクソどもの隊長だな。
ごめんだね。あんたらみたいなネクラそうな秘密部隊の隊長なんて。
Mion scoffed. Okonogi took it with a smile too. He wasn't trying to be humble, it was just his pure reaction.
そうだな。お前ほどの器なら日本の不正規戦部隊長なんて問題ないぜ。サスでもデルタでもスペツナズでもどこでも最高の人材になれるだろうぜ。何しろ
サス？デルタフォース？くだらないね。そんな退屈なところじゃ私を飼いならせやしないよ。
そうだろうな。そうだろうよ。なら聞かせてくれ。お前ほどのやつなら何の隊長だぞ。
隊長なんて興味ないね。部長でいいね。
部長。英国情報部あたりってことか。妥当だな。
ダメダメダメ、なってないね。あのね、私がやりたい部長はたった一つ。南沢分校の我が部の部長だけさ。罰ゲームのない戦いなんてごめんだね。口先の魔術師前原圭一、カーリーモードの竜宮レナ、トラップ使いの里子に萌え落としのリカちゃん、そして期待の新人フルで羽生。これだけ揃ってなけりゃ世界のどこだろうと退屈だね。
勝てねえ。勝てねえよ。こんなやつが隊長だったんじゃ勝てるわけねえやね。
Takano yelled at him, but Okonogi didn't hear it.
これでウォーミングアップはいいだろう。次の一撃でぶち抜いてやるぜ。 当たったら死ぬぞ。覚悟しな。
キナ、あんたに見合いの最後をくれてやるよ。あんたが欲しいと思ってる決定的な最後をくれてやるよ。
よく言ってくれた。よく言ってくれたぜ。
Okonogi took about 5 steps backwards and breathed deep. His body twisted as he gathered all his spirit into his right fist. Just as he said this next attack would be for real, he was putting everything he had into this one final blow. Mion narrowed her eyes, preparing to parry the blow with her side. The sky began to stir. They both felt raindrops in their foreheads.
行くぜ。殺すからな。殺しに来いよ。
あんたのお祈りが済んだらいつでも来な。
That one tense moment was suddenly brought to an end. He dashed forward from a low position, just like a runner from a starting line. Then he added the twist from his body into the blow, as his right arm roared with all his power. A bolt of lightning punctuated that moment in time, burning the moment to our eyes. In that moment, Mion's stance hadn't changed at all. No, maybe she moved like lightning in the moment it struck. We had to recall the moment burned into our eyes to review the scene. Okonogi had swung with his right fist, which had enough power to shatter Mion's bones. So what if 100% of his power is directed back at him in a counterattack? When the lightning struck, Okonogi's body had been flying through the air. It was a legendary technique in Japanese martial arts, passed down in judo and aikido, the air throw. It looks as if one is being thrown without his opponent even touching him, a miraculous technique that occurs at lightning speed. Of all the techniques Mion possessed, it was the most sublime, advanced technique she could administer on the defeated General Okonogi. The freeing of freedom while flying in the air is more memorable than the impact of hitting the ground, supposedly. When Okonogi hit the ground behind Mion, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall. And just as it did, a massive helicopter appeared from the other side of the mountain. The helicopter's rotors stirred up the air and blew away the raindrops like a tornado. The rotors sounded much like a tornado, too. Rope uncoiled from the rear of the helicopter, and soldiers came sweating down it, one after another. The onlookers were stunned for a moment before realizing what they were seeing. It was the Bloodhounds. The Bloodhounds that Tomiki had called in. Having realized how bad the situation had become, Okonogi returned to the other members of the Mountain Dogs. Nothing was going their way anymore. The Mountain Dogs ran down the slope and disappeared into the woods. They dragged Takano with them, who couldn't understand what was going on. A voice echoed from the speaker attached to another helicopter circling around the mountain.
本日一蓋302入江機関の全権限は凍結され上級司令部の直轄となった。また同時刻上級司令部は入江機関全職員の武装解除を命じた。山犬中隊全隊員は直ちに武装解除し入江診療所裏駐車場もしくは山頂資材置き場に集合せよ。これに応じない場合国内法及び自衛隊法に基づき厳正に対処することをここに通告する。
Bloodhound members continued to slide down the rope from the helicopter. Even at a glance, they were very different from the Mountain Dogs. They were armed more heavily, and the guns they had were much larger. Such things clearly differentiated the two units.
れで私たちの勝ちですの？わかりませんのです。僕も初めてのことなので、勝ったのかわからないのです。
Sadako and Wika sat down and hugged each other. They were both soaked in rain, but they still sat down in the mud. Mion stood solemnly in the ring as the leader of the winning team. The mountain dogs had abandoned the field. They all ran away with their tails between their legs. Kechi and Rena ran over to Mion.
Mion.
みーちゃん、終わったね。
ああ、これで部活は終わりさ。
It's finally over.
リカちゃんも無事、みんなも無事。みーちゃん、勝ち取れる最高の勝利を勝ち取ったんだよ。
ミオンがみんなを率いたんだ。ミオンのおかげの勝利だ。
But Mion didn't seem to be listening to Kechi and Rena. Instead, she mumbled to herself.
私さ、部活の罰ゲームって好きなんだよね。部活ってさ、残酷だよね。仲間で戦い合ってさ、ビリを決める。つまりそれはその子がビリだってみんなが見下すことなんだよね。
見下してなんかいねえだろ。楽しく罰ゲームをして、それでおしまいさ。
そう、罰ゲームで楽しく遊んで、それで終わり。敗戦の将の責任をさ、楽しくみんなで笑って、それでチャラにできるから好きなんだよね。負けた本人も含めてみんなで笑って
誰も傷つかない。みんなで楽しく笑っておしまいにできる。
おこのぎってやつは私に投げ飛ばされて叩きのめされなきゃ自分の罪ださ。そりゃさ、今日何度もヤバい目にあったよ。殺されそうに何度もなったよ。でもさ、もう終わりでしょ。ゲームセットなんだよ。なのに彼らにはチャラにする罰ゲームがないんだね。
Mion might have realized something when she threw Okonoki. Kechi didn't think anybody else could understand that.
ミオンが何を言ってるのかわからねえ。もう忘れろ。あいつらはもう終わりさ。
そうだね。これでもうすべて
みんな生きてる。誰も怪我してない。今は最高のハッピーエンドを喜ぼうよ。
そうだな。誰もやられなかった。最高のハッピーエンドじゃねえか。
While they hadn't yet confirmed Shion and Kasai's safety, they were correct. This was the happy ending they had all been fighting for. However, Mion was still thinking. She only understood the reason for that in the moment the thunder struck. But as soon as the flash of lightning disappeared, her understanding vanished as well. All she could remember was that she noticed something very important, and that shortly after she completely forgot about it. She could only feel a great sense of loss. The Bloodhounds soon surrounded the club members. At first, they thought the club members were their enemies, but when Tomoki appeared, he explained the whole situation. The commander of the Bloodhounds appeared to beg the club members not to say a word about anything, as it was a politically sensitive incident. It was amusing to see a man like that beg while carrying all those weapons. Of course, they had no intention of talking to anybody about it. Once it had ended, it all felt like a bad dream. If, on the Falling Dead, someone asked them what they had been doing, they might not even remember it. This day was that unrealistic for them. So even if they were asked, they wouldn't say a word.
リカちゃん、無事でよかった。
無事でよかったのです。
こっちも大成功だったよ。そっちもみんな無事かい？入江診療所はすでに彼らが制圧したそうだよ。山犬の隊員たちも続々と投降に応じてる。隠れていた入江先生ともう一人の少年も彼らに保護されたそうだよ。
監督も無事ですのね。よかったですわ。少年？はて、どなたでございましょうね。富田さんか岡村さんあたりが巻き込まれて怪我でもしたのかしら。佐藤君、本当によかったのです。
Rika's smile made it clear on what she had gone through. Someone could only smile like that after a long and exhausting struggle. Sadako had no idea what that smile meant. How much time would be needed to make her understand? Still, Yuri will do something about it. For certain, he will bring Sadako's Nimi back home.
そうだ、佐藤君。今日のお注射をしていないのではないですか？お注射をしないとダメなのです。あ、そうでしたわね。こんな時にも注射をやめちゃいけないなんて面倒な話ですこと。
Sadako seemed to have no idea that her medication was connected to the syndrome. Perhaps she was already aware, but pretended not to be. Rika vowed to herself that no matter how long it took, she was going to witness with her own eyes the moment her best friend finally parted with her tragic past.
このお注射も日に2回で助かりますわよね。以前の3回の時は本当に大変でしたわ。
Sadako also had no idea that Satoshi was involved in the development of her medication. Yuri had said that Satoshi, as a specimen, had contributed much to Sadako's treatment. Even while asleep, Satoshi longed to ease the burden on Sadako. And those feelings must have influenced Sadako's medicine somehow. Sadako had to inject herself in the stomach. For privacy, she ran into the grove of trees to give herself a shot. There was no danger in her doing so. One after another, the bloodhounds dropped down from the helicopters. Each helicopter must have carried at least 20 to 30 soldiers. There was one helicopter at the top of the mountain, and two more halfway down the slope. Troops were pouring down from all of them, leading to the impression that the entire mountain was under the bloodhounds' control. Nobody fired their weapons even once. The mountain dogs had no choice but to surrender. It wasn't raining hard at all. The sky should clear up after 20 or 30 minutes. It was the volatile weather typical of early summer. Sadako soon returned and spoke to her best friend.
リカ、羽生さんの姿が見えませんわね。さっきまで一緒にいましたのに。羽生どこ？
It was stupid of me to think that Tokyo had sent more support. They're acting as if they've known of their loss for a while now. I was the only one who didn't know.
どういうことなの？状況がさっぱりわからないわよ、おころぎ。
手詰まりってやつ。富武が呼んだ番犬が到着したんですよ。
番犬？
名前は聞いたことあるけど、でも山犬と似たようなものでしょ。どうして応戦しないのよ。
ご冗談は。山犬は所詮傍聴部隊です。対して番犬は本間門の戦闘部隊ですよ。花から勝ち目なんざありませんね。
The remaining three members looked at me in exhaustion.
大体どうして番犬が来るのよ。富武は捕まえてるのにどうして。他にスパイがいるんじゃないの。それは誰よ。
サンサ、すでに診療所が襲撃され、富武2位が奪い返されたことはご存知ないのですか。
One of the three spoke up timidly, but Okonogi signaled him to shut up.
そんなの聞いてないわよ。それはいつよ。どうなってるのこの議。それに村から逃げられないよう封鎖部隊というのもいるんでしょ。
They aren't even responding to me anymore. I've been left behind. I'm the only one who didn't know. I'm being left out. The members looked at Okonogi, waiting for his command. Nobody's waiting for my order. Nobody even cares about my orders.
隊長、指揮者より無線です。
One of the members handed the intercom to Okonogi.
大鳥ワンダー。隊長、各校より最終連絡です。各校を実行せよ。
各校了解した。
指揮者を番犬が包囲中です。投降を勧告しています。いかがしますか。
指揮者、いや太田、足立、ご苦労だったな。投降を許可する。武装解除して以後は番犬の指示に従え。
指揮者了解。
各員その場で聞け。指揮者が制圧された。すでに診療所も制圧されているだろう。我々は全てのバックアップと装備を失った。全班は壊滅。個々の隊員たちも武装解除に応じているだろう。山犬の完全敗北だ。
まだよ。なんとか東京の野村さんに連絡を取るのよ。番犬が何よ。番犬に匹敵する部隊を送り込んでくれるわ。R は生きていたのよ。終末作戦の実行は可能だわ。それをすぐに野村さんに連絡しないと。そのためにはまず東京への連絡手段を取り返すことが重要よ。こうなると村の連絡網を遮断したのが裏目に出るわね。指揮者を奪還するしかないわ。指揮者の無線で東京に連絡して応援を呼ぶのよ。幸い指揮者は今あっさり降伏してみせたから奴らも油断してるはず。おこのぎと3人も隊員がいれば十分可能よ。まだ6月19日。作戦開始は21日22日だったかしら。まだ間に合う。まだまだ間に合う。ここから巻き返すわよ、おこのぎ。すぐに指揮者の奪還を実行しなさい。なんで誰も私の言うこと聞けないの。私は3歳よ。おこのぎよりずっと偉いのよ。おこのぎの言うことは聞けて、どうして私の言うことが聞けないの。
サンサ、さっきから飛び回ってるヘリが言う通りですわ。このゲームはうちらの負けです。これ以上の往生際の悪さは互いに得になりませんね。
何を言うの、おこのぎ。まだよ。もうくじけるの。あなたも R が生きているのを見たでしょ。今日の一日がおかしくなったのは R が死んだなんて噂が流れたからよ。でも R ルは生きていた。今日の一日はなかったことになるのよ。緊急マニュアルはまだ生きているわ。女王感染者が生きている以上、改めて殺せばそこから48時間の緊急マニュアル執行可能な時間が。
サンサ、緊急マニュアルがどうこうって次元じゃもうないんですよ。もう東京は女王感染者とか、それが死んだら48時間とか、もうどうでもいいんです。終末作戦は完全に失敗しました。我々のクライアントはすでに証拠の隠滅に走り回っているでしょう。我々の役目ももうおしまいですよ。山犬なんて面白い舞台を10年ほど指揮させてもらいました。貴重な経験ができましたが、それも今日でおしまいです。そしてサンサ、あんたの役割ももうおしまいです。
何よそれ。私の役割。何のことよ。
サンサ、あんたの役目はその手に持っておられるスクラップ帳を育て上げることでした。
何の話よ。
I didn't expect Okonogi to start talking about my grandfather's scrapbook.
ひなみ沢症候群って病気があることは疑いません。だが女王が死ぬと48時間で村中が大パニックになるってのは見た者がいます。本当か嘘かなんて分かりゃしないんですよ。
バカなこと言わないで。ほら書いてあるわよ。どこのページかしら。他の類似の脳内寄生重症の症例から類推して統計できる。こんな時に限って。
I flipped through the pages of the scrapbook in a panic. Can't even remember which page I'm looking for. Okonogi swept the scrapbook aside and thudded. No, it landed in a muddy puddle, so it splashed onto the ground. The open pages of the scrapbook were face down in the muddy water, and already turning color as they soaked up the mud. As I crouched down to pick up the scrapbook, Okonogi stepped on it. The splash of muddy water hit me in the face. I had to witness my precious scrapbook being stepped on and covered in filth.
サンサ、このスクラップに書いてあることが本当だろうとでっち上げだろうとどうでもいいことなんですよ。真実だろうと虚偽だろうと実は誰も気にしてませんのですわ。
それはどういう意味よ。
I tried to get the scrapbook from under Okonogi's foot, but I couldn't pull it out.
東京のクライアントが期待してたのはそのスクラップ帳の中身をどれだけの人間が信じてくれるかってことなんです。本当か嘘かはどうでもいい。ただ信憑性さえありゃよかったんです。
Wow.
本当か嘘かどうでも。
そうです。どっちでもいいんです。でっかい研究所で偉い先生方が研究してこれこれこういう結果ですっていう専門用語だらけの難しい資料を作ってた。中身などろくにわからねえ連中を騙せるだけの信憑性ってやつをそのスクラップ帳に与えることがあんたの役割だったんです。
嘘なんかじゃないわ。私と祖父が何年にもわたって研究してきて。足をどけなさいよ。
The scrapbook is getting soaked through. trying my best so it's not ruined, but it's no use.
女王が死んだら村は皆殺し。そういうとんでもない話をお偉方に納得させられりゃよかったんです。木南沢症候群が脳みそに寄生してどうこうなこと誰も興味ない。政治的アクションに使えるかどうかにしか興味がなかった。なことはあんただって十分承知していたでしょう。そして今や誰もこんなインチキスクラップは信じやしません。このスクラップ帳に大勢がかけた。そして負けたんですよ。山犬もこのスクラップ帳に熱く張って負けた。それだけのことですよ。
インチキスクラップなんかじゃない。これは真実なのよ。全部真実。おじいちゃんが調べて、私が調べて、そして書き上げてきた真実の研究結果なのよ。だってみんな信じてくれた。だからあんな立派な研究所を作ってくれたのよ。信じてくれたからみんなそう野村さんだって。だからこそ私に声をかけてくれたのよ。この研究の進化を分かってくれるクライアントきっと他にだっているわ。だってこの研究は人類の未来の可能性。
Konogi got fed up and kicked me. I don't weigh much, so I fell backwards and became soaked in the muddy water. Konogi walked over and looked down at me.
幸いなことに東京のクライアントもそしてうちらもサンサにまだ期待している役割があるんですよ。おい。
One of the mound dogs handed a gun to Okonogi. Okonogi checked the cylinder and threw it over to me.
何よこれ。
サンサ、そいつで自分の頭ぶち抜いてくれませんか。
Jesus. I looked at the gun. I'm used to seeing guns working at the Area Institute as I do. I was never frightened by guns before, but for the first time I feel scared just looking at one.
よくあるやつですわ。トカゲの尻尾ってやつです。サンサ、敗軍の将の責任ってやつで、そいつで自分の頭ぶち抜いてください。
Nobody has ever told me to die before. Nobody has ever told me to kill myself.
クライアントもうちらもサンサが死んでくれりゃサンサがあることないことやってくれたってことでうまーく丸く終わらせられるんです。すでに東京はその準備に入ってますんで。
他のこと言わないで。そんなことできるわけ。
I'm starting to sob, my body's shaking all over.
まあ無理ならいいんです。今のあんたにそこまで求めるのは酷でしょう。
Okonogi pulled his gun out and pointed it at me. The other members haven't realized everything will work out if I die, just looked at me coldly.
投降を説得するも堅くなに拒否し抵抗。銃撃戦になりやむなく射殺。そっちが本当の筋書きなんです。自殺用の銃は短くない時間世話になったことへの俺なりの気遣いだったつもりです。
Jesus.
そんな筋書き嫌よ。嫌よ嫌。そんなの誰が考えたのよ。嫌よ。
あんたがさっきから助けを求めたいって言っておられる東京の野村さんです。終末作戦が失敗した時に備えダメージコントロールを図る作戦ってのもちゃんと合わせて用意してあったんです。野村さんの暗号名はカッコウ、そしてサンサの暗号名はヒナでしたね。カッコウが卵をどこに産むかご存知ですか？
そんな。
カッコウの卵はよその鳥の巣に産みつけられ、そこから帰ったカッコウはですね、もともとの巣のヒナを突き落として巣を乗っ取っちまうんだそうです。巣から落ちた飛べないヒナは地面でのたくり、まあ普通は野犬や山犬に食われて殺されちまうってことですわ。
I used the money I got from Uncle Kazumi to pay the mound dogs, thinking I had gained a more viable ally. I always thought that, although Okonogi was barbaric, he was very reliable. But my nest had been taken over.
サンサ、あんたの味方なんていなかったんです。あんたは東京のクライアントが描いた絵の通り踊って緊急マニュアルってやつを煽ってくれりゃそれで十分だったんですよ。ですがその舞台も幕が下りて、あんたにステージから退場してもらおうってことになったってことですわ。それあんたの大好きなスクラップ長、そいつを左手に抱きながら右手で銃を拾ってください。
The scrapbook was finally returned to me, covered in mud. I held it with both hands and cried. What a joke the entire life of Mio Takano was. Right now is when I should just go back inside that chainwick fence. My shaking hands held the ice-cold gun.
弾は一発ですから慎重に。頭蓋骨は案外弾を滑らすって話ですわ。口を開けてその中に撃つのがよくあるやり方です。ほら、銃を持って構えて、そして死んでくださいな。
In the middle of the woods while it's raining, Takano found purpose to her life. And in that same rain, inside that similar forest, she dies. In the hills of the mountain, a single gunshot echoed. With that gunshot, members of the Bloodhounds rushed him. Okonogi and the other men raised their hands in surrender.
高野三佐も一緒でしたが、どうしても投降は嫌だと渋りましてね。今の格好は三佐がこっちに銃を向けたんで撃った威嚇射撃です。
テドリバー7よりリーダー、
おこのぎ兄と山犬隊員3名を逮捕。高野三佐はこのすぐ近くを逃走中の模様。足跡が南西方向へ消えているが物資が来い。それ以上の追跡は不能。第一級応援を。高野三佐は武装している。繰り返す。高野三佐は武装している。
レトリーバーリーダーよりオール。重要手配犯の高野三佐が現在逃走中。高野三佐は武装している模様。注意されたし、逃走地点を中心にパトローリングで封殺せよ。
I'm running through the mountain covered in dirt and still holding the muddy scrapbook. I keep falling because of the mud, and branches and tree roots continue to torment me. I lost one of my shoes, so I decided to get rid of the other shoe too. This isn't the first time I've had to run like this. This isn't the first time I've ran barefoot. This isn't the first time I felt such pain on the soles of my feet. This isn't the first time I've cried like this. Oh.
繰り返す。高野三佐、武装解除し投降せよ。逃げ場はない。山犬はすでに全員投降した。君に味方はいないぞ。
The helicopter above my head is calling out my name. I crawled into a hollow tree, held my knees and hid. The last time I ran barefoot was like this. It was a very long time ago. My feet are bloody and swollen and I can no longer walk. I can only cry as I bite the corner of my scrapbook. Sadness and humiliation fight for dominance in my heart. When I feel sad, I cry, and when I feel humiliated, I scratch myself to calm my anger. And I still have the gun in my right hand, the one with a single bullet in it. I had to kill myself. My death is the only thing that can bring it all to an end. Killing myself is the only way to get back to that day. But when I look at the scrapbook in my left hand, I'm assaulted by sadness and fear. Just die. Atone for your actions with your death. I recalled the look in Okonuki's eyes. I know I've committed sins. There are so many sins. Too many of them. There are more sins than I can possibly atone for. But do I have to die for them? I cried again, and I noticed someone standing nearby me. It's the girl. The girl whom I met when I came to Hinazawa when the Yuri Institute was first opened. I met this girl at the shrine when I declared war on God. This girl is the god of this place. That god looked at me and sneered rather than sympathizing.
それでもまだ人の身を捨て神の座を求めるというのか人の子よ。
ずいぶん久しぶりね。負けよ。このゲームは私の負けよ。人の身の分際で神に挑戦した哀れな女の末路が
人の子よ。まだ神の座を追い求めるのか。数々の試練をまだくぐり、それでもなお神の座を求めるのか。
冗談じゃないわ。神の座なんてもう無理じゃない。
人 人の子よ、聞け。今こそ神になる道を示そう。そなたの右手に持つ鉄の火で己が生に別れを告げるがいい。神の座に肉の器は不要。人にその姿を認められようなどと思ってはならぬ。神とは孤独な存在。それに好んでなりたがる愚かな人の子よ。
Oh my god. It all makes sense. How did I not see it before? How did I actually not see it before? Oh my god. Hanyu died and became a god. But once she became God, she was isolated. Completely isolated from everything. From the world, from its people, from every single thing. All she could do was watch. Over and over again. And Takano wanted to become God. Which is why she tried to isolate herself. Isolate herself so much to become transcendent. In order to become a god, you must be alone, unable to interact with the world around you. And all you can do is observe. And Takano wanted that so bad. In a way, she got it. No matter what she did, no matter what she said, no matter how much she said, "I'm sorry," she couldn't interact with the world around her. She couldn't change a thing. And she hated that. Just like Hanyu. Oh my god. Just fucking realized that. Oh my god.
それでもなお神の座を目指すというのか。
これで私の頭を打ち抜けっていうの。そんな簡単なことで、そんなにも簡単なことだったの？なら私は何？今まで何を積み上げてきたの？
大勢の人間の罪を背負った。その大勢の罪を今こそ己を生贄に捧げることで見そぐのだ。その勇気はたたえられ、神の座の末席を許すであろう。
何をそれ？私にトカゲの尻尾を引き受けて全員の責任を押し付けられて死ねと、そういうの？ふざけない。そんなの嫌よ。絶対に嫌。
何故に嫌か。常に人の世で和を求めるためには一つの汚れに一つの生贄がいる。それが人の世のことあり、罪のみそぎの方法ではなかったのか。そなたの望む未来に一人の少女を生贄に求めたのはそれを理解していたからではなかったのか。
わかんない話はやめて。私には何のことかさっぱりわからないわ。
それがわからぬなら所詮は人の身。神 神の座を求めた身の程知らずを食い入る。
食い入る。他の人の責任をかぶって死ぬのが神になる道なんて絶対嫌。そんな神様になりたくない。私は人間でよかった。ただただ人間として生きていいよって誰かに許してもらいたかった。生きてもいいよって許してもらいたかっただけなの。それなのになんでこんなことに。
ならばこの度の人の世の汚れをいかにして払うのか、いかにして代価を払うのか。
なんでよ。なんで誰かが責任を取らされなくちゃならないのよ。誰もが相手を利用して情感を押し付け合って自分の手を汚さずに済むように立ち回りそれが人の世なの。違う。だってお父さんやお母さんやおじいちゃんと生きてきた日々にはそんなのなかったもん。みんながみんな幸せだった。誰にもジョーカーなんか押し付けなかった。どうしてその世界から私はこぼれてしまったの。どうして私はこんな雨の山中を泥まみれになりながら一人でさまよってるの。私はどうしてこれが私の罪に対する。分かってた。うっすらと気づいてた。何か大切なものを間違えて、でもそれを認めたくなくて取り返しがつかないところにまで来て初めて後悔した。自分の罪に対するこれが報いなのね。
人の世はそなたに罪のみそぎを求めるだろう。この度の汚れはそなたを生贄に捧げることで払われよう。それが人の世の払い方なれど、我は人にあらず人を超える存在にして欠けたる輪を埋める存在、人の罪を許す存在。人の罪は人には許せぬ。我こそが人のこの罪を許そう。
I forgive you. Demanding a sacrifice to be paid for sins isn't the way of the human world. It's the way of demons. So this is not the world of man. This is a world of demons created by man and the demons infesting them. Humans cannot end that way of the world. So I became a god to grant that end. It was over 1,000 years of pain. I wanted to come down from this place. I desired a world where God doesn't need to make peace. And finally, after 1,000 years' time, I have found that fragment. Come, child of man, I will forgive your sins in my name. Kneel and repent. Ask for forgiveness. then you shall receive it. God will forgive you. God will forgive your human sins. The God in the form of a little girl walked up to me and reached out. As I knelt and looked down, she touched my head. I heard voices in the distance. And then I saw a girl standing in front of me. She's one of Mion's club members, my most hated enemies. Shit, she's found me. The rain had already ceased. I decided to come out of the hollow tree. After the rain had grown so humid, I was starting to sweat all over. I'm soaked in sweat, mud, and rain. I feel filthy. I've been bitten by mosquitoes and my body's itching all over. This is why I hate the mountains. I pointed the gun at her. The girl just looked at me calmly as if she didn't see it. At the very least, she did follow my order. What should I do? Should I take her as my hostage? I only have one bullet. How long can I keep running for?
どこだよ。参ったな。マジで迷子だぞあいつ。
見つけましたわ。羽生さん。羽生、一体今までどこへ。
本当に最後の最後までついてないわね。いや、あるいはついてるのかしら。最後の最後で一矢報いることはできそうね。みんな、これが何かわかるわね。銃よ。身動きしちゃダメよ。これで状況は逆転ね。
Talk now.
くそ、なんてこと。
ミオンちゃん、他の誰かを撃たれたくなかったら一歩前に出なさい。
ダメだよ、みーちゃん。
Mion stepped forward quietly. She certainly has a lot of courage. No wonder she's their leader.
あなたのおかげで私はもうめちゃくちゃよ。私を殺そうとこの山中に怖いお兄さんたちが歩き回ってるわ。どうせ私は許されない。でもこのままではあまりに悔しいわ。だからね、せめてお返しをしてやりたいの。
偉そうに言ってるけど、その銃に弾が一発しかないのは知ってるぜ。
その通りよ。でもその一発でミオンちゃんが死んでしまうかもしれないとは考えない？
高野、ミーを撃つ気ですか？
誰も動いちゃダメよ。焦って撃ったら誰に当たるかわかんないんだから。
みんな私の後ろに隠れてて。
勇敢ね。誰かを撃たれるくらいなら自分が撃たれようという自己犠牲？
まあね、拳銃の一発でそうそう人間くたばるもんじゃない。当たりどころにもよるだろうけどさ。
驚くわ。 なんて勇気なの。みんなに代わって私に打たせようってこと。言っておくけど、銃声がすれば怖いお兄さんたちが殺到するだろうから、それを恐れて私が発砲しないなんてのは今の私にはないわよ。
じゃあ撃てばいいよ。ただしその一発を撃った後、私の仲間はあんたを八つ咲きにするよ。
望むところよ。人を呪わばなんとやら。おこのぎを屈服させるほどの名将と相打ちなら、それも悪くないわね。
撃ちなよ。その代わり絶対私に当てな。私以外の仲間に当ててみろ。あんたを死ぬより辛い目に遭わせてやる。
怖
ダメだよみーちゃん。高野さんは本気。この人本当に撃つよ。なんとか時間を稼ぐんですのよ。そうすれば番犬の誰かがきっと。
もちろんそれも分かってるわ。だから一矢報いる機会がなくならないうちにさっくり一発撃たせてもらうわ。さーて、どこに当たるかしらね。下手くそだからどこに当たっても許してね。
本気ですか？
みんな動くんじゃないよ。私は部長さ。みんなを背中に守れるならこんなに嬉しいことはないね。もし当たりどころが悪かった時はさ部活ロッカーの中に神棚を作って私を軍神と称えてよ。次期部長はケイちゃんね。みんなそん時は後をよろしく。
Mion is prepared to die. I'm already cornered. I won't accept any words in negotiation. Mion understands that she doesn't want anyone else to be killed. That was why she chose to be a shield for her friends. That was an easy decision to make for her, because none of her friends would end up hurt. She ends up just getting injured. That would be a stroke of luck as far as she's concerned. Even if she doesn't make it, she thinks that far better than seeing any of her friends die. And that's why Takano will shoot. Even though she understands Mion's noble intentions painfully well, it's too visceral for her to accept, so she'll shoot. I will pull the trigger. With all the absurdities of the human world riding on that bullet, I will shoot her.
あなたたちよくゲームはするわよね。トランプのババ抜きはやる？
Old maid.
やらないね。うちはジジ抜きばっかだよ。
同じようなルールよ。人の世の罪はババ抜きと同じ。誰もが一枚のババを互いに押し付け合う。それは勝者を求めるゲームではなく、一人の敗者と生贄を決めるゲーム。私はそのババを引いた。そのカードをもう渡す相手がいない。だからその腹いせにあなたを撃つの。不条理な人の世らしくね。
I'm preparing myself to shoot. There's no hesitation left in me. I will shoot her. I'm serious. Mion closed her eyes and opened her arms to try and shield her friends as much as she could. And that was when Hanyu stepped forward and placed herself in front of Mion.
乳危ないから下がって。
勇敢なるミオ、あなたの勇気はそれで十分です。人の世のババ抜きが必ず人に押し付けられなければならないものならば、それを引き受けるのが私の役目。
羽生、あんた何を。
リカ、この世界はすごく楽しかったです。私も部活メンバーに加われてよかった。見ているだけじゃなく、加わる部活は本当に楽しかった。ありがとう。もう十分に楽しんだ。神の身には過ぎたくらいに幸せだった。
That moment Hanyu glared at me admirably.
さあ撃て、人の子よ。人の世の押し付けずには済まぬ罪を放て。それを受け止めてやる。
分かったわ。分かったなら死ね。
The club members must have thought I was joking or bluffing. They didn't think that I would actually shoot. There was a noise like something exploding. In a world where time became as sticky as syrup, we saw it happen. A silver bullet hitting an invisible wall in front of Hanyu. As though the wall was protecting her. The bullet wanted to pierce Hanyu's chest, but it couldn't reach its goal. A reddish sweat formed on Hanyu's forehead. She had stopped the bullet with an invisible force.
大丈夫です。人の身でもこれくらいのことはできますです。
The silver bullet was being pushed back. Dekuno was startled by this otherworldly phenomenon, but then she spoke one phrase. The silver bullet smashed through that invisible wall. There was no longer a wall at all. There was no wall to protect Hanyu from the bullet. The bullet approached Hanyu's chest. Somebody let out a silent scream. Nobody could stop it. Nobody could stop that bullet. In that world of frozen time, nobody could stop the bullet that was stopped just inches in front of Hanyu's chest. Hanyu's friends had seen this scene before. The moment of checkmate. No matter how much they screamed, there was no way to avoid this tragedy. They knew that they're from their memories.
あなたは死ぬ。好きなだけ走馬灯をご覧なさい。それが終わったら胸板をぶち抜かれて血をばらまいて、自分の血で溺れてのたうち回って死になさい。
その覚悟がなかったら、僕はミオンの前になんか出ないのです。
Hanyu thought that this would take care of everything. Hanyu wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. She would leave the stage, and the rest of the cast would stay unharmed. This is how it's supposed to be. But in that moment, something happened to surprise even Hanyu. In the world of frozen time in which nobody could move, Rika reached out and put her hand on the bullet that was stopped in midair. How could she move? Even Hanyu couldn't move. Why could a mere human like Rika grab that bullet?
それを驚くのはおかしいわ。
あんたと学んできたんじゃない。奇跡の起こし方。今日何度もすごいことが起こったけれど、本当の奇跡なんて何一つ起こしちゃいないわ。すべて信じ合えば起こって当然のことだった。だからこの最後の瞬間に本当の奇跡を使うわ。私お社様の生まれ変わりだしね。最後にこの程度の奇跡は使わせて。
Rika rubbed the frozen bullet gently, very gently, and then held it and embraced it lovingly, her hands at her chest. In that world where not even Hanyu can move.
高野も羽生も人の話を聞かないやつだってことも分かったわ。ミオンの話を聞いてた？私たちはババ抜きなんてやらないわ。ジジ抜きしかやらない。それを高野は同じようなゲームだと笑ったけど、全然違うゲームなのよ。
In Old Maid, a single joker, an unharmonized element is added. The full harmonized set of cards, and people try to floss it onto another. But in Old Bachelor, one card is removed from that harmonized world, and everyone floss the unharmonized fragments on each other. It's different than having a joker, because everything would be in harmony if there wasn't something missing. British try to get rid of something in both games, but what they try to get rid of is very different.
ジジ抜きも同じ。敗者の手元に1枚カードが残って終わる。それを高野が同じだと例えた気持ちはよくわかるわ。でもね、違うの。だってジジ抜きは
If the missing card was added back in, there would be no loser. Hanyu, the missing card in this world where someone had to foster their sins onto another, has joined the game. So this game has no losers. Yet you're still trying to take one card away. What a waste of a miracle.
敗者なんかこの世界にいらない。これがフルでリカが奇跡を求めた1000年の旅の最後にたどり着いた答えよ。
The answer has always been there. It was there in the very first game of Mian's Club. There was always a loser because we were playing a game of cards with one missing. If we could fill in for the missing card by believing each other and helping each other, then it would complete a full deck of 52 cards. A complete world without a loser. A complete world where no one is left out. Nobody has to stay out of the circle. Nobody has to cry or be burdened with sins. A world where everyone holds each other's hands and forgives each other's sins. When people live, there will be sin. What's important isn't to avoid sins, but to forgive them. The world can only become ugly and twisted when people try to stay pure. Let us accept our sins. Let us all forgive. That's the answer Rika Furude reached. A complete world. A world free from the sins of the human world, where one has to become a loser. Rika reached that as a human being. After an unbelievably long time, she finally reached it. Welcome home, Mother. The frozen time had begun to fall. There was smoke coming from the muzzle of Takano's gun, so it was definitely fired. However, nobody got hit. Ketchy looked around fearfully to make sure nobody was breathing. They were all fine. Nobody had been shot.
外しやがった。
邪魔はないね。
The tension lifted in Mion's body, and she began to sweat all over.
この私がこの距離で外すなんて。
All the club members thought the same thing. It was a miracle that the bullet didn't hit anyone. The club members had all felt the same way. They were all thinking, if it's going to hit someone, would it hit me? However, Rika Furude wished for a miracle that was far beyond that. Rika wished for a miracle that was higher than self-sacrifice. She wished for a world where the bullet wouldn't hit anyone. She wished for a world where Takano wouldn't be hurt because she shot someone. Footsteps were rushing towards them. Takano tried to run, but she tripped over her root and the scrapbook in her hand scattered everywhere. As she tried to gather up the papers, members of the Bloodhounds surrounded her. All the Bloodhounds pointed their guns her way, and some even poked her with them, but Takano still didn't stop gathering up the papers. Some of the men stepped on the papers, and Takano tried to pull them out from under them. She tried to pull them out, begging them in tears not to step on her precious papers.
高野さんさ、あなたを逮捕します。
私が全部悪いことになるのよね。
The crew members, feeling bad for her, looked at the ground.
立て、両手を後ろに回せ。こら、抵抗するな。いや、いやよ、いや。おじいちゃんのスクラップ持ってくの。いや。
Takano just wanted to pick up the pages of her scrapbook. But the Bloodhounds, thinking that she was just resisting, pulled on her hair to try to make her stand up. Although this was her fate, it was too hard to watch her be treated that way. And then a noble voice resounded among them.
Mate!
Radiating with divine light, a man appeared. They all knew this man very well, but they had never seen him look so determined.
調査部の富武2位だ。彼女は調査部が保護する。しかし富武2位、司令部から直ちに東京へ連行せよと命令を受けています。君たちは彼女を見て気づかないのか。彼女の全身を見ろ。かきむしった後でいっぱいじゃないか。ひなみ沢症候群のかなり高いレベルの発症が疑われる。
There were lots of horrible scars on her wrists, arms, and neck. Takano had scratched herself throughout the day because of all the stress. There was no way for anyone to be certain if those marks were symptoms of the syndrome. But when Tomiki said that, it certainly sounded true.
しかし、サンサは入江機関で予防薬の投与を受けているはずです。発症するわけがありません。君たちは資料をちゃんと読んでいるのか。予防薬は 100% の効果を保証するものではないと書いてあるぞ。十分読んでいれば彼女の状態が末期症状であるとわかるはずだ。調査部は彼女の尋問にあたり、ひなみ沢症候群の治療が最優先されると考える。そもそも今回の事件が彼女の意思に基づくものなのか、末期発症による妄想、錯乱によって引き起こされ、それを誰かが利用したのか。慎重な判断がなくては全容解明は不可能であると考える。彼女の罪なのか、彼女の病んだ病の罪なのか、この場で断言するのは不可能だ。それを判断するためにも彼女には治療を受ける権利があり、義務がある。
次郎さん。
彼女を直ちに入江機関本部へ移送し、発症レベルの検査に入る。高野3佐の治療体制を準備させるよう入江2佐に連絡を。ただし3佐については今後厳重に監視をつけ、全ての行動には制限が加えられるものとする。詳細は調査部長岡一佐から上級司令部を通して命令があるはずだ。
The bloodhounds conveyed all this information over the radio. Nobody had any objections. Their job was to Wesser, after all. Any interrogations or investigations after that were the job of investigators. So if those were the orders from investigations, then that was that. Tomoki walked over to the muddy figure of Takano. Takano buried her face in Tomoki's chest and cried. Only Tomoki and Takano knew the meaning of those tears.
遅くなったね。君を迎えに来たよ。君がそうだと思っているような悪い人じゃないんだ。やり直そう。今度こそ君の本当の人生を、田無美代子の人生をやり直すんだ。
できない、できない、できない。私いっぱい罪にまみれた。やり直したりなんかしちゃいけない。死ななきゃいけない。じゃなきゃ私は自分の罪の重さで。
そうだね。君の罪はひょっとすると軽いものじゃないかもしれない。でも大丈夫。僕が一緒だから。だから一緒に償う。高野美代の罪を償おう。そして僕と一緒に田無美代子を取り戻そう。その日まで僕は決して君のそばを離れない。
生きてていいの？私は生きてていいの？みんながお前が死ねば丸く収まるって私に言うよ。それでも私は生きてていいの？それでも次郎さん、生きててもいいって言うの？それでも私は
世界は君を許さないかもしれない。でもそれが何だってんだい。僕が君を許すよ。だから生きよう。死ぬことは罪の償いにはならない。生きて償い、世界に許しを請おう。そしてやり直すんだ。そうしたらきっと思い出せる。君が本当はどんな人で、どんな風な笑顔を浮かべていたかをね。
After a while, Takano was taken to the Air Institute in handcuffs. She was, however, handcuffed with hands in front of her. She was holding a scrapbook. Tomoki had cleaned the mud off of it. The downpour from the early afternoon had passed. The cicadas began singing again, reminding everything that this was a normal June in Himizawa. It was so hot despite being June, and the sky was blue with clear. Someone asked someone else the time. She looked at her watch. It was 3 p.m. The Wagashi festival would be starting at 5. It was almost time. Even from there, the Furude shrine could be seen. There were red lanterns hanging all over. Once the sun went down, those lanterns would be lit. It was almost time for the Wanagagashi festival. And with that, everything would end. When the Higurashi Cry, the game that stretched across different worlds had ended, and what the winner obtained after their victory is that the game ended without a loser. Hanyu was prepared to leave after the game was over, but she was still there. She was allowed to be there. In other words, she wasn't the card that was taken away. The card that was taken to play their game of Old Bachelor was no longer there. The breeze rustled Hanyu's sweaty, messed up hair. She was dumbfounded. Rika went over and stood next to her. She didn't need to say anything. She only smiled at Hanyu. That girl had pretended to be a bystander but decided to step onto the stage, and then she thought that was enough and tried to step off of it. With those memories of her bright time on stage, she tried to step off, but someone grabbed her sleeve and stopped her. She was told that she could stay. Then she realized she was still on the stage, and she didn't have to leave after all. There was a spot for her on the stage, and she was no longer a bystander. And that was an unbelievable miracle. She didn't even exist in the script. Nobody needed her to be there, but the miracle had allowed her to stay.
あれだけ苦労した旅だったのです。その程度の奇跡じゃちょっと足りない気もしますですよ。見たあ、十分ですよ。こんな奇跡、僕の身には十分すぎて。
Rika smiled at Hanyu one more time and passed her what was in her right hand. Hanyu felt something cold and hard. What was it? Hanyu slowly opened her hand and looked at it. It was the bullet Takano had fired. This was the proof of the miracle. It was the proof that Hanyu could exist there. It was the proof that they could be together forever and ever.
もうすぐ暗くなってお祭りの時間になりますです。はあ、みんなで楽しくお祭りで部活なのです。もう脇で見てることなんかできませんです。きっと新人いじめの洗礼で罰ゲーム三昧でかわいそかわいそなのです。もう綿流しのお祭り見てるだけじゃないのですね。そうです。だってお祭りは見るものじゃなくて加わるものですよ。
7 hours. 7 hours. God damn it, do I keep going? Oh my god. I want to save here. Then I'm going to end this here. 7 hours. 7 fucking hours. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't. How can I do this shit for 7 hours? What the fuck is wrong with me? Oh my god. I want to end things here. But yes. What a fantastic fucking chapter. That's not over yet. Oh my god. It's not fucking over yet. It's not even over. It's 7 hours. 7 hours. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm just in disbelief at that. But, yeah, if you guys enjoy this type of content, hit the subscribe button. If you liked it, hit the like button. When telling me something, put it down in the comments below. We'll check out Discord server I own it, or my Twitter, check the description below. And yeah, this has been Voidlego. I'll see you guys next time. See ya!